Initial jobless claims coming in at exactly what was forecasted, 225. That's what was forecasted this time around. Previous was 216, so it looks like it is meeting expectations there, guys. Let's have a look at North American. Actually, we'll get to that in a minute. We've got Tesla going on today, guys, as Elon Musk basically sends out an email to his employees saying not to worry too much about the stock price and that things are under control and that the stock market essentially is overreacting. So we're basically looking for some action there on Tesla. Oil moving again as news comes out of Chinese COVID issues there. So it looks like their recovery will be stifled as COVID cases continue to get to the high side there, and that affects the demand on oil. Obviously, TSM as well back in the news as news comes out from their production facilities in Taiwan that they are now able to produce a 3-nanometer chip. So lots in store today, guys. It is Thursday, December 29th, 2022. Trader TV Live starts now. Yeah, guys, futures back in positive territories here. S&P looking at a nice half percentage point to the high side. The Dow not too far behind, 0.3. NASDAQ up more aggressively, 0.66 as some of these tech names start to move to the high side. We'll get into that as well. Toronto up as well, 0.3%. Brazil flat on the day. Crude, like we mentioned earlier, down 1.22%, but Bitcoin and Ethereum finding a little bit of a bounce, guys. What are you guys looking at today? What do we got in store?
There's this EV company. You may or may not have heard of it. It's called Tesla, and like every single day, it seems like it's all we talk about. So we'll probably have a little bit of a gander at that thing, just in case it does some move. I've heard some good things about it from time to time. Kala. We were having this conversation right before we came on air. I think it's actually probably pronounced Kala Pharmaceuticals, but that is going to be a runner. If you ignored it yesterday, then you missed out on pretty much. I mean, it was a huge mover. Went all the way from $6 up to 18. It's up another 46%. The chips are going to be in play today. I'm looking at some Intel, some Nvidia, some TSM, to be sure. Meta, maybe. Lots of action over at Amazon yesterday, and it was a lot of put volume, and I think that's going to be an interesting one to watch here today. We got Arun in the building for Shawn. He's taking a couple of days off. You know when you take the last 2 days off, and they always tell us to get all your vacation days in, it's like, got to fill them out. So he'll be off. He'll be back in the new year. Arun sitting in the, it's not the Arun shirt, because you do a specific shirt when you're coming on for the futures. However, I want to say doing some kind of a superhero thing is like your on air for us.
Yeah.
Uniform, I suppose.
I mean, hey, there's patterns to everything, and yeah, I usually roll with the superhero shirt when I'm on, and a hoodie as well. But going back to the market's taking off here. We've got that jobless claims number. Came in as expected, and this market likes it. So here we go to the upside. Nice little move after yesterday's sell-off here. It is a welcome sight, I imagine, for a lot of people on top of Tesla. Tesla's been strong as well. So what I'm looking to do with this is kind of fade it if it sets up. We'll talk more about that when we get to it, but that's from the market side of things. As I look to fade the market, I am actually looking for potential longs on Tesla. Tesla seems like a pretty solid move as well. We took a shot on Kala for now. You don't see it on the board. Both Neil and I have longs, but at the same time, I don't want to stay in this too long. If we lose this 18 one more time, I think I'm going to cut this and walk away from it. You guys had your fun yesterday. I tried to join the party. It might be a little too late for it, but we'll see. This one will still move at some point. It's just, I don't know if I have the patience to wait around till 9:30 with all this action. The ranges are wide. So there's a lot of choices here going into the open there, Sharif.
Yeah, guys, first segment of the show brought to you by Search Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million and keep 90% of the profits. The program has simple rules and no time limits. Go to searchtrader.com/TTV and use the promo code TTV for 10% off, guys. Interesting little development again overnight in the FTX saga. It looks like one of SBF's deals where he diverted some customer funds to what they call venture deals did catch the detection of the SEC. So the SEC now was aware of some of these transactions. Obviously, nothing came to light at the time, but this kind of changes things a little bit into who might bear some responsibility. Also, about what companies may actually have to have some of the money tracked back. So even though that they were, bona fide purchasers, that money that they ended up receiving from SBF may find its way back to people higher up on the priority chain. So this should be interesting for some companies, guys.
Yeah, and those investments, it was like 100 million in one thing and 100 million in another. One of those two investments was in that fintech Dave, and I mean, look, it was this was a SPAC from, I want to say it was a SPAC last year, or I don't actually remember exactly when it came to market. These things all fog in, like all these SPACs from the last 2.5 years. It's a penny stock now. Like this thing is at 29 cents. So needless to say, that didn't work out anyways, regardless of where the funds came from. It's just an absolute mess, and none of this is going away. The way I've been approaching, hit enter twice, the way I've been approaching this has been to look at Coinbase here, and much like a lot of other names, there's been, like you had a decent volume, I want to say wick bottom, like if I pulled a daily, this, it looks on the 15-minute, you got a couple of breaks down here at 32.5, hold 32, and you're getting back higher. This is setting up, like it could take 33.50 here, and then all of a sudden you're thinking about upside. I still believe that some things have to get faded when they get to resistance, and that 36 is too big of a level not to put it into that bucket. So I'm going to be on the offer. It's a ways away here. It would actually have to have a pretty significant rally to get to 36, but that could just make it all the more enticing. If you get another, and it would be about another 6% here, you'd be approaching, essentially you'd have to get to that 10% to the upside, barely pass it, and then you're rolling over at the next resistance level. That's too juicy to ignore. I'm going to be there if we have that big of a day on Coinbase. The breakout trade, we'll see at 9:30 if it's still holding strong enough, and I can structure something saying, okay, 33.50 is a break, and I like the risk to reward 20-30 cents. There is always the chance of a squeeze. I'm just going to double check here on Float Checker, because if you're ever looking at a breakout in a beat-up name, something that you always want to short and you want to take a pure momentum play, I always make sure I get it right. It is still 20 to 25% short float. That's another reason why. The day it makes any kind of a rally, and maybe this applies to Tesla in some ways, but more to these heavily shorted names, the day it makes a big rally, you can expect to see some gap fill in some of these stocks. And Coinbase can be one of them. I'm not making a comment about them long term. I'm not making a comment about the crypto space long term. I still believe there are lows to be had that we have not seen yet. A, in Coinbase, B, in the crypto space in general. I don't think this contagion is done by any stretch of the imagination. We're just only now sort of figuring out as all this winds down. The other thing that I think a lot of people have not spent enough time talking about, and this will 100% affect the crypto space, is forget about interest rates, man. Like quantitative tightening is a pretty darn big deal. And I think we're going to realize that come the first 2 quarters of next year. Now, obviously, earnings are going to matter as well, but I think that's going to probably weigh on the crypto markets. I think that could see some possible tailwinds for something like a Coinbase. For today, you've got this breakout setting up. I know I want to short it if it gets to 36. When it gets to the open, I'll have a better grasp on that 33.50. And just an update here, because the position board isn't showing, and I know we've got Surge Trader up there, so I wanted to make sure you guys can see. Kala, whichever one you want to call it, big time breakout move. Now what I look at is yesterday's top. It's a wick high 1750, lower highs here at around 17. I was originally we're actually just talking about this, Arun and I was originally looking to give this back into that 16 area, just saying, hey, you know what, if you hold that break, it takes 20 and then it goes higher. But I don't like that risk to reward because it has to clear 20, and that's your only path to victory. So I actually did tighten my stop, and I want to give it to that pre-market high there. Sorry, yesterday's high. And if we can't hold that, then let's see what happens at 16. I can always re-enter the trade at 16 even. I'd just rather take multiple shots at this instead of just going all in, thinking it has to go from here, and if it doesn't, I'm just going to get out of Dodge. So I'm going to give it a couple of cracks. If we take out 1750, I'm out. Reasonable risk to reward there. Wouldn't have to break 20 to give me 1-to-1, and if it did, I think there's room there's room to wherever you want on this thing when you look at the daily chart. I mean, there's lots of room up here. It's in uncharted territories. But just a quick update there, because I don't think we said, I always like to tell you guys where I think I'm wrong, as opposed to just saying, hey, I'm long the stock. It could go wherever I think it can go. Now, got to tell you where the out is.
Yeah. Now, we were both long. I am no longer long on Cala. I actually got out. When it was sitting around 25, 30-ish, I was like, I don't like what's going on here. Like you were talking about, the risk ends up being a little too much. When it wasn't going to go this first round, after we dipped the first round back up towards 19, the fact that we came right back through there worries me a little bit about the amount of sell-side action that's there. I mean, it could still go. 20 is a very big number, which could open up some new interest in the name. But at the same time, do I want to pay 18 and change, try to take 20s when 16 is not too far away and we're kind of 50-50 on the read? I'd rather, if anything, I'd rather it come down, maybe a nice little dip into 17. So that's what I did. I got out, took a small hit there. It was like 20 cents. And then I've thrown an order out to get some more or get back in around 17 so I can control the risk on this a little bit better. So I'm going 17 against 14, which is about $3, going up to 20, which is about $3. I like those odds better than the 18 against the 20. So for now, we still like the idea of a long, just not at 18. I am going to be looking for potential trades here on the future side for the shorts, as I mentioned. And also, one thing I want to point out to you guys is Nat Gas. You know, now, I don't know if you guys have been looking at it often enough, but Nat Gas now has broken 460. This is on the G contract, so that'd be the February contract. It's broken 460, which would be yesterday's low. I think yesterday's low was 458.8. So now we are at 455.9. Underneath, what I want to see is what happens when we bounce back into 460. So if there's actual sell-side action here through 460 on the way back up, there's probably a short here against 470. So which is expensive. It's about 100 ticks at that point. You just got to figure out how to time the entry. If you don't have Nat Gas contracts, you can go to UNG. It's going to be doing the same thing. I just don't know why the price differences are. It's not following track exactly because we've already taken out yesterday's low. But anyways, UNG is the option for anyone who doesn't have access to the Nat Gas contract. But I will be looking at Nat Gas as well on top of potentially re-entering Kala, and then of course Tesla on deck for potential longs if we can get low enough.
Yeah, seeing slides in all sectors of the energy market there, Arun. Interesting development coming out of China. Well, not so much a development as an analysis. Essentially, analysts now believing that China reopening earlier than expected as a result of the cancellation of their COVID-0 policy could hurt supply chains in the short term, but ironically enough, boost growth into 2023. Looking for short-term movements here on some retailers, names that may be feeling this crunch. Looking at Costco, not really doing much, obviously, in the pre-market. This is not a stock that trades well in the pre-market, up 0.5%. Walmart as well, up 0.38%. Neither really reacting on the news, but I was just wondering maybe we could keep an eye on this, maybe, guys, going into the afternoon for some retail plays.
Yeah, look, supply chain has been a concern for quite some time, and I think it's worth watching them. I have not been all over. I haven't been that interested in Walmart. If I had to look at something which might be, I guess, tied into the supply chain story, it's probably going to be Nike, just because of what we talked about this in the afternoon show, where it is after the big earnings run. So I like to see when you get if this will load up for a second, and when you get a big gap up and then you maintain a range after earnings, you got wide movement, and then you've got a nice little channel here. Well, I don't really, you got to play inside the channel, which I'm kicking myself for stopping doing after the first day, short of 118.50, then never did it again. Yesterday, that would have been gold. If I see that price, I know what I want to do. But that 114, that's the bottom end of that channel. If Nike can't hold on to that, it's got a huge gap fill down below. I like the support that it's got at that 114 price, but I know what to do if it breaks that channel into the downside. That's the retailer I'm going to care about a little bit more. There is, and I know we talked about Kala there, whatever it is, KALA. But there was also NUWE. I know a lot of people in the chat were sort of asking about this one. I didn't double check that one on Float Checker. We have to pay for locates on that. It's actually 25 cents a share. Not that bad. This is also just it's another low float runner, but it just made a significant pullback off the $15 area, and you can see when it reversed. And this has been a kind of a big story. You get these reverse splits, and you get some kind of a rally sometimes after it's been plunging, because that's what happens. But it is resisting 15. The big level is if it gets through 16.5, then maybe it can do what Kala did yesterday, but already starting to reverse as it got to 15 bucks. And it's a 10% retracement as I sit here and look at it. I think there's a decent chance. I mean, if it holds 1250, maybe it has a second salvo, but I do have my eyeballs in it. I did not pay for locates in this because I was more concerned with Kala early. But if I'm looking at retail, it's going to be Nike for me.
And I usually go to Macy's when we go retail, but Macy's isn't doing a whole lot for me right now. So I'll just kind of keep on waiting for something else to pop up. But I'm keeping a very close eye on Kala's time of sales, and there's a lot of dark pool dumps there, around 16.5 to 17. So I'm going to assume that there's a lot of action here that's being reported now. Or overnight dumps that are being reported now around 17 and change. So I think me pricing my entries about at 17 makes perfect sense if there's that much interest off the books there. So we'll leave it there, even if it's at 18. If it goes to 20 without me, so be it. But Tesla, maybe you guys can jump on board. I'm not chasing this one, but Tesla potentially might take out 120 to the upside. It's been trending down clearly, and now a nice little move to the upside here. I was hoping that we would come down towards 116 and change, but no, we're going to go up. Here's the issue with Tesla, though. Let's remove some of these lines. These are old lines from the last time I was here. If we go into 120, you got to worry about what's up here between 122, because that's been some previous lows, right? You got the low from the 22nd, the low or morning low from the 23rd, and there's some decent action that we finally got through it when we actually did slide on the 27th. So I would keep an eye on this area to the upside here, just above 120 into 122 and change. There should be some interest. Potentially, maybe that might be a little hesitation point. And of course, I think if we can get past right here, 130, big number to the upside. If we can get past 130, we probably do end this whole trend finally. This whole trend started up here. When did we even start? It looks like we started up here about 180 and change. And here we are kind of finally making a move back up. Is this going to be the point where we kind of end the trend of this massive move to the downside? So remains to be seen. Does look like there's going to be some decent action. I thought it might be a little bit quieter, but markets are moving a bunch here, even with a flat jobless claims number. So we'll see how this one goes.
Yeah, guys, how many times have we talked about this one this week? Southwest still under a lot of pressure, canceling 58% of today's flights, of Thursday's flights. Not really doing much at the moment stock-wise, kind of flat, about up 0.4%, maybe a little bit of a bump off that jobs number as the overall market trends up. But here is the 60-minute chart, the 1-hour chart on Love. So we have a very obvious downtrend. Is today the day of respite? Is the day today that we bounce, guys? What are we doing with Love, if any?
Well, first things first, I did just get out of Kala. It broke that 1750 on me. But I was just looking at Apple and typing some notes in the chat. People were asking about the move that just happened in Apple. So I'm sort of talking about Apple 128.40 yesterday in the afternoon. I think we can get a dip from maybe a dip from here if we trend up, and I think you can maybe go for a dip buy. I'm not willing to give up the notion of the shorts on Southwest. I'm showing it on my 3-minute. I'm offering in front of 33. Quite frankly, since this story came, we had it on the watch list 2 days in a row for a reason. Like breaking this 35, this is the last 2 sessions. So if you weren't taking this story, looking at a stock that was already weak, catching a bottom break, and then just trend shorting it for 2 days in a row, you were kind of missing out. If it comes back to 33, that's where the big flush was in the afternoon at 1 o'clock. And that was a big secondary move that kind of didn't happen breaking the lows if you go back into Tuesday. So I want to play off that 33 to the upside by fading it. I'll short, probably give it to 33.10, 33.15, but I'll be really tight to that offer if I can get it. And if it trend reverses and we end up it maintains a green day, then good for Southwest. I'll go 2 for 3 for it on the week. That's just the way I want to play it. I'm not going to be trying to catch a falling sword on this. If it was at 30 bucks, that's a different story. If it had come all the way into these bottoms around 30, I'd probably be looking for a long in Southwest today. That's not the case, so I'm not at the point that I want to chase longs in Southwest. If it wants to go green or wants to hold green, I'm looking for a shorting opportunity when it goes higher. I'm still in that mode for this stock.
I mean, 2 days, a gap down, and then 2 days continuing a trend that started a ways away, all the way up close to 40. Here we are now at 32 and change. Can 30 be a realistic target? Yeah, it can be. So as we come on down, it's hard to kind of price this in because where's the stop, right? If we take out 32 is what I got to consider. Where are we going to go sideways? If we take out 32, are we going to stay underneath? If we do stay underneath, there's a possibility that we do extend to the downside. Cost on this could be 32.50, maybe. Depends on how we trade this kind of, there's essentially no pre-market activity, it seems like. We're just hugging between 32.20 and 32.40. So there's nothing there. So I would have to see some more action here, either to the upside, that lets me know what levels I can work with before we break that 32 even to the downside. But it does look like when we do something like this, usually this kind of sideways action with no volume tends to be an extension situation. But again, 32 is not too far away. We'll see how this one comes off. Kala coming off here, 1750. I actually got a little bit greedy. I'm actually pulling the order and pushing it back further. So I'm going to sit in the mid 16s because of the way it's coming down. I think I can get that fill going into the open.
All right, guys, time for upgrades and downgrades. Not a whole lot today, obviously, to talk about, as not many analysts are working at the moment, but there's a price target upgrade for Apple up to 184. That is by Credit Suisse, so not a small name. Some downgrades here. MicroStrategy, surprise, surprise, a crypto name getting downgraded by Jefferies. Their price target of 110. NEO also being downgraded to a price target of 980 by China Renaissance, guys. So we'll keep an eye on both of these. But here's what I was looking at, what I had my eye on today. TikTok banned on all house mobile devices. Obviously not a big group of people, not going to affect their market share in terms of advertisers, but this is just another series in this like cascading, this domino effect of bans that we're seeing by universities and government institutions. Having a look at Meta to see the response. Obviously, Meta been down with the overall market, but faring better than some of its competitors like Apple and Amazon today. Not doing much, though, flat off that little bounce that we had earlier, guys. What are you guys looking for, if anything, on this kind of story?
So, like, I didn't want to gloss over NEO, so I want to quickly talk about NEO there because I have been shorting this the last couple of days. I didn't have success yesterday. Well, I had late success yesterday. I didn't have success early on, and I think it was probably one of the more eye-opening trades for me because my favorite setup has been popping and fading, and you got a channel break, and then I shorted the pop, and then working it off the previous resistance level, and then I basically took what worked the day before and decided to ignore it, which is never a good idea because look what happens. Instead, I take a bottom break because I'm anchored to the $10 level. I watch it do the same move, pop, not get through the high, and then make the same move into the downside. So suddenly it's setting up for that move where if it takes out the high, you're looking at about 10.10, maybe give it to yesterday morning tops at 10.25, and the short would be at 10 even. That's just a coincidence, I think. Well, I mean, it's $10, so maybe it isn't. But I do want to play that if it does not break 10.25 at the open, maybe even 10.30, I'd look for that rollover in LIO. It is a strong day today, so I'm not as it's not the first place that I want to be is rolling over into shorts. But if in the opening range you don't take it out, then I think you can continue trend. But as you mentioned, with anytime we talk about TikTok, we're all going to go right over into Meta because we understand that that's where you would have the potential for there to be gains. Meta has been in this channel where when I tried to play it in the middle, I'm like, yeah, this is going to be, we had that capitulation day on the 22nd, and when it bounced like $3 to the upside, all I said to myself was, man, if it can hold this close, this is a move from around 117, 117.5 into 120 with one sights on 123. And I just said, oh, I'm all over this bad boy. I'm just going to go long, 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 long. I ended up getting stopped out. When it made the actual bottom, I didn't have it because I was I was pissed off with myself and decided I'll trade something else. I caught a bottom on something else that day. It's just, I don't like going back to the name where I'm revenge trading it. That bottom just held yesterday, that same one from when I bungled it. So 115.50, I'm favoring dip buys in a bear market. So if I can catch at the open in front of 115.50, I know where I'm wrong, I can get out of it. And if I got to play inside the range, it'll be more of a tight scalp trade. And then I don't need it to go 120, 123, or that kind of a crazy move. So I'd rather be buying in front of 115.50. That's the process for me on Meta, the reason why, and then where I like to get in just in front of it. I might start it just beneath that 116 mark, but I know exactly where I'm going to be wrong. And I don't want to have any notions of getting stubborn about it if it breaks that level.
Yeah, Tesla, nice little crack above 120, and now right back down to 119.5. So there's lots of action, and there's a lot of games being played here on Tesla. It's going to be hard to kind of price a trade here or structure a trade. Like I said, 116 has to be the price point that I want to work with. Going back to that upgrades and downgrades board, Apple. For the longest time, Apple was the largest weight in the NASDAQ. Not anymore. After the last rebalance, it seems like Microsoft is now priced in 0.5% in terms of weighting more than Apple is. So Microsoft is the lead name in the index at this point. They're still very close together, but Apple has been dethroned as the largest weight in the NASDAQ 100 now. So Microsoft will be the leader. We'll kind of focus more on that one a little bit more than Apple now. But Apple still, again, because of the upgrade and downgrade board, I still have to look at it now. So coming into this 128.5, 129, I'm looking at this 131 as a stop. There should be some resistance here. This kind of falls in line with what I want to do with the market. I'm just waiting for a reason to do it. I don't have anything yet. There's decent buy-side strength. We're seeing strength in Tesla. We're seeing some decent strength in some index names, so I got to respect that. So with that strength to the upside, at some point, if we can find a reason to get a short going somewhere between 128.5 and above, then I'm all for it against 131 on the top end as a stop to the upside. So right now, it is kind of basing out, it seems like, around that 126. We're either going to break through 126 to open up a trade to the downside, or we're going to go through 128.5 and taper off, at which point I would like to short as well. So I'm looking for two shorts, whether it's going to be a move to the upside that's going to fade or a breakdown to the downside. But I'm waiting on this market to clarify exactly how I want to do this, because right now, as you can see, the board is empty. Reason being, there isn't a whole lot left to do here when this market's sitting in this at these price points. I need a little bit higher action, preferably closer to 50, or let's just break that 3,800 mark and let's take it to the downside.
All right, guys, let's have a look at some European markets. They're all decidedly green, save and except for England, down a measly 0.1%. But Germany, France, and Italy all seeing above 1/3%. Spain, likewise, as well, up. Sweden, and the biggest mover on the day. We always see this as the biggest mover or the biggest loser. Turkey, up 1.83%, showing a lot of volatility there. Let's have a look at the sentiment board. What's being talked about online? Surprise, surprise. Tesla is taking up the biggest space. Yes, I said it, Tesla. AMC and APE still showing up on there, guys. Mullen as well. So some of these EV names we've been seeing over and over. Apple again on that upgrade by Credit Suisse. HTGM, that's the low capper we were trading a few days ago. ATNF, likewise, not really sure why this one's showing up. But yeah, some interesting stuff on board today. Now, we don't actually have to go far to get our futures update because we got our futures guy here in the house. So we'll send it over to Arun for the futures.
Oh, I'm doing futures? It's not Fahad? Okay. Damn. All right, I guess I got to do my own work now. All right, I hope Fahad would have given me the levels, but all right. Let's figure this out. So what I'm looking at here, yesterday, obviously, we were talking about, let's actually ignore most of yesterday so I can actually get you guys to follow through what I'm looking at here. Okay, so this is kind of what we were looking at going into yesterday morning, right? We had marked off 80 up top, 40 down below, and I had a secondary level down here at 20. So this was a range until we broke the range. Obviously, with yesterday's action, we're below both of these lines here, which puts us specifically below that 3840. Now, when you break a range like that, I'm going to use the middle of that range as the stop. So I'm looking right here at 55 to 60 somewhere. There's a decent amount of flexibility because I don't stop out immediately. I do give it a chance to flex a little bit. So if we were to come back into here and set up on the short side, I'm all for the short. That means I can use previous supports as resistance. I can fade this. I'm not going to automatically fade this. I'm going to respect the strength of this market, but at the same time, I want to use this area to potentially find a short. That's keeping me out of potential longs on the equity side at the moment, but at the same time, the strength of this market means I also can't jump on the short just yet. So I'm going to have to wait for the market to open and give me something to work with because they did find a nice little base. We're starting to work into that resistance zone that I want to play with. Now, yesterday there was a little bounce there. This one actually helped out pretty well. I mean, like obviously on this chart, it looks fairly simple, but if you were looking at the NASDAQ chart, it looks even better because why? Look at that base. That's a huge base that we've been putting in since the 22nd, right? Let's ignore that yesterday. What do you see on the bottom? You see that 10.880, 870, whatever you want to call it. It's whatever that low is, right? There's a decent amount of action through there. So we bounced right back into it, and NASDAQ right back playing into that same zone here that has been previous support. So both markets entering a zone where there could be some trouble ahead for any longs. So I'm going to keep my eyes peeled for potential shorts. The only one I'm willing to play on the long side right now is going to be COUP, just because it's doing something completely different. It doesn't care what the market does. It's going to do its own thing. So that means I can play that one on the long side if I can get the price that I want. Now with the future side of things, obviously with the bounce back up, we can fade. If we get the setup, great. That's an easy trade to kind of identify. The flip side is going to be what happens if it doesn't set up, if it takes off to the upside. That gets a little bit more complicated, right? That 55 break, not going to be helpful. I have nothing to work with. 80 break, that's something I can work with, because that means previous resistance, I can probably use as support on the break to the upside if we ever get around to breaking through this price point right here. So if we ever get to that 80 mark with decent strength going into the open and after the open, then I think we're going to blow up any sort of range break from yesterday and take a shot to the upside. So I'm preparing multiple scenarios here of what I can potentially do on this market. An accelerated move means potential longs on the table above 80. A move that goes up, that kind of tapers off a little bit, means a short. If the market just falls off, that means I'm going to have to step in underneath 3,800. So I've got 3 scenarios to work with, and that's it. That's if one of them falls in place today, great. If none of them fall in place and we just hang around 3830 and do nothing, then I guess there's no trades for now. But that's what I'm working with here on the S&P side. Pretty much the same thing as the NASDAQ as well. And then we also have nat gas on the table as well, below 460. And that one's still going. I need to see a bounce back up into 460 before I make a move on nat gas, because the trade on this is going to be against 470, which at 10 ticks per penny, which means 100 ticks on the risk profile, can get very expensive very quickly. So we do need to see what 460 has on the table in terms of resistance if we can get up there. If we're going to keep going and we break 450, and nat gas has a tendency to do this, where once it goes, it just keeps going, and that may be the case in today for today in nat gas as it heads towards 450.
That's the link to the watch list, guys. It comes to your inbox every single day. Sign up now, click that link, and have it sent to you daily. I use it every day to help me know what is going on in the market. All right, guys, let's get into the rundown. First and foremost is going to be the Tesla story. Of course, Elon Musk coming out and telling his employees, don't worry, don't be bothered by the stock market craziness. That's a quote. That is all the while Tesla shares have plummeted 42% in this month alone and are poised to close out their worst month ever. Having a look at Tesla today, you wouldn't be able to know it. Nice 6.5 point bounce off that kind of a flat day yesterday, you could say, guys. If we could look at a little bit of a pattern forming, yesterday was kind of the indecisive day. Could we see a positive day to the high side?
If Elon says not to worry about the craziness in the stock market, then I'm just going to go with Elon on that one. I'm kind of tongue-in-cheek turning it to the bull there. Tesla's up 6% already. And we kind of already...
Tesla is up 6% already.
Don't choke me up, man. If I laugh too much, then my cough is kind of still there, so it's kind of annoying. But yeah, look, it's at some point when you have a move like Tesla's had recently, we talked about this with RIVN or any one of these EV names, you're going to get some kind of relief bounce. And when I look at this, that 120 is going to stand out. I saw someone in the chat talking about 123 when looking at the hourly chart. A couple of ways to play this, and I'm going to probably go with all of them. I like 112. You guys know that. That's where we close. If there's a big dip, that's a significant move to try to go back from 6% to flat. So I feel like if it gets to 112, that's not going to be valid for me. I got to clean that wick at some point. But the 115, a dip buy in front of that makes some sense. Because we didn't clear through that resistance on the NASDAQ, taking out the top here is not something I want to do up that 7%. So I will look for a dip at the open. I got to get off that chart. There you go. I will look for a dip off that open. I might move it to 118 here, a little bit something higher. I do expect you can see some whipsaw action and maybe a rejection of these levels on the futures. And then I'd go for the long. I fessed up to this just now in the chat, but I just broke office coffee protocol, and I'm gonna out myself right now. For the next person in the office, and I apologize in advance, I did not fill up the water reservoir because we're live on air, so someone's gonna have to go and fill that. I know.
You know who it's going to be? It's going to be Randy.
Greg, I'm live, bro. Like, what do you want me to do here?
Randy's going to come hunt you down.
I don't want to spend the time to fill it, so this. I'm apologizing so that Terry Tate doesn't come out of nowhere and tackle me. I don't know if you know Terry Tate, the office linebacker. See, this is the problem. You don't know. Like, Shawn knows Terry Tate. Do you guys know Terry Tate?
Probably. A lot of them watch The Office. I just don't.
It's not.
We had this whole conversation.
It's not. It was a set of commercials. He's an office linebacker. Essentially, he enforces office protocol.
Oh, that's something different.
So if you kill the Joe and don't make some more, the guy comes out of nowhere and flying time. I would expect you to know that because you're a big football guy. Yeah. Anyways, I'm dip buying Tesla. That 120 off the open. If we're holding that and the Nasdaq's taking 10.9, I don't mind the 120 long. There's room to 23. I just don't want to have that at 8:30, 9:30.
Yeah. Well. When Elon says, don't worry, I guess people respect. I mean, at this point, it's not even a matter of what comes out of his mouth. It's a matter of just in terms of overall movement. If we've been moving down pretty much all day, I got to factor in realistic probability or what's realistic about what's been happening, right? Okay, we're coming to the end of the year. It's been selling off. There's got to be some portfolios that are sitting on a ton of losses here with Tesla in their holdings. Why not book some of those losses for tax purposes, right? So if you're going to book some of those losses, then you're long, you're going to be selling, right? So which accelerates the sell. So as soon as that stops, I would imagine that we're going to have some sort of a relief rally. It all makes perfect sense. Just so happens that it's timed pretty well with him saying, don't worry. So we had a sideways action yesterday. He comes out, says, don't worry. And now we're just trending to the upside. It all makes perfect sense until we break 130. If we can get 130 broken, then I would say that let me get a much larger chart in here. Let me get a
60.
60. Let me get the daily. Screw it. I'll just do the daily because once we can get this downward trend, which started all the way right here, I would say that breaks at 130. That would take out the gap and about 2 days worth of action. At that point, you could argue that leg of the trend is going to be done. So 130 to the upside needs to be broken if we're going to take a run and actually kind of rally up. Until that happens, I'm just going to say this is a relief rally. Trend is still in effect here on Tesla, and I'm just waiting for it to kind of set up in the zone here. We can either, preferably, if I'm using 130, I would prefer somewhere north of 125 for the fade. So this would be the easier fade, but I'm just, we do have a little zone here that could become a problem getting through 120. So I would prefer the short here. So if we're going to rally up, sure, let's use that rally, relief rally, and then maybe fade this and time this well with the market as well. Keep in mind, Tesla is the number 5 name or something like that in the indexes, in the NASDAQ index. So it is an index name that it needs to be looked at. So we'll see if we kind of can get going to the upside and work it with the index on the short side.
All right, guys, let's have a look at Taiwan Semiconductor today. Them coming out and announcing that they now are producing 3 nanometer volume capacity expansion at their Taiwan facilities. They actually project a $1.5 trillion creation of end products within 5 years. So let's have a look at what their stock is doing. Not really much. It's up 1.4% while the overall market is bouncing a little more aggressively. Having a look at some of their competitors here, yeah, look at NVIDIA bouncing almost about double what Taiwan has done today. Was this a sort of sell the news event, guys, or is there a play in TSM today?
I think the play might be in the other chips, but TSM gets interesting. It gets really interesting if it can actually hold $74. Like that was the floor for most of the last week, I want to say, and then you just dipped past it yesterday. So relative weakness, if it can clear that out, I think it's got some room. You could look at like a 75 break with a dollar stop if it goes higher. But you just mentioned NVIDIA. Well, I hit enter so fast that it was already on NY. But you just mentioned NVIDIA. This is really starting to go. If NVIDIA gets to 150, I just feel like that's got to be, there's almost no way that I'm not looking for short, and it probably starts at that 148 and then into 150. Like that's the channel. If I draw this now, it'll probably end up disappearing the next time I come back to it. But that's the channel of interest for me for a fade. Like there are still stocks that if you get high enough, it gets into that range, that's where I'd be looking for a turn. So it comes into this price, does not take out the top end, and then I'd look for a short somewhere in here. Once it's here and starts rolling over at 150, I'm shorting somewhere in that range, stopping out above 150, ideally breaking channel to the downside to start taking profit. Like, that's the way I would try to structure a short trade in NVIDIA, but you can't get there without a significant move up. That 142 was yesterday's high. It struggled at it. If it holds that at the open, I think NVIDIA's got room to run. Suddenly, if we dip at the open, you can maybe look at a 142.50 long with a stop at 144.75. Know that if it takes out that low after this breakout, you're probably headed a lot lower anyways, and I like that risk to reward. So I didn't have my bids out on this. I was bidding dip buy on Tesla and Meta. I'm going to throw it in there for NVIDIA. If I get that bid, I don't mind it. The other name, I'm going to be boring you with this one, but heck, until it stops working, I'm going to keep going back over to Intel. I don't know why the afternoon's not showing up for me here, but trust me when I tell you it got to 26.10 for 2 days in a row, or for several days in a row, and has been rejecting that area. So if we get up to that price, I think the short can be valid up into the quarters and 30s, and it's been falling ever since. So I still favor waiting for Intel to come to the upside, fade it tight to that 26.10 to 20 area, and then work that short into the downside. I'll be buying dips in NVIDIA, but I'm not dip buying on Intel. It's not going to happen.
It's crazy because I've seen this firsthand, Neil, going from a huge Intel guy to now completely against Intel and their foundry. You were banking on their foundry, right?
So here's the thing. From a day trading standpoint, like, I'm not one of those people. Like, in my long term, I own Intel. I will be buying probably more Intel somewhere in the first quarter of next year, if not second quarter. But I started that when they made the transition into foundries,
right.
And I'm like, okay, get 25% in, understanding that that's like a 3 or 4 year play. I don't think that's going to play itself out till 2025, their turnaround story. So I do believe there's going to be a point to buy. This year's been a terrible time to do it. I bought once in front of 25, and I'll wait until the next earnings before I do it there again. But for a day trade, like, just because I like the stock, I'm not going to sit here and say, buy Intel as it's going down. No, it's a short trending stock. I'm going to short it as a day trader.
Right.
Like, screw your damn pride and all that other nonsense. If something you own is going down and you're a day trader, your job is to make money as a day trader. So I'm shorting it. End of story. I'm not pretending or talking about how much I love the damn thing. Like, if you want to talk long term, I can give you reasons why I like the stock for the next 3 years and why I might be buying it next year. But this is about momentum, man.
You still believe in their foundry? Because I thought you changed your mind about the foundry.
No, I will admit this much, though. At one point, I was going to shift some of that to global foundries, and because I actually thought that Intel was a safer place to be than global foundries for that aspect of the play, and I was wrong about that. Global foundries actually held up a heck of a lot better than I anticipated. I was wrong about Mobileye as a spinoff. I thought Mobileye was about to go. I thought Mobileye would go to the teens and I'd be able to pick it up. That's been a very successful IPO, even a spinoff, even in this market. So it happens to you from time to time. I wish that I had held on to some Mobileye from its IPO. That would have been fantastic, anyone that bought it. But yeah, like, you have to be able to separate left brain, right brain. It's when you come into trading versus investing.
Yeah, definitely. Like, keep in mind, as day traders, we're trying to make trades throughout the day, but at the same time, could somewhat affect your long-term holdings. You just have to place that aside. In our case here, it's a compliance issue, so we can't even touch our long-term portfolios while on the show. So going back to TSM. Yes, trending down. Nice little breakdown through 74. Now coming back into the resistance level. That would be 74 to 74.50 and change. I would want to argue that 75 is available for the stop if there's a setup. But at the same time, this exactly isn't the chart that I would use. This is kind of an ugly chart, to be fair, to work with to the upside, or even just overall. I would rather not get involved in something like this. It's gone. There was a few times where it was good. Like that, maybe that break here around 74.5, 75.5, but ever since then, it's just gotten a little choppy. So I'm not going to touch this a whole lot, but I did notice in one of our chats, I'll talk about this, Hoth. I believe Sharif said FDA has signed off on their therapeutics trial application for skin cancer drug, and Hoth taken off here from 420 up to 8, and now working 8 and change. I don't really like chasing this too much. Not exactly my cup of tea. If we can develop some sort of a downward movement towards 7 and stabilize, I'm all for it. At 8, gets a little pricey. I think this is more up your alley on getting these high flyers towards round numbers.
Yeah, I think that the approach I want to do with this Hoth is yesterday on call. If you're looking to short this, I just went and paid for locates on it because it was like 8 cents a share, which is pretty reasonable. If it does the multiple halts to the upside, I don't think I want to short it unless it halts 2 or 3 times up and then starts to level off, and then that would be the place to look for a bit of a top. But as long as it's maintaining this breakout, I feel like it really would need to capitulate well beneath like 7 or 650 and looking at maybe even 650 before this one's done, trying for a bit of a rally. So when you look at that, like look how far this could come down. If you hold 650, then you're essentially holding the big level on the daily chart. That's more than a 10% retracement. So it could retrace 15%, still be valid for a consolidation long. So I don't necessarily want to short it just yet. I'll be looking for that consolidation long, if anything.
Yeah, guys, Hoth moving off news that the FDA has signed off their therapeutics trial application for a skin cancer, So that's, we know that's a big catalyst. Guys, it topped out, I don't know if Neil talked about this level here. I couldn't quite hear with all the background noise, but that $8 level seems to be interesting going back to October 21st. So I'll keep an eye on that one in case any halts come in. Next on the hopper, guys, is the oil slide that continues to plague energy markets as now China and the reopening and the cancellation of the COVID-0 policy has created demand concerns, essentially because Chinese travelers won't be traveling as much as a result. So having a look here at ZOM. ZOM not really moving on the day, 0.66 at the moment. Oxy not really doing much. You know these oil stocks, they tend not to move too much in the pre-market, but could we see a move after 9:30, guys?
Well, I think Arun will probably talk to the oil futures, which I'm assuming that's more his jam, I should say. But Oxy, it did not hold that 109. It was a good bounce play, at least initially when it broke that 109. Sharif is saying ZOM because I think it's a lot of fun to say, but that's just XOM, right? For anybody that, I think you guys have probably figured that. If we come to my chart, the daily here, the 50 period has been bouncing back and forth, but it was you had 1 day closing above and then immediately rejecting the 50. And then that resistance been giving you $2, $3 moves. So as long as there's any kind of a trend to the downside, yeah, demand's a concern. I think overall that could weigh on oil futures going into next year. I just want to play off of this 109. It's now about 109.30 or 109.20 or so that I think you have to give it to. And if it works to the downside, there's definitely room in the next couple of sessions to get back to support on XOM. So I want to be fading this one. I know the market's trying to rally here, but this seems like if we get anywhere near that 109 level, I just want to be shorting XOM. You can look at Oxy as well. It's just when I pull up to 2 and I have to make a decision which one I like to trade, it's just a very different story. Like Oxy, if Oxy was giving me a chance at 65 short, I'd be shorting in front of it. Oxy's in a bit of a breakdown mode here where you take out 61 and there's room into the downside. XOM, I get a chance to short off resistance. Oxy, I think you need it to have a bit of a breakdown. And then when I go to my 15, it's trading in the middle of this range. So it needs to clear out the bottom to continue going or give me a pop to go higher. So there's always a possibility I get stopped out of XOM at 109. Some of these names rally back, and then suddenly we're up at, if somehow Oxy gets up there, I'm looking for shorts in front of 65 even. But the first trade's going to be XOM for me.
Yeah, well, for me, it's going to be, obviously, I'm looking at crude, and man, crude, damn crude. I drew this trend line. This is the 30-minute chart on the crude contract, and I was like, okay, well, that seems like a trend. And they went up. They flexed a little bit. You're going to see a lot of this. When it comes to trend lines, you're going to have to time the trend line break along with the horizontal level. Otherwise, it's just arbitrary. So I would kind of use this as a guidance, not absolute perfect line to work with. And here we are coming up into 78, 20, 30, as high as 50, and just complete meltdown here in the last little bit as it's down $1.40. And it is falling in line. Essentially, we started the day off down 1% in crude. Now we're down 2.3 to the downside here on crude. It started at about 9 o'clock or so. So here we are moving down. What I want to do next now, as it comes on down, is going to be 77 even. What do we do once we get there? Do we get underneath? The low isn't going to be until 76, 79. So if we can get underneath 77 and stay underneath and take that low without completely rejecting it, then there might be some validity to the breakdown we're going to have here through 77. We tried it. Remember, that 77 break would also have taken out the low going back to the 22nd. So that is a nice little low area that we want to pay attention to, because if we can get underneath and stay underneath, there's going to be some resistance with previous support available to work with on the short side when it does bounce back up. So here we are moving down, respecting the trend line to some degree, it seems like. So crude may be on deck for a decent day to the downside. I mean, we're seeing nat gas going. Now crude might be joining the party here as we head on down towards that 77 mark.
Cala stop won't stop, guys. Cala still moving on news of a potential cure for persistent corneal epithelial defect, or PCED. The stock up 266% at its highs yesterday, making a bit of a move. It looks like yesterday's high was at 1750. We just broke it, but created a new high, guys, 1930. You've been seeing Neil trade this today, and yesterday you saw Shawn completely shun this one. Are we going to do anything with this one this morning, or is there a setup brewing? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Early on, I was kind of willing to give it to that, but I thought that was too wide of a stop. 20 is a big area to break to the upside, and then you could be an absolute runner. What I think sometimes happens here is, look, there's a reason it was on the watch list 2 days in a row. Like, if you ignored it yesterday, it was a great trade. What's going on?
Mike is...
No, okay. My mic's on, so hopefully this is going to figure it out. So I'm looking for it to hold the pre-market lows. If you missed what I was talking about just there, I think that's better risk toward a 20. However, I do believe sometimes when you have a pullback like this, and I'm looking at volume starting to taper off, see where Hoth is going right back into those highs. NUWE is coming in here. BXRX is coming in. Sometimes when you're the only thing going and you're the biggest name out there, there's more interest that drives it up, a little more squeezing. I don't want to say it's people pumping it, but let's be real about it for a second. Sometimes these start going, these low floaters, and it goes from one to the other. So I think there might be some trouble for Hoth.
It's going to halt. No, it's not going to halt.
So I feel like I'm kicking myself now, because it's like I was just talking about why Hoth might go instead of Cala here, and Hoth just broke 850. So I feel like people are looking at Hoth. That's a little bit more driven right now, and Cala's going to have some struggle at the open when other eyes. Someone told me to say eyes instead of eyeballs, so I'm going to try to do my best. If you guys like that better, I think it doesn't really matter. But I'll say eyes if you want me to. So the eyes are on Hoth. It just broke that $8 range. I think there's room to 10. If it gets through that price, then I'd start thinking about where it halts and where it shorts. Cala for now is on the back burner. I need to see it hold that pre-market $16 level before I get thinking about the long again.
I was thinking about the repricing of that long. We had it in the 18s when we got out at 18.25, and I was just like, okay, well, let's go. 17 was a target. And as we were moving on down, I was like, wait, there's consistent selling across the top. I'm like, there's no way I can go long into this. Shorts were, at the time, 20 cents a share. I was like, I'm not paying that. Well, I'm not paying anything north of free. So nothing happening there on the short side. But Cala is coming on down. There's some overhead selling. I don't like what I'm seeing here. That's why you don't see me long. That's why you don't see me entering in. I am drawing a few lines. Let's see how they respond after the open. I'm going to need some trading action here somewhere down here. I don't even care where it is, but somewhere through here, going all the way down to 14. If you can give me some stability, then I might join the party here. But right now, I don't like what I'm seeing on Cala as they sell through the top there. So a lot of sell-side action coming in north of 18 and continuing on down as we break that trend line here, it seems like. So 16 is next up. We may have an issue here with Cala's Cala stop, won't stop. Maybe it did stop. Who knows? 8:30. It might have. Yeah. We'll see after the open. We'll get an answer on that. But you know, Hoth is hot right now, and there it goes through that 8. I was hesitating a quick second there. It was like, oh, there goes the 8 one time. There goes the 8 the second time. I'm like, I don't know if I want to chase this one. And there it goes now at 860 to the upside. So a couple names that are hot right now that we can potentially look at.
Yeah, guys, you see Hoth, you see Cala moving, but there's also BXRX. This one's up over 75%. I'm not really able to find anything concrete on this one, so I would really be careful on this. But the volume is there supporting the move up. It looks like we topped out at that 443. This one is kind of slow a little bit now, taking a bit of a breather. Looks like the move got made around that 8 o'clock hour, guys.
Yeah, it is definitely taking a breather. When there's too many of these going at the same time, I let it sort itself out at the open. Like at the open, generally speaking, the one that's going to continue to go is going to be pretty clear. I'm not convinced it's going to be Kala anymore. And Hoth looks a little bit more spicy, at least in my estimation. I was just talking with Prad about Netflix here, and I want to get to. We have 5 minutes to go, but I wanted to get to Netflix. That broke 280. On the number there, the weekly jobless claims number. So a 280 break, and we're talking about the merits of a dip buy versus a breakout. I like the dip buy back into yesterday's close. Anything you can get, like risking $1 or $2 in that range, kind of gave you room into 284, and then maybe even higher. Now that it's made the breakout, I mean, the spread's still a problem with this stock in the pre-market. That's another reason not to like it. Now that it's broken that 280, it does set itself up for a 280 area long to the pre-market bottom here, and that could be worth it. I talked a little bit in our pre-market video about unusual put volume on Amazon, about 70% more than normal in yesterday's trade, so it was selling off. But Arun and I were talking about it. As tax loss selling ends, you get some sideways action and some bottoms that are getting put in some of these stocks, that 82 being one of them for Amazon. So I'm all over short 86 if we see it. That's $3 away. But if Amazon doesn't break the low, there's only one place to go. Double bottom 81.50. It's setting itself up for a chance to go 82 long in front of that 81.50. So I'll have a quick look-see at that one. So Tesla looks like it's going to be breaking a bit higher with 4 minutes to go. We're just going over some of the names here. I'm on the bid in front. I hate that wick. I'm on the bid in front of that pre-market low. I might amp up to 118 here at the open if we're still holding these levels. I just want to see, before I get involved in 120, I need to see this market and how it reacts to that 10.9. However, yesterday, Tesla was doing a pretty decent job of bucking the overall trend of the market when it was making its early move to the upside. That ended up getting faded about 9:45. So there's a window, if the market decides to go down, there's a window, I think, for Tesla in the first 15 minutes that it might buck that trend. It has not been able to do it forever. If this market reverses and never holds that 10.9, at some point Tesla turns into a bit of a sell. But it's the first place I want to be if this market maintains this breakout.
Yeah, going back to that idea of tax loss, right? It's well, settlement's T+2. So yeah. With 28th being 2 days before Friday, so as of yesterday, if you weren't doing a trade yesterday, or if you had done a trade yesterday, you're still in line for taking the losses for the year. As of today, nothing left, right? So there, essentially, any sort of tax loss selling is going to be done as of yesterday. So what you're seeing now is going to be a relief rally. It seems like, at least the way the market's responding to any sort of movement here to the upside. So a lot of the names that should have or have been taking a hit, Tesla, back towards 120, now towards 121. That's going to be a primary look for me here as we rally up here. This chart doesn't show it, but I think Tesla coming up strong right now and potentially getting into an area where we can work with on the short side. But again, that's like a $4 or $5 away before we can go. So keep an eye on Tesla. Some big names here making moves here back to the upside. Kala trying to make an attempt back towards 17. We'll see if that one holds going into the open as well as we have 2 minutes left. Let's take a quick look at imbalances going into the open. Nothing. I mean, 191 on the buy side, PBR, that's it. So we got nothing here on imbalances. So that's why I guess the market really doesn't really care a whole lot about what's going on at 925. To the upside we go. And is this right? Is this correct? PDD?
Yeah, it was just, how did you?
PDD. Yeah, PDD did fall apart.
I was just looking at Pinduo Duo myself there. I mean,
I had that on the list. That's
okay,
why.
yeah. So PDD, but it was 83.60 yesterday that it fell off an absolute cliff. I talked about the level, but I didn't get it. So when it broke down, I was trying to get that short. I did not catch it. That was right at 9:30. It looks like it's doing that again. I think anything beneath 83.5, it still sets up as a short. I do have NEO on my mind. If that can't take 10.25, I'm looking for shorts in front of 10.25. If it breaks that, I think you get out of Dodge. But PDD, once again, showing its weakness. I might just have to jump into this if it makes any kind of a bounce and see if I can't catch it here. If there's any kind of relief at the open where it does one of those shake you out, risking 50 cents to $1 is going to make some sense. With less than a minute to go here, enter twice. Hoth just pumped up to $9. This is, I think, the higher probability to have a halt at the open. I'm looking for a dip buy in Apple and Tesla. We'll see if we get the short up top side on Amazon, and of course Intel. We got Randy on the bell today. We're about 30 seconds to go. 2 trading sessions left. Maybe we're going to get that relief rally. 10-9 on the NASDAQ. That's what you want to be watching here. If we hold above that and start breaking away, I think you can only look 2-set upside and then make sure you're looking for that relative strength. We've got a couple of names in here for you guys. As Randy in 5, 4, 3, 2, and
there goes
and he's back to breaking our eardrums. Thank you very much for that one, Randy, as he enthusiastically rings the bell on this session. Bit of a wick top already here on Tesla as it tried to get to went to 121 there. Now you're starting to pull back. So if you get the harsh reversal, this would be the dip that I am looking for. I do have to go over to Pinduoduo because I'm looking for any kind of a pop that'll get me into this thing in front of 83 to 83.5. That's all I care about. Can I get a decent enough dip or bounce in PDD to get me into this trade?
Yeah, I saw that. Damn it. Hoth took out 9. Now it's going to 10.
It's halting up. Oh, my goodness, I missed it.
Oh, can we sneak in there? Come on, buddy.
Gimme, always gets.
Come on, sneak in there. Yet? Yeah, the reason we're not saying anything, we're trying to get some shares here before it halts to the upside. Still waiting. Nah, nothing.
You get no.
No,
I didn't get it either. Damn it.
Yeah.
When they went
up to that 9, when they went up to 9, barely broke it. They really struggled. Then back to 860, and then that snapback move. That was the time to do it. And I sent the order out. It was already at 920 by the time I sent the order out. Anyways, that's gone. Futures market hasn't done a whole lot. We're still looking to fade potentially if we can just get some sort of confirmation to the upside here. We'll get back to Hoth when it does open. Tesla, Tesla. I guess they did not like that. Here we go, making a move back. Is that right? Yeah,
it's right.
118.50. Yeah, well, a nice little $2 move to the downside. Down we come on Tesla. I guess that. I mean, it fits into where I wanted to work the potential resistance, but at the same time, like the trend is still intact for that overnight, multi-day, I guess, move to the upside. So for now, trend is still intact. It seems like to the upside, that relief trend to the upside, but we are hitting resistance. I assumed we would hit resistance here, but I would have preferred it much higher.
Just a little bit, because remember I was talking about stepping that one up into 118 on the open in Tesla? Well, for now it went 118 to 119. I got the quick little scalp trade in there. The question is, can it hold 117 next? When that happens, I'm always taking out more than half. Like that's a wick top. If it holds the bottom, fair enough, but the initial bounce, if it gives you the buck, always going to go ahead and take it. I do still like this one for some potential upside. By the way, Kala broke 16. So that one's, it's getting off my radar there. And that NUWE, oh goodness, I need a nickname for that. That's going into an up halt as well. I guess it's just one of these days. That just halted upside on NUWE. Hoth is halted upside. Now NUWE is halted upside. The market's reversing. I got the dip on NVIDIA playing in front of that 142. It's pretty simple. If we can't hold these pre-market lows, then I'm out of dodge. But when you get that whipsaw action, that's a $2 move off the open to the downside. If I'm risking here about 50 to 60 cents, once it gets above 143, I'm essentially getting 1-to-1 already if I take everything out. However, if I get out some in front of 1-to-1, and then overall get the rest out 43s and then 43.80 or so, then that's a successful trade. So these dip buys, you got to be careful. Intel never came in because obviously when the market goes up, it doesn't go far enough for me to get the Intel short. It's not quite there yet, but I'm not done with you. And Apple, this is another reason to be optimistic about this market today, even though you're starting to come back. Apple holding near these highs. It's a long way to go if it breaks out from here. 128.40 is what I got my eyes on. That was the afternoon high on Apple. I think once it gets through there, it can drag the rest of this market to the upside. But also watch out for those small cappers, guys. I only have 2 longs right now. Tesla's about 50 cents in the money. NVIDIA is continuing that little bit of a bounce off the open after that big flush. If it can clear 143, that's my next out.
Yeah, well, at least Neil's got something because the guy got nothing. Hoth. For anyone who's wondering, Hoth halted at 985, projected open right now, 1040.
Oh, for the love of
So another 55 cents. And it's not done yet. That number can change, obviously, as we get closer to the open. But as of right now, 1040 is a projected open once we do come out of that halt. Futures market still catching a bid. Looks like that trend's not done. We're still looking for potential shorts in the zone if we can get a reason to do it. That means Tesla, potential long, but we're too far away. So I'm going to have to look at some other names. We're looking at Apple and potentially Microsoft as well. Apple still running strong into resistance, can't do that. Microsoft maybe, the big dog in the NASDAQ now, still too strong mid-range. Can't touch this one either. So we're going to go to Sharif and we'll come back and we'll figure something out.
BXRX, guys, making a high of day here at 486. This one's got legs up over 110% now. Don't forget about this one, guys.
Thank you. There you go. That's what I needed.
So Apple did break their 128.40, and it's not an excuse. I got XOM, and I was adjusting my XOM orders. I got the XOM short there in front of 109. As this was making the move, so I did miss it. If it comes back in, I'll try to grab it. I do have NVIDIA. I do have Tesla. I also want to make sure I'm looking at that Netflix. Oh, my goodness. It was so close. Like, that dip down here got to 281.50, not quite to that 281. Now it's 285. So some of these dip buys gave you opportunities. Like, look how weak the bloody chips are. They gave you real opportunities to get in. Never really happened over there on Netflix. Adjusting back over to XOM in front of 109. It pops in. I just got 108.88. Sometimes I pick a price and it's just a little bit random, but actually it's not random at all. I just liked a bunch of 8s in there, the triple 8s account. So I'm going to get some bids if this can flush back in. I'm playing off the daily 50-period moving average on XOM. So if you're watching out for that, that is one of the reasons I'm taking that short. Yeah, you can pretty much forget about Apple unless it makes a significant dip back in. At 128.40, it accelerated through there. It's dragging the market. We're past that 10.9. Hopefully that means that bull is going to be in play. Hoth, I'm still waiting for the open there. We're also talking about BXRX. That's also going to be in a bit of a halt. So we're still maintaining a watch on some of those small cap names. Back over to NVIDIA. Got the second leg out there. Not a great start for the chips, obviously, but we like the dip buy to 142. We're able to get it breaking 143. If it can get to 44s, I'll be pretty happy here, understanding that this has not been nearly as strong as what I'm seeing, in the dip on Tesla, which is looking like it wants to get back into 120, and obviously what I'm seeing over there in Apple, which is now through 129 and gonzo.
All right. I finally picked up the the Kala trade.
Okay, I was looking to say, because Hoth is halted.
No. Hoth is still halted. 1054 is a projected open. I did pick back up into Kala, though. It's finally done what I kind of needed. It just did it much lower, which is great for me because the risk reward on this is now way better. Because remember, I'm looking for a 20 break. If I'm getting 16, putting it against 14, I'm getting a 2-to-1 payout. If I'm right, if I'm wrong, it cost me $2. Perfect. That's the kind of ratio that I want to play with anyway. So Kala kind of did this. Remember, we were looking at 16. 16 is a very obvious level too, right?
Yep.
It's very easy to see that 16 is going to make a difference. The fact that we snapped underneath, took out even 15, and then came back above, for me, that's just at a point where it's doing what it needs to do to push some longs off the table. So taking out a very easy read on a flat number, 16 even, and then it's just pushing a little bit further than it needed to go and then snapping right back. For me, that's kind of the trade I want to go for in terms of an extreme move to the downside. There was selling over the top. By this point, I would suspect it should be done. If it's not done, I'm wrong, obviously. But I think if I'm going to take a shot, I think this is the right price to take a shot at. It's going to cost me $2 if I'm wrong. And if I am wrong, then this probably ends the whole upward move in Kala anyway. So I think I'm okay with this. Right now, it's flirting around with 30, 40 cents out of the money. But again, 16, looking for a 20 break, 14, 20 or 14 break. That's it. I need one of the two areas to go. Otherwise, I'll be stuck in this one all day. But that's the read I'm looking for on Kala. And Hoth still halted here. I guess it's the 10-minute halt?
Yeah, 10 minutes.
Yeah, at 10:51 is a projected open now. So seems like 1050-ish seems to be the price that they want to kind of trade with. And the market's still going strong here. As you can see, decent buy-side action. So that means that Apple potential short is going to have to be put on hold here until we can get Apple slowing down through this zone. 131 is still the stop. If we can actually get Apple to slow down. For now, decent strength across the board here in the market. I mean, apart from Tesla, I guess Tesla's been having a rough go of it in the morning.
It's
not
trying
strong.
I was going to say, Tesla's trying to get through 120 here. Like, it just, wick high through 120.50, it got to 121, and now it's starting to get back into this range at 120. Typically, if you can't hold here, I think there's another dip buy coming. It is set up that way, and then there's always breakouts to be had. So I don't want to necessarily look a gift horse in the mouth. You guys kind of know that. When it's a good trend, you should always be able to find ways back into it. That dip has already been successful. If it can't hold here and you pull back into VWAP, I can reassess it. We're about a couple of bucks in the money, so I want to make sure we're powering up on this and taking out 121 cleanly. And then instead of looking for a trail, I'll be looking for places to add. I think there's room to 123 on this move. I just had this in NVIDIA, but watch out. Watch out for some of these longs. Apple just made its first turn here. That 128.40 break that I was looking at from yesterday afternoon, it just got right into this consolidation where it flushed out $1 higher and it's pulling back. So this could be a chance for me to get into Apple, but also look for some profit taking if the other names start coming back into the downside. I got no shorts on, which I suppose is a good thing because this market, we're headed upside. We turned it to the bull, we got the bull, and no, I did not grow a beard and duplicate myself. Whoever said that in the chat, that's Arun. He's filling in for Shawn. And HARP is going to be open in about 30 seconds. So as I'm managing and sort of holding on to the winners to the short side, to the long side, I should say, HARP indicating 1093. Man, that was a big miss there. Tried to get some shares in there before it halted. Thought that you get long in front of 10, you don't have to worry about the breakout. Now all of a sudden you're looking at about $11 that it could open up in the next few seconds. I just got NVIDIA, 143.77. That's going to be a nice little winner. HARP is crazy. That just opened up and hit 11.77, immediately halting again. Yeah, so this is, see this? Hands off on this stock. It was at 9 break. The other way I'm going to play this, you had to have it here, you had to have it here. Once it's now halted, maybe the third time, I'm just going to start looking for shorts because I'm not chasing consecutive halts. Yeah. I'm not going to do it. That's not in my game plan, so I'm not going to do that trade. The dip buy in 142 on NVIDIA, there's 144. I'm out, in and out like an absolute bandit. Same thing with Tesla, opening range, double top at 121. Give me 122s, I'll take my $2 and run. I would much rather look for a re-entry into this trade, either dipping into VWAP 119 or letting it take out 121 and show me that there's some conviction in this move above the 120 level. That has yet to happen here. And if you're looking at Apple, I just thought we're about to get a real chance for a dip. It's right back at the high of the day. This is dragging everything upside with it, and that means, yeah, there we are. We're broken through the high on Amazon. That does engage the possibility for a long. I'm still shorting Amazon at 86 if I get it, but this is now broken 83.25. We talked about all the unusual put volume in that yesterday. Well, today is a different day.
Someone please give Neil some shorts. This is not that kind of show.
What are you talking about? Oh, you mean I'm supposed to short? Like, why do I have to short stuff every single day?
No, actual shorts, like clothing shorts. Yeah, that's the game the chat is coming up with.
You wouldn't see it if I wore shorts anyways. You can't see.
Yeah, I mean, you don't know. He could be wearing shorts now, maybe not. No, who knows?
It's December in Canada, dude. I mean, hell no.
I mean, that doesn't stop some people. Let's just
No. Well, you're right about that. I saw someone in shorts last week. There's Canadians that'll just be like, yo, look how crazy I am. I'm like, you're not at a football game, man. You don't have to prove how tough you are in like the minus a million weather wearing short sleeves and shorts. That's just, I don't get that nonsense. Like, what are you trying to prove to people? You know you're freezing your ass off. I don't get it. But I'm now in Amazon. I'll give it to 83 if this market continues to break. Tesla's still holding above 120. I'm looking for entries there. HARP.
PDD bouncing
We'll see where it goes. I just got PDD here.
Oh, you got the long.
Because I'm still, no. Pinduoduo, to me, if it's beneath 83.60, then I'm really looking for the short. So I waited until it got to pre-market lows here to short it off the pre-market high. And even if I get stopped out there, then all I'm doing at that point is looking back to that 83.60 level that I liked yesterday. So I'm taking 2 shots at this to the short side.
On PDD on the short side?
Yeah, Pinduoduo.
Okay, I'm actually looking at the long.
Oh, yeah, well, look where it just went. It just went like $3.
I just think that, like, with the strength of this market and the fact that it's backing off these 81s, I was keeping an eye on these 81 halves anyways. So the fact that it's actually willing to bounce that hard off the 81, or 80 halves, all the way back to 82 and change, I'm actually going to throw, I actually did throw in a bid here close to 82, see if I can't play along here on around 82 going down towards 80 even. Obviously, with it being at 82.65, it's way too far for me to get that fill. But it does seem like there's going to be some decent strength here in PDD.
Pinduoduo.
Yeah, PDD. Kala, nope. I guess they're not done selling. I guess this is going to be one of those It could be, it's most likely looking like it's going to be one of those trades that's not going to work out here as it kind of completely continued. It tried the 16, tried going up one time, and then got more selling done off the top, and here we are down at 14.5. If we get underneath 14, I'm out the door here. And PDD, damn, slow down, please. Let me get a chance at getting some fills here. And for anyone who's in HOTH and you want to know the projected open, as of right now, 12.13 is the projected open, which is about...
Is it a 20-minute halt again? A 10-minute halt?
Probably. The last one was 10 minutes, right?
Okay, we'll see.
So, I mean, from right now, it's about 30-cent premium. Remember, the last one, when we closed at 9.85, was about 50 cents. And I think we opened at about 60 cents higher. And now this one's projecting about 30 cents higher. So the spread is starting to close up a little bit here on that gap open. But crazy things have happened. Remember, these numbers change right at the end as we get closer to the open. So that one's still on deck for a run up. Futures market, remember, 55 is like the top end where I would say, you know what, no more looking for shorts on this rally. Pretty close, I would say, as we are close to taking out that top end level. If we can rotate here, great. If we can't rotate, that idea is out the door until we get into that 38.80 area. So for now, I've got that one short that's not working out. I'm trying to get a fill on PDD. If we can come on down, remember, I'm talking about the 82 long against 80 even. And then there's a few alerts that I got to go through here. Baba's another one that's on deck here above 82. Yeah, go ahead.
Just a couple of things quickly, not to interrupt, but there was just a breakout at 121 that I had. I like the breakout at 21s on Tesla. I gave it back to that 50 just for the breakout trade. That's a very different than a buy the dip. I want to be in and out of it relatively quickly. It does not hold the first time. Second time through, I think it's usually a bit of a stronger move, so I don't want to be done with this just yet. Apple's also coming back into 129. I want to see if I can pick that one up on a dip. But Tesla probably is going to be VWAP or hold above 121 for re-entry. There was a wick top on XOM, just to update you on a few things here. There was a wick top on XOM that stopped me. Whenever that happens, if you reclaim the resistance level and then give me a chance to short the same area, all I'm going to do is jump back into the trade as... Oh, did I miss HOTH?
HOTH is halting down. It just halted down. It opened somewhere above 12, and then now it's at 1086.
Oh, I hate this stock.
This is going to fall apart because it's
now it's going to.
It halted at 1086, and the projected open is already below $10. So that was a fun ride. It was a quick ride. But
it's so quickly. That's why you don't chase it. You can't chase it.
No, you can't chase it.
If you get the first halt or the first break, that can be a good trade. But if you chase it higher, sometimes it halts a couple times upside, maybe 3 times. Other times, you always run the risk of getting caught in a move like this because you can open up, like it's saying 10, but you can open up and be at $9 in an absolute heartbeat. I got to go back onto what I'm actually in here. So I got Amazon 83 stop. As XOM comes back in with a 90 short area, I got to be thinking about, just like before, the 50s, going to get some out in front of the 50s. And when you like a price level on a stock, you don't want to just get away from it because you take a hit. If it sets up again, then I'm just going to take the trade. That's what it's all about. Like you got a good setup, you take a good setup, and then you worry about the rest after that. I see you, Beat Fanatic, talking about SoFi, high a day. I like to dip into 423, I remember that, but I'll take a look at that in a quick second here. But Apple's starting to come back. I'm going to cancel them. I don't need bids at 126. That's a waste of time here on Apple. So I'm going to get rid of that. No chance we're getting a dip by that deep. Well, low probability we're getting a dip that big. But if we can get something in front of 128.5 in front of VWAP, I still like Apple to the long side. It is only Amazon I'm now long. That was the last break. I've got an offer on this thing that I'll probably leave in there all day because if it gets to 86, I do not want to miss that opportunity. But you're getting a consolidation off this 83. And we'll see if it makes another leg higher. But it has to break this channel for me to get anything out. 83.50's got to go. Then I'll start getting out in front of 84. I think that's a good upside for Amazon here. I don't know why I can't get any fills in Intel. It's going up. It's getting close. I want to short it, but it's not quite at my price area where I want to enter the trade. So still waiting around for that Intel short. At some point, this is going to hit me with this strong market.
Going back to a name that's moving, and I was meaning to talk about this because we got super chat about it, and then I just got lost in call it and HOTH. TGTX, man, it's making a move. It got on my radar because of the super chat. Thank you. Decent news. Apparently, I don't know the details. He did list the details about the no offering, and if you can just put that again one more time, because the super chat's gone now. But anyways, regardless of all the details there, 10 even. Look at that. As this has been sitting around 9 for a little bit, now finally making a move. We haven't been here since that little open sell-off-ish, whatever. And then here we are kind of going through to the upside. If we can get going through 10, I want to participate in this. This is kind of consolidated pretty well for us to get going to the upside. So let's see if 10 even goes, and if that's the case, then we might jump on board on this one as well. For now, though, it is taking its time through 980 and change. There we go. No offering because of the cash reserves, good performance, and coming to the market in 2 months. Okay. I mean, it all sounds pretty good. That means if that is the case, we should get through 10 even. Remains to be seen, though. I don't know why it's struggling as much as it is, but there could be a lot on the table here. There's a lot of volume. So, well, 5 million shares.
Whoa!
But what is this?
No, there was just another spike to the upside. I just got stopped on a big wick there on PDD as everything sort of jammed to the upside. Apple just bounced off. I got to get some Apple here. Off that 129. But there's another thing I wanted to mention. I don't know if you said this, Arun, but the next level up, like this 11,000 on the futures, we get to that level, I think there's going to be an opportunity for another kind of pullback. We rejected 10.9, and then that 11,000 is the next level into the upside. But I just got my stop run on PDD, and I'm not going to forget about the fact that it ran my stops yesterday and then ended up being the best short out there. But I just picked up some Apple. Amazon did give a big spike there, got through 83.50, and then immediately retraced. So I'm going to get a leg out here in Amazon in front of 50 just to make sure I'm banking something. And then if it pulls back into 83, it gives me some room to rinse and repeat. I just want to err on the side of caution as we get to this 11,000 level. XOM missed me by 3 cents. So usually when that happens, I kind of say to myself, let's just get in front of that price area, just adjust it by a little bit, give up maybe like 5 or 6 cents to get something out inside of the range, and then if it falls further, look for 108.30 or something along those lines. I don't want to ignore, like HARP is going to be open soon, and I'll talk about it when it gets there. But NIO broke 10, got to 10.25. If you remember, we're talking about this in the pre-market. 10.25, that is yesterday's high. So a bit of a failure off of yesterday's tops. If it can't get through that, I think it's still a bit of a short. I'm out of PDD, but NIO giving that respect of that yesterday's top. I'm going to get into that one. I just rang the register on XOM. NEO is the new trade off of yesterday's highs. You got to have a plan of action so that when you get to resistance, you know the stock you want to pull into. One of them was Intel. Why the heck did I not get filled short in Intel? 1 cent. I missed it by 1 cent. Oh, you got to be kidding.
Yeah, that happens way too often.
I'm just going to get some in here, just so I'm in this position.
Yeah. Okay, futures market. Let's take a quick look. Remember, 55 is the level I gave you guys. Market's still respecting 55, so I'm still potentially, it seems like, I guess that short idea is still holding on by a thread, but it's still there. 55 was meant to be the top end of the level. That's the 5-minute chart. It is coming off now. We snuck above. Like, I don't care if the market wants to sneak a few trades in above. We got as high as 55.75. That's fine. That's okay. But it does seem like it wants to respect it. Okay, that's good. Let's see how much we come off of here, if we are going to come off at all from these 55s. If we can get, I would say, if we can get back underneath 40-ish, that should kind of confirm the direction that I want to play, which is fade through this area if I can actually get a reason to do it. So for now, 50, it is backing off through 50s. Great. Respecting the 55s, great. Just give me a little bit more, and then I can jump on board on the short side. Going back to PDD, and PDD is getting messy. I don't even know what, like this is, no. I want no part of it.
It did this at the open yesterday.
And let me see what it did afterwards.
And then flushed.
Oh. No, it didn't do that.
Oh no, sorry, 2 days ago. That was not yesterday. It was a couple of days ago, where it ran a bunch of stops. It was 2 days ago. My bad.
Okay. Sharif.
So Pinduo Duo's done it to me again. Look, I say this all the time. When you're shorting, sometimes you've got to be willing to make the top wick. If I don't have a stop at all, I'm kind of punked. I said if it's beneath 83.60, I want to be short the name. It's beneath 83.60. There's the drop. But sometimes you're just in a little bit too early and you allow it to roll over. New approach. If you ever hear me say that I want to short Pinduoduo off a high on a spike like this, I want it to actually run the stop first and then get into the trade. Because that's been like a couple of days in a row. Well, not yesterday, but 2 days ago. That's exactly how that trade worked out. Beyond Meat here, it's got to garner our attention. What's on the NASDAQ, Neil? It's got to garner our attention here. I'm going to respect the fact that it's got a bit of a short interest, so you know it can squeeze. The market's squeezing higher. And sometimes you just want to join the party and then work it. It's $14 where I think it's an obvious area of resistance where you can start to think about those shorts. So until it gets to 14, I will be thinking about where can I join that long. I want to see it settle down a bit, but 14 is an obvious place that I want that short.
If you guys are wondering why Sharif's mic was muted, it's because of Fahad. He's always talking trash. So
I don't know what's going on.
Sharif has to mute his mic, and then he throws him on the spot, and then he starts talking, and then he forgets to turn it back on. So Fahad's throwing excuses in my ear about how it's all Sharif's fault. Sharif, do you want to take another run at that news that you had there?
Yeah, guys, BYND not moving up on any news, but definitely a nice move up now 14.5%. It had retraced to that 1280 when I came to you guys initially. Now breaking through that high of day. It's supported by quite a bit of volume. Again, if I get anything news related or catalyst related, I'll bring that to you guys. But right now, just a move up.
Okay, so I actually didn't realize you guys didn't hear Sharif. With the Beyond Meats thing. I didn't know the catalyst either, so obviously I'm having to look at that as well. Just want to alert to a couple things. I'm trying to get a dip buy in Amazon. You can see that there. XOM just came right back to entry. I want to rinse and repeat this. We broke VWAP. I got one fill out. If it rolls over with a bit of a lower high, I don't think I need to be that greedy about price in XOM 109.10, because if we put a little bit of a head and shoulders off this resistance, and the daily chart matters more, but you could look at the afternoon tops where I wicked out. If you put in a lower high, I'd like to be able to add in front of that in addition. So let's get an order out there. NEO was the new position that we put on there after what happened in Pinduoduo. See the difference here? And I should get something out in front of you up on NIO. But see the difference in trade in Pinduoduo, how we're shorting it versus NEO in there. Take a little bit of a win as it's trending up, super strong. Let it break. Let it find resistance, and then when it gets to resistance, short it on the way down. Be willing to miss the trade to make the trade, because you can get a nice little win here on NEO, or, and I'm going to show you what happened to me on Pinduoduo, or you can try to get cute about knowing where you're going to get in early, taking it, getting stopped out, and then missing a nice dollar retracement there because I was worried about getting into it too early. So that's just a bit of quick review on a trade where I lost, and then a reason why you can take a similar trade and then it's going to win for you guys there. Hoth is continuing its melee or nonsensical trade. Opens down, hits $9. It's trying to get back into the upside. If this is going to be a short from that capitulation, then I feel it should not be taking out previous halt levels. So I see that 11 level, and I'm kind of looking for anything that I can get in front of it. I haven't checked out NUWE or BXRX because I've been kind of busy with some of these bigger cap names. But a Hoth, I felt like once it halted and gave you a bit of a short, I wanted to take a shot at it, but only when it either halted upside, halted to the downside, after a couple of up halts, or gave me just a ridiculous level like $15 or something along those lines. I'm now short at the 50. I'll give it to 11. If it gets to that previous halt, that's 985. I think that's better than 1-to-1 there. So I'll take some out in front of 10 because that makes some sense. Hold for beneath 985 and then work to VWAP at 9 even. So that's the risk reward I'm working with on Hoth.
Yeah, you may have seen a PTD flash on my screen here. I was long for a quick bit around that 82. That's an old order that I was trying to get filled, and obviously it came out from that 83 mark when it kind of snapped through the high, or at least the pre-market high, and then kind of came right back down. I got in and I was like, no, I don't want this, because I was looking at between PTD and BABA. I was like, okay, I got to take one of the two. I can't take both. And then I want the stronger one, and what does BABA do? It just keeps going. And PDD's coming off the top. So I was like, okay, well, I don't want the PDD long if I know BABA's strong, and the futures market's taking out 55. So I know that the idea of potentially finding shorts is off the table at this point. So I I'd rather catch bids on a drop here on BABA, the stronger name of the two. So now we've kind of fully rotated over from, hey, maybe we can fade some names to let's find some dip buys. I need some dip buys to get going here on the long side. Now that I have the direction, Neil's whispering Apple running into resistance. I don't know if Apple's the name that I want to go after for a dip buy. I don't know how I feel about going short or going long if the market's coming off of this 129 into 130 area. So I'm not going to touch that one. We are still in Kala. Kala's doing Kala things, I guess, here as it flirts around with 15. Remember, we're long above 16, but it's all over the place. It's gone as low as 14.20, back towards 15. It's doing its own thing here. We'll just leave it alone. Let it take care of itself. Remember, the risk reward was 2-to-1. If we take the $2 hit, we take the $2 hit. But if we are right on this one, it should go back towards 20, right? If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But let's take a quick look. I've got TGTX as well, potentially not setting up. Okay, this is a comparison. I mean, that's pretty close. That's pretty close, actually. I didn't think he grew it out this long. But
I actually think I see it, man. Yeah. I see it.
Now I see it because I'm thinking compared to like when he was playing, and he was a pretty clean-shaven guy. So I was like, I don't see it, but now I kind of see it. I guess it's the retired Kobe, I guess. But yeah, rest in peace, Kobe. One of the greatest players to do it. Anyways, going back to the market side of things, how do I figure out the longs? I'm still going through the list here. I got a few names that have gone off in terms of alerts. LI, why is LI? I stopped trading LI a very long time ago. It's all Neil's fault. I think
it's not my fault.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, before, I know we're going to go to Sharif for some breaking news, but I just want to say Hoth here, I did get that second leg out. Look, this stock is run cold. It's run as cold as the planet Hoth after those halts to the downside. But if you're not going to get that first move in here, I remember I talked about it'll be difficult, and I believe I'm wrong if it takes out that reopen halt high. Well, I'm playing inside of the range. I got the short in front of that halt high, played it inside of the range that it put in. Now if it breaks 9, I can hold to 750, hold to 8, but I know where my stop out is going to be. I know where I'm going to be wrong. It's about the structure. It now can't turn into a losing trade unless somehow I miss my stop, but you got to have an idea of how to trade these safely when they're going from halt to halt on low liquidity, on a low floater. Hoth up 140%, but there was a nice structured short out there for us. So with that, oh, there we go, right into it, right in.
Action-packed morning, guys, happening now, brought to you by Chart Prime. Chart Prime offers top-notch indicators that automatically find chart patterns, support and resistance zones, and pivot points, and many more to add to your trading strategy. So let's get right into it here, guys. American markets up well on the day. S&P up 1.3%, led though by the NASDAQ 1.82. Lastly, the Dow seems to, the blue chip names not having as much upside as some of the more riskier names. Where are we here with Canada? Yeah, 0.67 to the upside. Not really much happening else outside of North America. Let's get to what's happening now. Hoth, you've heard it all morning. It's up huge, 136% on the day. You see Neil trading that to the high side, the downside. In case you're just joining us, the news is based on the FDA acceptance of their application for a trial for skin cancer. We'll have a look at that chart in a second, but Apple also finding a bit of a bounce to the high side. I wonder if this has something to do with investors buying in after the tax loss harvesting deadline. And Tesla up to the upside as well, as Musk tells employees not to worry, and obviously the stock bounces. Let's have a look at Hoth here quickly. Looks like we're holding that 10.5 consolidation sideways. Keep your eye on that 988 level. That's the first halt level. I love to play the halt levels on these guys. Look for a couple of bounces off there if possible. Apple off its highs, guys, 128.5. It looks like we almost made it up to 130 there, but still up 2% on the day. And last but not least, Tesla. Yeah, it had that nice move to that 118. You saw Neil take that long, and nice bounce almost up to 122. Now seeing a bit of a retracement in, guys.
Yeah, Tesla coming back in a little bit. I still like the chance that you can still trend to the upside. It needs to put in a higher low at some point. I'm looking at that 119, 120 area. Just to give an idea, Apple here, it's still up 2%. I'm finally into this thing. If you remember in the pre-market, I was sort of talking about, I should have had this when it broke, but 120, this is 128, that's 128.40. You can kind of see that 29.30 where it's turning around here. If we play back in, that 128.40 is kind of what I want so us to bounce off of. If we don't bounce off that, then I got to respect the fact that you're trending down a little bit too far here for the bigger end play, which would be working all the way back into 130. So I'm trying to give Apple some room. I'm trying not to add to it unless it bounces off that level first. Amazon is holding up a little bit better. You can see it's almost like barely moving here on the 15-minute. So I got to go over to the 3-minute for you guys. One move after breaking the quarters into 50s. Now I'm just looking to see if it can hold VWAP in here. I'll look for a reload on that. I am short in Intel, obviously, as that just got into that 26.10 area, exactly the same high as yesterday. I want to play it to VWAP because, hey, it's trending to the upside. That's an upward trend. Not going to ignore that. So I want to place them out in front of VWAP. If it breaks the trend, then I'd work. I'm not taking anything out between 90s and 85. I'll get a couple legs out here. Once you break that, it's like, now wait for 80s because I think you're going to get 80s. It just gave me my first fill. So once again, we're throwing down the spike on Intel shorts. I want some advice, by the way. I need to know if I should start Hassan Haskins, Derrick Henry's backup. I'm in the finals. The guy that owns Henry didn't even have Haskins, so I picked him up. Kamara's questionable. It's like start him or an injured Lockett or Jahan Dotson. I'm thinking I should just go with Dotson, but if you guys think Haskins is worthwhile. They're playing, who the hell are they playing this? Tennessee versus the Cowboys. Oh, Cowboys D? Maybe I should steer clear of that one.
Yeah. I don't know
Cowboys got a good
that's
D.
That's not the time.
Yeah, there goes Apple. I took my swing. Looks like we'll have to get out of that one. It just broke channel down. If it can bounce off the pre-market lows, like I liked it to 128.40. Once it broke that amount, if it can bounce off pre-market lows, it's another $1 down. If it's going to be a bull case for the stock, it's got to hold that anyway, so I'll just wait till it gets down to that level. Suddenly it's only Amazon long, and then the two shorts, XOM, that just came right back in to those highs. So I got one leg out, 180.60. If it takes out a fresh high, I'm out. Lower high, that's where I want to add back into that trade. B-Fanatic says Hassan Haskins is a beast. I know, I like that. I'm a Michigan State fan. The guy played at Michigan, and I saw him a few times, and I was kind of impressed with him as an overall back. So I thought he would be worthwhile, but if you guys say otherwise, then I'm inclined to necessarily agree with the defense there and go with play your studs is what they always say. Stick to your lane. Play your studs. Maybe I'll go with that. Amazon did not give me the dip. How do I get stopped out of Apple and Amazon doesn't give me the VWAP dip buy? That just tells me that maybe Amazon's got some relative strength. Go figure. That one doesn't make any sense to me, but that's what the market's telling me.
I mean, everything that you thought was going to go down is going up, and everything you thought that should go up is not going anywhere.
Where's Kala?
All right, Square is another name that is popping up here on my radar. Okay, nice little break of highs. 6150 was the top end of the range here, going back a few days, all the way till about 22nd, 23rd, when we kind of started setting it up. So the fact that we're getting back above makes me think, hey, do we have a chance here at 63, at 63.5, which would be the next target? Potentially. I'm trying to get my hands on some longs. I'm just debating. Right now, the order sits closer to 61 than it does to 61.50. But depending on how the next little bit plays out, if we start making a move back up, I won't wait till 61. I'll just step up and take it close to 61.50, and we'll just put up the risk here below 61. But for now, we're just going to kind of wait a little bit. I want some more clarity on how this market wants to play the 61.5. But I do like the idea of potential range break, multi-day range break high on Square to the upside. Futures market taking a sweet time, but still heading on up towards 60 now. A nice little trend to the upside. And William James, thank you for the super chat. He says, thanks for the knowledge and a better year. I wish you all for a profitable new year. You as well. We all, for everyone that's watching, we all hope that you guys have a great year, learn a few lessons here, at least watching our show, and I'm sure other things as well, and just educate yourself, right? As a trader, you got to constantly, keep up with the markets and always be on the go and improve yourself. As the markets adapt, you got to adapt too, and I think that's all we're trying to do, just kind of keep up with the market. So hopefully next year, 2023, much better year than this year has been, but this year's been quite, for day trading, yeah, I think it's been quite active.
That's all you want.
That's all you want. You just want activity. I mean, as a day trader, you play both directions. I know some of you guys are long only, and it may have been tough to catch some longs here as the market was trending down all year. But as a day trader, we play on both sides of the market, right? So for us, volatility is king. And we've been getting some decent volatility moves. CPI's been nuts. Any sort of number in the last little bit when the Fed's been paying attention has been nuts, and I think that will carry into next year as well. So hopefully it carries on and volatility keeps on going and we can make some more money.
So I just got Southwest, so hopefully this short gives me some love. As it's getting back to the upside. I said I will take it, shot at it. Maybe the third time is going to be a charm. This is the third time that I am short this thing 3 days in a row, but this time it's a little bit stronger. Oh, no, wait a minute. That's a bad stop out. Oh, I hate when you do that. So if you get a bad stop, meaning you misenter your price, just get right back into the trade. There's always liquidity at prices like that. So I just had a bad trigger. It did not take out the quarters, so I want to be right back into it. Has not taken out the quarters. I should not be out of it. Tesla's still going, but I got to go to Netflix. This one's going to suck. I don't. If you heard in the back, you probably didn't hear Prad in the background, but he was groaning. I'm groaning. Netflix is now at 290. The problem with this is once you've missed out on the long here, it's like, give me a break, right? You know, Tesla was okay, Nvidia was good, did not get into Netflix, and now you're already playing back him into 290. The issue becomes we're at 11,000 now in the future. So like that really just sort of sets up for looking for a short off the 11,000 level when another stock gets to resistance, which is Netflix at 290. That is what it is. That 280 break happened on the number, but it was probably still valid if you could have bought the dip. I missed it by about 50 pennies, so I really wasn't that close to catching the bid, as we're going right back to Sharif.
Yeah, guys, Meta, the strongest of the bunch this morning, up 3.67%, breaking through that 117 like it's nobody's business. 119 and a half now, guys. Do you guys see a play on this one?
On Meta?
What do I like on Meta? I really like my notes.
Here, I'll take a look at Meta. Someone's saying, Arun, get in the game.
Oh, 115.
It's just how I trade. Sometimes there isn't a whole lot that I can do in terms of what sets up for me. So that's why you see me fairly quiet. I'm still holding on to Kala, but it's been doing what it's been doing all day. Here's the issue with Meta I have. It's coming up, but 120 is not too far away. 120 has been an issue in terms of resistance. We kind of cracked it a few times close to the 21st. I think we're going to need to clear at least 121 to be a clean break here above this multi-day range. You can see it too. This is a 30-minute chart. Ever since we had that one day where we went up aggressively and then trended down, and then from that point on, we've just been range trading, a wide range nonetheless, but it's still been a range here. So 121 to the upside, 112 to the downside, wide ranges. Let's see what this market does. It's already close to that 120. Let's see what it does when it actually gets to 120. I think that's going to be the indicator here. If we get above 120 and start, just crack above and then completely fall off, that's going to be a range top short. As long as the market also cooperates, then great. If it doesn't and it actually accelerates, 121 break could be a great trade. It probably would have used all its bullets today trying to go up, so I probably wouldn't chase the long, but it would set up a multi-day break that you can probably pick up tomorrow when everything's settled up for today. So I would keep an eye on that 121 to the upside. It's going into resistance, but I mean, everything's going into resistance, right? They went from one resistance level because of how yesterday traded. It's going from one resistance level to the next resistance level, and you have to find a way to get along if you are willing to go long somewhere between the two resistance levels. And that's where I'm kind of stuck here, where I want to go short, but I can't go short because the market's too strong, but it's also nowhere near any sort of support levels I can work with, so I can't go long. So here I am playing Kala out $1.45 at the moment.
Tesla.
Yeah, Tesla's an option as well. Up 7% on the day. Oh, look at that. That trend line somewhat held up after that initial move through 120. Coming right back down to 118. Right back we go to 121. I guess we're going to continue this trend line. This is a 30-minute trend line, and we're respecting it. Apart from that 8 a.m. flush, you can ignore that tail because that is an 8 a.m. flush that really didn't happen because of the dark pool prints. But here we go. Trend line continues.
The way I see that gives you an entry at 120. Like I'm looking at what happened in Apple, and it's like the dip buy was probably a little more valid or clean in Tesla. Apple is looking like a re-entry point for me. I got out. I'm actually looking to just get right back into it because I don't think we can. If we break 11,000, Apple's going to come with us. It just I can't see us being this strong without Apple participating a little bit better. But Tesla, that looks pretty valid off that 120. It's going to be a better area that if you break trend, we're going to know where you're going to be wrong. But as you get to that 11,000, like where I'm going to be at, which is shorting in front of some of these things. Like I picked up Love. XLM's different because it's oil, but Neo, Intel, I got one leg out at VWAP, and now we're retesting that high in Intel, so that's coming back into play. NIO is right up at that high. I waited till it made the top and then got it on the way down back into VWAP, so I'm kind of doing the same thing here, like not reloading until it tops out. Gives me a bit of a consolidation. I can short on the back end, and I want to work to VWAP as well. But you're trending to the upside. If 11,000 goes, a lot of these are going to get absolutely taken out. A lot of strong names out there. One that I got away from was NVIDIA. That's about to take out these highs. I pure scalped the 42 into 44 to take a couple of bucks, because at 9:30 that's what I like to do, and then say, okay, what does it do with that channel? It rejected the high, held the previous out at 44, and now it's breaking out. So now there's another trade setting up here, which would be play it into this. If it cannot take the high when 11,000 comes, then play it back in, jump on the 144 dip buy on NVIDIA, and if the party wants to continue, there's room to 150 on it. If it's going to be a good trend, there is lots of room. 148 to 150 was the channel I drew, which for some reason is now gone off this chart, but it was 148 to 150 that I thought would be the short area for me on the stock. You got $3 or $4 till you hit that price.
Yeah, I see the guys in the chat talking about it, and because of the super chat, we were looking at it earlier.
Which?
TGTX finally took out 10. It went as high as 1020, but the real indicator of the strength of this move is going to be what happens when it actually comes down back to 10 from the sell side. Obviously, when it breaks through 10, everyone's buying, right? I want to see what happens when we come down to it from the sell side, because that'll tell you how strong this move up it really is. Is it just a run on stops? Is it just people chasing for an even dollar break? Or are we actually going to continue on up? Because of how long we've consolidated, I'm looking for the breakout play. So that's why you see me long. There you go, $10 on the dot to the upside. We'll see how this one plays out, but I am going to give it a chance to breathe here a little bit as we have that high target here, 1147. What is that? 1148 is the high from yesterday. So maybe that's a target to the upside, but I'm definitely going to be looking at 1150 as a nice line to the upside. So 150 from 10 means I can risk up to $1, and I already knew that I was going to give it a real chance here, so I'm going to put the stop south of $9. So a full dollar in risk to the upside. I think we have a chance, so we'll give it a shot. We'll see how this one plays out, but we are in long two names that aren't really typical of me, because I tend to go with index names or somewhere in the S&P 500, but no, I've got Colin TGTX for today.
Yeah, so I just got some high of the day break on Amazon, but you'll see here, come to the chart quickly. High of the day break gets to 75.80 and then right back into that 60 area. So I did play a little bit out here on Amazon as it continues to come down. I also got into Hoth there again. Just quickly going to come over to this one for you. It did a bit of a back and forth play off that 10 and started to look like it was breaking this channel to the downside. So I grabbed the 3/4. That'll be a tight stop to 10. I do still feel after that halt, it either holds VWAP here or it's going to absolutely flush. So this will be a relatively tight stop. 11 is a bigger level to play off of. I think it was cleaner the first time, but if we break 9 even, this is going to capitulate, and it gives me some area to get out in front of 9. Doesn't have to break VWAP. I can take a couple of legs out there, and then if it breaks, hold on for dodge. The last time it gave me 2 fills inside the range and then stopped out. This time I'm looking for something similar. Give me 2 fills inside the range, and if it can break down, I'm looking at $7.50 to $8. So into that short. I have not yet added to Intel. We're right at 11,000. So this is not necessarily the point that you want to double, triple down. I want us to once we reject, or if we reject 11,000, this is the price area that I wanted on Intel. If we hold above it, it's an easy out for me. Otherwise, I think we can capitulate from here. Netflix did not get to 290. I'm just glancing at it there, so no, we don't have to worry about that yet. The dip buy on Tesla. This 15-minute on Tesla's out of whack because that one wick a couple of days ago, so I have to stick to the 3-minute chart. I usually prefer the 15, but it still aligns with that 120 level. It's jailbreaking from here. I did have one dip buy, it's hard to see here, at the open. Played it like NVIDIA, where we took a couple of bucks out, then had a tight stop here on a breakout. I just feel like now above 121, it's going to start to be valid. Like every dollar is going to be worth it here because this market is now ripping to the upside. I am looking for still holding on to my Love, Neo, Intel, XOM. Those are all shorts I liked at the open. But if 11,000 keeps going, I don't want to only be an Amazon long.
Yeah. I can hear Prad's excited about his Apple long, so let's take a quick look at where Apple is. The number 2 name in the index. Haven't said that in a while. But here is Apple running strong into that same resistance area. Okay, well, with the market doing what it's doing, let's actually, with Apple in mind, remember, keep this in mind. Apple running into resistance, 131 is the top end, right? Okay. If we go to the futures market, it's doing very similar things where they've cleared the first resistance level, and now they're working into the next one. And I think if we can get above 80, that opens the door to the upside. But for the time being, I'm going to have to respect what's coming through here in the next 15 points. So potential resistance. So that makes me hesitate on longs that are breaking out, that are indexed in some fashion. So it's going to be hard to kind of go after the Apples, and for me at least, the Apples and the Microsofts of the world, at least for the time being. It does look like Kala, the long that I've been in for a while now, is starting to stabilize around 15. Okay, I'll take that. And then here we go. This is going to be the testing situation here on TGTX as it is now coming back to 10 from above with selling. How are we going to handle this? I think that answer will give us how the rest of this day will play out here for TGTX. If we can't hold up well, then clearly we don't have enough juice to get going. If we do hold up well, I mean, we can go down to like 980 and bounce back. If we can do something like that, then we clearly have buy strength and we can actually get a move towards that 1150 high. So I think TGTX is getting to a point where there's going to be a decision that needs to be made here of the strength of this 10 even break, and whether it's a fail or it's an actual move to the upside. But for now, it's holding up well. It tried one time to get to 10. It's bounced right back to 1010. So I guess for now, it's holding up well. And then I see in the top corner of my screen here, this is my PDD chart. It obviously, I got in and out around 82. It hasn't really gone anywhere. So I want to quickly go over to BABA because I know BABA was much stronger. Is it close to giving me a fill? It is not. So I guess with the market still continuing up and BABA not even willing to come back down, I have no chance at me getting a fill unless the market actually rotates, at which point I want no part of this. And I know you guys in the chat are talking about Netflix.
Netflix 290.
Yeah, you want? Okay, here he's going to talk about Netflix.
So Netflix at 290, that's that big level we were just talking about a second ago. There's a channel to 291 because you can see like this is 290, the body of some of these candles. Previous support was closer to 291. So it's a bit of a channel that you look for that short. It's broken 90 now. If it doesn't take out 91, I think there's going to be a play there. I have my stop out on Intel. That's pretty tight. I don't want to risk more than 10 cents on Intel. Like generally speaking, when I'm taking that short, like I'm getting 5, 10, and then I'm working it all the way down to about 40 or 50 pennies. But risk to reward only works so far. Like it's got to be 10 pennies for me. I'm at an 05 short, which is exactly what I wanted in front of 10, and then I'm only giving an extra 5 pennies up there. So if it holds, great. We've got the trade that we want. Before we go to the small cap recap, I just want to go back over to Hoth because this has been free money. 11. Short in front of 11, played down to 950. I did take something out in front of 10. Short in front of 10. Played some out in front of 9 even. Now I'm working all the way back into 750 to 8. The key here being allow it to halt up a couple times. Once it halted down, just play the shorts. Now we're going to Sharif, my main man, for the small cap recap.
Hey guys, small cap recap brought to you by Moomoo, a one-stop trading app helping remove traditional barriers to investing. Powerful tools such as level 2 data, earnings calendars, and a stock screener. Now until the 31st, open an account and get up to 20 free stocks for US users. And if you're in Australia, get up to $100 cash back. Sign up now using the link on your screen. All right, guys, let's get into it here. It's small cap time, my favorite time. I know it's big tech that's moving right now, but we're going to look at these small cappers. You heard Neil right now on Hoth taking that 11 short. Have a look now, breaking through 9. Looks like there's a bit of a test at 9. This is what I drew. I drew these. Let me expand this a little bit, mix a little bit better. This is what I was looking at here, a possible compression pattern on these guys, and whether it was going to break to the high side or the downside, I didn't have a bias, but I was looking for a break of this range, and you got it. You got it to the downside. Let's see if we hold VWAP here. VWAP's around 916 on my chart, so let's see if we hold this level, this $9 VWAP level, or we're going to continue down. We've got a ways to move down, guys. On this chart, 446 is yesterday's close, so ample room possibly to the downside. Then you heard TJTX. You saw Arun on this name. This has made a nice move up now, up 16.9% of the day, a continuation play from earlier this week. Looks like it's a 1025 high. A couple of nice bull flags and retracements here. I'd personally look for a VWAP retracement near the 950 before I commit to this one, or I wouldn't have a play. Earlier, you saw us on Cala. Now it is looking to me like more of a short than a long, guys. Now we're below VWAP, and you know how these small cappers are. If they're below VWAP, I like to take them short. It's just a matter of looking for the right setup. Possibly look for a VWAP retracement if you can locate your shorts on that. NUWE made a really aggressive move earlier on. In fact, it halted after the bell making a 1630 high. We've since given up all the goods, and it looks like a definite short, but maybe here finding a little bit of a bottom as we bounce off that 200 period moving average. And that's small cap recap for you guys.
You know what? One thing I will say, though, the sheriff is looking pretty fly with his silk paisley shirt. That's a nice shirt there. Yeah, it is paisley. No, it's not paisley. I don't even know what that look is, but it's looking real nice there.
Forget calling him the sheriff. Just call him the prince. You're gonna talk about Paisley, then you don't call him the sheriff. Call him the prince. Prince is a legend, by the way. I was a closet. You know what? I was about to say I'm a closet Prince fan. Nah, man, forget that. I lived in the 80s, bro, or everybody else out there. So I like Prince. Deal with it. I like shorting NIO here. We waited for this is the sort of thing. This is why this works and PDD didn't. Wait for it to show you a high, then get into it, play it to VWAP, blah, blah, blah. Same thing as always. But it's just going to go, forget about the wins. You guys know I'm short a couple of things here. So as they come back down in, want to get back over to Tesla because that just made a bit of a bounce off 121. That pullback was a little bit more harsh. Like it looked like it was going to be a little more structured off that 121. And I'm thinking I don't like the way I got that trade. When we're momentum to the upside, we're still challenging 11,000. No, I'm not buying a dip up here unless we're clear and holding 12,000. I'm just going to get out of it flat. If we pull back into 120, that's a way better entry on Tesla. But NIO just came back in and gave me some just gave me some profit. However, Intel's pulled back. It never broke my stop, not back at VWAP yet. So if it doesn't clear 2610 again, then I just like the trade even more, and I would add to it here, still giving it to the same high and playing it to VWAP. I want to keep looking at my 15-minute chart, reminding me the overall structure of this trade. The market's up 2% and screaming, we have yet to clear through yesterday's resistance on Intel. So if we never get through that top on the NASDAQ, I know Intel's up 2%, but it's still valid for the exact same short that I've been putting on for days. Just to go back over to Hoth, break even stop. This is exactly the same as last time. Get out inside the range, and then the last bit you're holding for the home run, stop out at the top, get out inside the range. The last you're holding out for get out inside of the stop. It's now halted to the upside, but this is not broken, that rejection after the halt down, until I see it above $11. If it does not hold above $11, I'm only looking short on the stock because it's already worked twice. I don't mind going 3-4 times into that same trade. We'll see if it happens. The only long I'm still into is Amazon. And it's just churning, man. Like ever since it broke that 83 quarter, all you've done is look slowly churn to the upside. I see no reason to get out of this. I keep wanting to buy the dip, but it won't come back into 83. 83 quarters will have to be the jam. But we're now beneath 11,000. That's why I just cancel my bids. Beneath 11,000. We'll see what happens when it gets there. If we're rejecting 11,000, that's a place to work some shorts in and then worry about sustaining the move to the upside when we're back above resistance. Because you're at resistance, I'm leaning to those shorts like I said I would, although I did not get Netflix. Yeah, Netflix wicked top 90s. I said 90 to 91 channel. It never really made the move into that channel for me to get the short on Netflix. That's the only reason I'm not adding that one to my short portfolio, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, a couple names. TGTX, damn, okay. We held up well. It looked like for a split second we held up well against 10, and then a wave of selling came in. Here it is now at 970 and change. If paired with this, if we go back to 10 and we have a hard time getting back above 990, 995, I may just call this a trade and I'll just walk away from it. This is not doing what I needed to do to confirm the idea of the 10 even break actually being fairly legit. This is starting to look a little shaky. The last piece I need now is going to be a failed attempt back at 10. So if that's the case, I cut the trade, I walk away. In the meantime, let's just say it doesn't go up. I've also tightened up the stop here. If we get underneath 950-ish, then I walk away from this trade. At that point, I don't need to put up a full dollar. I can just call it at 50 cents and walk away. So for now, we are kind of keeping a very close eye on TGTX and see how it responds to the move back up towards that 10. A failed move means the trade's over there. But hey, look at that. Kala making a final rotation. Okay, Kala, I see you. We were long here, but now Kala has kind of found that nice bottom here. It seems like somewhere below 15, down towards 14. Remember, we were long early on the way down, and then it was 16 against 14 with a play towards 20, and I'm standing by that. Like that's the only way the risk makes sense on this trade, and I'm gonna have to stick by this. So we'll start making a decision if we get into 18 and start to fall off or taper off, because there's been resistance here, obviously. That's the only time I'm gonna take profit. If we get back to 18, we start to stall out. Otherwise, we're looking for that 20 break, or we're looking for the 14 to get out on. It's one or the other, but we've been in this long enough. This is kind of the area that I wanted to play with here on Kala early on. And I initially wanted to play 17 against 16, and then we saw how the selling was coming in. So then it went 16 to 14, and then we found the rotation. So now it's moving 40 cents in the money. It's starting to step back up. We'll see if this is the second leg or if this fails. If this fails back at 18, remember, we don't need to stay in too long. We know what's up there. So we can't fail up there one more time if we're going to get a look for that 20 break. So if we do fail up there one more time, I'm out the door, take whatever I can get here on Kala. But hopefully this is going to be the rotation we needed, because we got the action when we needed at the price point we needed. So we'll see how this one plays out, but I'm going to give it a chance. Remember, 14 or 20, one of the two prices has to hit for me to walk away.
There you go. It's all about working the plan of action. That's what we're doing here. It's already 10:30. I mean, time is absolutely flying, but this market, it got to 11,000. We're here now. We got to work off this level. It does mean I want to go over some of the shorts that I have on. XOM might not care what the market is doing, but I got the initial stop out off yesterday's highs. Also, that's the 50 period on the daily chart there. I now got that short. I have yet to take anything out since we got the 108.60 fill. I'm now all over the bid on the way down to that breakout that XOM had at 108.40. I want to make sure I'm taking some profit down there. If we take out 11,000, I think I want to be in big tech breakouts. So I know that looks good, but I'm not really looking for a breakout in any of the oil names. I want to come back out, well, just very, very quickly here. One of the other ones we got is that NIO. It's now holding some higher lows. If it doesn't break down here, I think this has a chance to take out 1025. That is worthy of a reversal trade. Like if this breaks out to the top side and the market continues running, NIO is worthy of a reversal at 1025. Just a quick update as we go to Sharif, aka Prince, for the crypto update.
Yeah, guys. Bitcoin finding a bit of a bounce here, popping up to that 16.6 and a bit of a double top. And not much really happening in the price. More of the action is in the news headlines coming out now on the wire. Alameda Research said to have liquidated its Ethereum-based tokens holdings and Bitcoin as well, saying that $1.7 million worth of tokens were sold as Sam Bankman-Fried was granted bail. Akram Intelligence Services was the one that made that discovery, so make of that what you will. Bankman-Fried still on the headlines. We brought you this headline this morning that $200 million of customers' money was diverted to these venture deals that caught the attention of the SEC. So now scrutiny is going to be focused on the SEC and why perhaps they didn't do more. $200 million was the total, but it was two sets of 100 million. Having a look now at the actual figures for all the crypto currencies, looks like Bitcoin's down 0.2%. Ethereum finding a bit of a bounce, almost 0.5% to the high side. Tether down 0.4%. Ripple, this one made a big move yesterday. It's down now 3.71%. And Cardano, also a big mover from yesterday to the high side, also finding a bit of a down move, 2.65%, guys.
You just reminded me, well, I mean, obviously, talking a little bit about crypto there, Coinbase almost at that 36 level. So we got to 11,000. We're still above 11,000, so I don't think it's at that point where, because we keep bouncing above 11,000 on the NASDAQ, I don't think it's at that point where I want to get aggressively adding to some of those shorts. However, if you're still above resistance or beneath resistance, that's still valid for me. We get to 36, that's $1 from here. I still like that shorting opportunity. I don't know if anybody actually shorted Netflix. But it's still channeling higher. I still believe you're looking to get into this 90 to 91 range to the upside. And Trader Gorno, I am looking at Nike. I said I liked it in two directions. 114 support, I'm still bidding it. That's not going to come into play. But that 118.5 top, I just feel like it's a little bit early. Like 117, yeah, it's rejecting here. I don't know if I want to short it there and be giving it up to 118.50. That's a little bit off the risk to reward to my liking. Intel, Neo, that'll work for me. XOM, we'll see what happens. Then LUV off of those highs. Those are the shorts I like. Amazon, I still got that one. It's holding in the money for the long. Hoth is reopened again. I've shorted it twice, but never had the full capitulation. All it's done is give me inside the range, then failed to break down. Inside the range, failed to break down. If it does it again, I'm probably just going to make the exact same play until it tells me it wants to be above 11. So the last halt was a 1060. It could not reclaim that off the open. So if I can structure this a third time, I'm just going to go and rinse and repeat.
All right. Going back to TGTX, remember I was saying how this pretty much kind of started looking like it was voiding the long, and then if we got back to 10, depending on how it traded, if it got through, great. If it failed close to 10 again, then I'm going to walk away. That's me out the door. I don't like what's going on here. The strength is not here. So if I got to take a 15-cent hit to call it a day, I don't need to put up any more than that. I've seen what I needed to see on TGTX, and I don't like it. So 10 long, we tried it. It went up for a little bit, but now it's starting to look suspicious for me. So I'm going to take the hit, walk away from that one. We've still got Kala on the table here, and then I've still got a Baba entry anyways. Forget Baba. We've still got Kala. We're waiting on Kala to kind of get going. And this is not a, when I get into positions and I'm kind of waiting on positions to make a move, it's not necessarily a patience thing. It's just, you got to let the trade work out, right? You have an idea of what you want to do, what the risk is. You're coming in with a 16 long, 14 stop, 20 target, and they're doing nothing in between. So that means if they're doing nothing in between, then you do nothing in between instead of trying to manage a position that's not doing anything, right? So yeah, it's coming down, but now it's coming back up, and now it's just going sideways, and that's perfectly okay. If it's going to do this for another few hours, it would suck, but it's the stock doing its thing, and we're either going to get the move right and back towards 18 and hopefully take out 20, or we're going to be actually taking that 16 or the $14 hit, or not $14, but the $2 hit if it breaks through 14 again. So we should have enough to rotate back up. In the event that we don't, then we end up taking the hit. But that's just how I'm going to let it work. And the futures market still is working its grind to the upside. This is how we started, right? We started around 34, 35. Here we are at 68. Haven't really stopped. To the upside we go. And 80 is going to be the marker for me to start looking on the futures now for the long. Remember, we've been looking to potentially fade somewhere here, but the strength has been ridiculous that we haven't found a reason to do it, which is perfectly fine. It means that I'm not stepping into shorts when in a running market. So keeps me out of trouble there. But now I got to look at the flip side, which is if we break 80, am I going to find a reason to go long? As of right now, those previous resistance levels should help become support once we get above 80. I just got to figure out where the stop is going to be in the event that we do go for the long. But nice little rotation here away from 3,800. If you look at the last few days worth of trading here, that one day where we snapped underneath 3,800, went like 10 points below, and then snapped back up in the afternoon, and then really haven't gotten close to that 3,800 until overnight. Even then, 3,805 went sideways and then straight up rallied today. So this market defending these 3,800s pretty well with some flexibility, obviously, but very good defense of that bottom end support level around 3,800 plus or minus 10, 15 points. So we'll keep an eye on that 3,800. I think it's going to be a big one to cross through, not just cross one time, but actually get underneath and trade. I think if we can get underneath that little hurdle, then we could probably open up to the downside. But for now, market's still going strong. Maybe we take out that 3,880. This could be a decent range on the day to the upside. Sharif.
Yeah, Carvana making a move here, guys, up 13.45% on the day. A bit of a top at that 435 level, but how many times have we been able to say this lately? Carvana up on the day.
Meat going, there's some squeeze names that are getting to the upside. That's a squeeze name because of the short interest, to be sure. I wanted to come back over to NVIDIA very quickly. I know people were saying short Beyond Meat. I'm going to have a look at Beyond Meat in a second, and I was thinking about it. But to me, I'm I'm short in front of my stops on XOM, Neo, Love, and Intel, so those ones are enough for me at this particular point. And the way I look at it is if you win shorting this market like every day, when it reverses on you, sometimes it's going to be that case. NVIDIA, it was a mistake to get out of it at 144. You can see me trying to pick up some 144s here. It looks like 45. It's trying to break out from that price. I'm still looking for the dip buy. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get it. Amazon, that's continuing to break. Now that we're clearing out here, there's a lot of room for Amazon. It's only up 2.5%, but I see what's going on in some of the other big tech names. I still feel we can go another $1.50 if the market continues. So I want to be adding to this one if I can get an opportunity. Just to go back over to at least one of the small caps there, that Hoth disengaged that short for me once it broke 11. Go back to the 3-minute for you guys. Once it broke out, got past the halt price, did not reject the halt, did not reject 11 like last time. There's no short to be had here unless it fails off the high of the day. So no third time is a charm for me on Hoth. NIO, that's bounced beneath VWAP. So of all of the shorts, this is the one that is showing the most weakness, whereas Intel, when I pop over to Intel, and I always want to make sure we're looking at that 15-minute, what are we playing off of? I like showing the 15-minute, and I don't do it enough for you guys because the short is off of these levels from yesterday. So if I only show you the 3-minute, you're like, wow, what are you going off of? Then you have no idea why I'm in the trade. So Intel, very similar story. We're playing off of, we're playing off of these highs, the lower highs from yesterday, that top end at the quarters. It has yet to break out from here. So I've added a couple, twice. I have taken nothing out. It's still in the pocket. If it breaks out, I will get out of this trade and start to rethink it about those quarters. So we're in the pocket for us here. And then going back over to Tesla, I had a quick trigger on my second long there, and then it worked all the way down. I thought we were going to see VWAP on that retracement. It never happened. Now you're getting back into the high of the day. I just feel like it's going inside and grinding higher, and the scalp looks to me to be about 120, call it like 120.75 area, giving it to 50s and then playing that dollar range if we get range bound at this time. This is not the type of day that I like high of the day breaks. Not at 1040. It's not the best time in the world. We're clean above 11,000, which does mean I want to favor the long for entries into positions. That'll have to mean buying some dips here. On Tesla, I don't know about Netflix unless it's a lot closer in at 288 here. It's very strong. It never got in that 290 to 291 range, so I think that can set up for a bit of a dip buy here. If it's going to trend higher, I think I got to wait for 88s as we go to Sector Watch at the big screen with Sharif.
Yeah, Neil, everybody and their third cousin is green today. Have a look at that board. Everything is green for the exception of one measly cardiac health stock there. Tesla definitely standing out, 7.83% to the high side. Some other notable names that we haven't seen green lately, PayPal as well. What do we have here? We have eBay down over here. So a lot of names that it's even hard to read what's on here. Basically, guys, semiconductor standing out, software and services, the ones that are really up there, as well as EVs, automobiles and components looking to be the biggest of the bunch, followed by communication services.
I was just saying this to, I almost said Brendan, but to Arun, it's like, we're now 25 points above 11, and like I haven't gotten stopped out of a lot of these trades. Like it's a bit weird. Like I feel like I shouldn't be net short all these. I'm not really net short anything that's outside of Intel. I guess I'm not net short big tech. That's probably the reason why. Like I'm not short Tesla. I'm not short Apple. I'm not short Microsoft. That's why. I mean, I kind of know the reason why as I'm saying this out loud here. It's because big tech is leading this move to the upside. So I'm not short those names. But LUV, it's getting right to that pivot area at 33.40. So I got a 10s short. If it takes out 40, that's 30 cents worth of risk. I'm kind of bidding underneath 33 even, waiting till it got to that 1-to-1, but it's about to take me out. Not necessarily a NASDAQ play, but 2 days out of 3, the third day necessarily not going to be a charm. I wasn't really looking for longs in this particular name. If you guys don't know the story, obviously the shutdowns that Southwest has had, that has been the play. It's been gold for a couple of days in a row, but I'm not sure it's going to be that third day. But once you break this channel up, I got to get out of it and then work on the next trade. I'm going to get to XOM in a quick second. I was just double checking my stop because I actually want to be a little bit more aggressive with my order because it's a little bit thinner up there than I expected. So once that channel breaks, I'm going to cross above 50 just to make sure I get that fill on LUV. It's probably going to stop me out any second. No? No? You don't want to stop me out? It feels like nothing wants to stop out there, but okay, my stop's in. We'll see what happens. I just got a bit of a bid here on XOM, another name that doesn't want to stop out, but that short beneath the 50 period's been valid all the way. I got bids 108.80, 108.60, 108.30, all the way back into the downside. That's going to follow crude oil futures, so probably not going to matter as much. As far as the other shorts come in here, it's just, NEO just feels relatively weak, and I don't understand how you can be, like you're breaking highs, maintaining higher highs. NEO's stronger than the overall market, and that's the one that's actually pulling back a little bit further. So the first thing I thought of was what's going on with some of the other Chinese ADRs. And what you have is like a bit of a bull flag in the middle of no man's land going on in Alibaba, channeling higher and possibly going up to this 90 area where I think that's where your resistance is, 90 to 90.5. Then you've got in the EV space, we already know what's going on in Tesla. Then specifically to the EV names, you've got RIVN high load. You've got RIVN at the high of the day, up at 19. So the next shoe to drop for my NEO trade is either BABA takes a nosedive like we saw Pinduoduo do, or we get some rejection on something like a RIVN 19, Tesla 122. Those roll over. Well, NEO's already in the money. NEO's probably going to fall back down into earth. But I think I got to track those EV names. I'm not going to short Tesla. I'm not going to short RIVN. I'm not going to short BABA because I feel I've got that play going on already with NEO and it's starting to work here. So you got to be able to pick your poison. I know this looks really good on RIVN at 19. And as I look at it, it's very tempting for me to be short this in front of 19 even, but I've already got NIO. If we roll over from here, I'm perfectly well exposed to the short side of the trade here with several names. No need for me to add RIVN, but that looks pretty solid. 19 even stop, 18.85. That's a trade I'd probably normally be in. We'll see if we actually get an opportunity at a couple of other names here. I see you. G-Trader, you're like, how about Meta? That's me bidding. So, I mean,
Damn.
That's Meta. And that tells you that will tell you everything about the longs today. Because that's the dip buy. I said I favor dip buys to breakouts in Meta. There's the dip. I probably missed it by a couple of pennies there. I've been constantly in 4, 5, 6 positions all morning. So you put those bids out there so you can get picked up. I've got my stop beneath that low for the last couple of days, and now Meta's jamming. Well, you know what? You missed the trade, you move on to the next. And the problem with a long on Meta up here is you have not cleared out of this range. The futures have now gone 27 points on the NASDAQ, above 11,000. And is Meta even breaking this channel at 120? No, it hasn't cleared 120 resistance until it gets past the last high that it put in last week. And that's at about 120.40. And it has yet to get through that. So I'm not rushing into a Meta long. If anything, if I wasn't already short here, and I think the better shorts haven't been in big tech because a lot of things have blown tops, then that still sets up for a tight stop short in front of 120.50. The long here meets overhead resistance, and then where's your stop? $1 lower? Nah, risk to reward doesn't work for me. If anything, I'd be fading it, but I'm already short a bunch of things.
Yeah, you were talking about Southwest, and I was just like, Sharif doesn't know how strong he is. He walks by and the bell rings. Damn. Okay, I was just reading up on Southwest. I was like, okay, because a lot of other airlines have recovered, right? I was just curious about Southwest, and I was just, damn, it does not look good. Like their whole scheduling system and whatnot, it does not look good. And it comes back down to like, what's the hit to Southwest reputation? Yeah, it doesn't look good, but at the end of the day, most people when they travel, price matters, right? You put flights cheaper than your competitors for a little bit, and people come right back. So I think Southwest, it'll just be fine once they recover. It just doesn't look good right now. It's a complete PR nightmare for them. And the stock is acting accordingly. Trend down, nice rally back up now to 33 and change. If we get above 34, that ends the downward trend, and off we go to the upside, I think. So it has been trending down. Let's not ignore that, but it has been trending down. But coming into today, we were looking at, okay, well, is it going to extend through the 32 The sideways action usually leads to an extension since they were doing nothing, but it looks like they want to rally up here a little bit here. Let's see if we can maintain this strength, and I think above 34 would kind of take out this trend line, and we're pretty much right back to where we would have started, plus the PR nightmare, but at least the stock price would get back up to 35 and change. So Southwest trending down, breaking a trend. If we can get above 34, that should open up the upside. TGTX, the one that I got out of, I was like, I don't like it. Well, it's back above 10. Fine. I still don't care. I'm done. I don't like what I saw below 10, so I'm not going to, hold on for hope that this is going to keep going. It'll do what it wants to do. I'm going to stick with Kala, though. I still like what Kala is doing. It's taking a lot longer than I would like, but I like just the action itself. I prefer what it's doing here, which is building up a nice base in the zone that I wanted it to build a base. And I see Neil got his hands on his head with Netflix. What's going on there?
We always say something, when in doubt, zoom out. So I just reminded myself where Netflix just got to. That's the 50 period on the daily. I was talking about that 280 to 281 channel, sorry, 290 to 291 channel on the 15-minute. And I'm just staring at it, looking at it here. I draw these lines, and then it's like, I'm going to put in a feature request that when I draw lines on a chart and I flip to something else, when I come back to it, I like those lines to be there. Like if I leave it up here, my 3 minutes up there, like it's perfectly fine. But I want you guys to be able to see them every single time. So forget about this. Go to the higher time frame. It's rejecting the 50 period. You've got a wick high through 91 that just got up to 92. I was just explaining how I didn't take Meta or RIVN because of what I already had into the short side. But this is one of those. If I've got to be willing to lose on a level like this, right? Like it's room to VWAP, as I said, like $2 to $3 back in. You got to the 50 period on the daily chart. It's been arrows up. You're in a big rally, big relief rally up 2.5%, 2.25% here, and this is double what the market is doing. Yeah, that's a trade that I'm going to put on, I want to say 10 times out of 10. And the only reason I'm not already in, like I just got into it now, the reason I wasn't in it is because of what I was already short. Well, that's an excuse that I would only take so far. I got to be willing to take that hit. If it breaks the high of the day from here, fair enough. I do feel like it's gone a little bit deep here. We'll see what happens. My goodness, Hoth. I'm glad I didn't short that a third time. You always talk about does it set up or does it not set up? Well, once it broke and held above these hull prices, that was invalid. It's climbing up to the high of the day. If it rejects the high of the day, that would be another entry for me. But until I see that, I'm going to stay away from that Hoth.
All right. I got nothing.
It's 10:50.
What did you say, Fod? Say it again.
Oh my goodness, that's late.
Oh, we got perfect. Saved by that. Money Talks, guys, with Sheriff Sharif.
Hey guys, the DXY down marginally 0.4%. The euro gaining about half a percentage point on the US dollar. Likewise with the Canadian dollar up a third on it. But the real news is the ruble. It was just down 1% now, bouncing back to only 0.29% down. You'll recall this one from yesterday. It had a really bad day against the US dollar. Here is what the ruble has looked like as of late. So we are near recent lows. We haven't been this low since May. And that's basically on news of weak oil coming out of China, as well as the Russian ban on countries that will enforce the cap on its oil. So interesting stuff coming out of there. Forgot to mention the yen actually has gained the most against the dollar, up 1% today. Quickly, before I send it back to you guys, Tesla news. Who doesn't love Tesla news? Elon Musk coming now on the wire as having received his first margin call for the money that he was loaned to buy Twitter. So I want to see if that is going to affect the Tesla stock at all. Not yet, up 8.19%, and still looks like it's going to go higher, guys.
Don't say. Okay.
Elon.
Thanks, Sheriff.
I don't know.
But trending up, and it's Elon and his Tesla it's having a rough go of it. But tax selling is done, so a decent rally to the upside we get, at least for today. Enjoy it while you can, I guess. As long as we don't break 130, enjoy it while you can. If we break 130, then we have a chance to kind of get going. But for the time being, it is trending up. It's still trending up. But again, I'm willing to fade Tesla, but not here. We're starting to grind our way through this 122 area. If we get into 125, it makes it a little bit more, it makes it a lot easier actually to work some shorts if it sets up. So for now, there's a trend line in place since yesterday's. That's the 8 o'clock low, but I'll still use it though. From yesterday, going on up actually, and still trending up. So leave it be. And at some point, it's got to all slow down, right? This market's been grinding nonstop. NASDAQ, we restarted this day. Well, we're like, okay, well, are we actually going to break the lows and get below 750? No, we're not going to do that. We're just going to go right back up. This was sitting below the multi-day low. S&P, however, did not get below it. So NASDAQ was starting the day much weaker, and the NASDAQ up now 2.35% with the S&P up 1.6, and they've taken out the last little bit of support or resistance that would have said, hey, you know what, it could still be a short. No, that's gone. We're cracking it right now. So as long as we can maintain strength to the upside here, above this 1025, keep in mind S&P still has about 12 points to go before that breaks its resistance level. So it is traveling quite a bit here on the NASDAQ side of things. They're starting to build up a nice base, it seems like. They really don't want to go through, if you look at the weekly, they really don't want to go through that 10K. The 10K sits right here. The absolute low we've gotten in the last little bit, at least for this year anyways, is about 10,484. So call it 10.5. So 10.5, 500 points away from 10K, and 10K is a big marker, right? I mean, it's a big threshold to get through, and people will be paying attention to it. And clearly, there's a lot of defense in front of that $10,000 mark, or not 10,000, yeah, just 10,000, 10,000 mark on the NASDAQ. So keep an eye on this one here, 10,000. We're 1,000 points away, but we keep attempting moves below 11K, can't get going. Now we're bouncing back up. We'll see how this year finishes off as we get closer and closer to that 10K, or are we just going to bounce right back?
Fahad just said in my ear, he's like, yo, can you smile for me? No, I'll put the pout on. Oh, you know what? I've gotten this one before, I believe this. I was about to make a Mamba mentality note for Arun here, because actually the weird thing about Arun and Kobe is I do believe Arun's got a bit of the Mamba mentality when it comes to trading, so I believe in that. But I want to say this, Fahad's having fun. So you got Kobe and Don Cheadle on a trading show, and we only got 1.4K likes or 1.3K likes. 7,000 people watching Don Cheadle. Like, you got the War Machine. Oh, that just gave me an idea. I just got an idea for Halloween. I shouldn't have said that out loud. But we'll think about that for next year, because there's all kinds of things we could do with that, because like Shawn could be Tony Stark, I could be War Machine. Anyways, I'm just thinking out loud. But we're having fun here. The market's moving. We got some trades on. We'll see how the shorts go. I mean, obviously the longs early, I cut them too early on. I get it. I cut that way too early on Tesla. Only $2 on that. Only $2 on Nvidia there. And now I'm working shorts, which somehow aren't stopping out. They're starting to come in though. Intel just dipped a little bit. That's going to be working a little bit. And then I talked about no excuse for not taking the Netflix short. I know I'm in a bunch of things, but when that sets up, you just got to have it. If it breaks 290, then I'll start getting out and then play it all the way back into 288 here as that comes back into play. I've been ignoring TGTX in favor of looking at Hoth, and I feel like that might have been a mistake, because, and I'm going to try and rectify that. I had a couple of longs on this thing yesterday. You know, I had one that was good and one that was sort of bad there, and we got that long as it got into 1050. And then I took a reload and ended up stopping out. So I ended up flat on the day in the stock. But it really rejected that 11 level. So as it gets to 11, I'm going to double check to make sure I actually have locates again. But if it rejects 11 a second time, I feel like there's going to be a short there in for me. So I hope you guys have been enjoying the show here. Let's get us to 2,000 likes. I know Prad's got some bangers on there. I don't know if he took the Netflix short, but he and I both are going to be kicking ourselves over the 280. And I will, you know what? We were talking about the 280 break this morning, and if I talked Pratt out of it because I wanted the dip buy, then I feel bad about that, because I know he sat down and was like, 280 break on Netflix, what do you think, that or dip buy? I was like, I prefer dip buys across the board. I prefer dip buys on Netflix. I prefer dip buys on Nvidia. We got that one. I prefer dip buys on Tesla. This wick is ridiculous. It's always there. I prefer dip buys on Tesla. We got that one. I prefer dip buys on Meta. Okay, I missed that one by like 10 cents. That one sucked. I should have had it. But Netflix was one of the only names that didn't give you the dip for the entry point. So you can't really have them all. No one's ever going to be perfect. All you can do is be the best version of yourself. That just sounds corny as hell, but you know what I'm getting at. You're not going to get 10 out of 10, but you want to shoot for 7, 8 out of 10. Put the setups in there. If you get them, you get them. Every now and then, the better the trade is, you might miss it by a few pennies, and that's just how the chips fall.
Yeah, I think when it comes to analogous trading, I think the baseball one they use, like in terms of batting averages, right? Think about it. I mean, if you're a 340 hitter, a 350 hitter, or even a 300 hitter, like
350.
Yeah, like let's just say you're a
Easy there,
300
Ichiro.
Like even if you're a 300 hitter, think about it. You're like, oh, you're absolutely great at the sport. But when you actually do the math on that, that's 3 out of 10. So
it's a lot of failure.
And that's what it needs to be. And it's as long as you're, it's the math, right? It's like, okay, are your winners much bigger than your losers? Is your ratio good enough that you can overcome the losses? And it's math. I mean, trading is math at the end of the day. If you think trading is just like, punching keys, hopefully it goes up after you punch keys, you're not going to make it that long in this business. It's just way too easy. You might get lucky a few times, but it's just way too easy to be wrong at the end of it. So
you're wrong, Arun.
It's all about math at the end of the day. I mean, you just got to do it in your head. If you're wondering about, I kind of do this with my call-out trade, right? I was like, okay, I want the long at 18. I'll get out at 16. Don't like what I see. Got out, 25-cent hit. Comes back down to 16, sets up again. I'm like, okay, do I like it here, knowing that they're selling? Yes. Why? $2 in risk, potential $4 in upside, 2-to-1 payout if I'm right. If I'm wrong, I lose $2. That's a good enough probability. That sets up the way I want it to on the chart. Everything I wanted to do, it's done. So now the math is right. I'm going to take the trade. And I think I'm going to do that with every single trade. You need to know where your entries are, where your exits are, and where your stop loss is. Then you can go proceed with your trade. Oh, the bull fell down.
My bad.
Is that a sign, maybe?
I think I elbowed the bull. That's my bad. But maybe I did that because Netflix came down and I rang the register. And I talked myself out of a couple of shorts there. I'll double check and see how they did. But we grabbed the Netflix short because once I saw the 50 period on the daily, which I should have looked at in the first place, that's on me. I liked it a little bit better. Thankfully, it was still there for the wick high through 91. Grabbed it, just took some out for the first buck. I'm not going to let this turn into a loser, so I'm at a half. And if it gets down into VWAP, fantastic. We'll take that. Somehow, with the market now 35 points above 11,000, Intel hasn't stopped out. LUV hasn't stopped out. NEO hasn't stopped out. ExxonMobil hasn't stopped out. So I'm still in my shorts. I guess that means I've picked the right ones because the market's strong and they're still pretty valid. I do still have Amazon to the long side. But let's get away from me and let's get over to Trader Pratt and Luca. Go crush some Netflix there, Pratt.
I don't even want to talk about Netflix, man. What an upsetting day to start off on Netflix alone. But we got a lot of things to be upset about, a lot of things to be grateful about. I guess nothing to really be upset about, but a lot of lessons to learn from, a lot of things to be grateful for. And hey, you know what it is? The last Thursday of 2022, ladies and gentlemen. December is coming to a close. I'm your host, Trader Pratt. We got the wonderful Italian trader Luca next to me, and we're going to be covering the show for the next few hours over here. So make sure that if you're looking at any stocks or any particular positions that you want us to cover, throw them in the chat. We'll make sure that we'll try our best to cover it for you. Let's start off with a couple of regrets since we are in that topic anyways. You've obviously heard about my regret on Netflix today, but here's a regret on the futures. I just sent a screenshot to Arun about this futures trade. It is the 38.40 breakout long. So I had that 38.40 breakout. I gave it about 2 points of risk on MES because my shutdown on the futures is not a lot. So I figured, hey, I can only give it 2 points of risk. Got stopped out right away. But look at the move on the market today. Absolutely crazy. 1.61% to the north side goes the S&P 500 and clears almost 61 points, well, 20-ish, 30-ish points above my long. Only wish that I was still part of it so I could be taking advantage of this trade and absolutely slapping the market, not just on equities, but also futures. You can't win them all 100% of the time. Learning from my mistakes every single day. But thankfully, without being too revenge trader type of mentality or making my money back type of mentality, I honed in on the right opportunities. One of those opportunities happened to be TSM. If you're following us on the TraderTV Live watch list, which is fired out every single morning to you guys, you will see that TSM actually has a positive catalyst in it. I'll pull up the watch list over here just to show you what it looks like. All the way at the bottom, you see TSM and chip stocks being talked about. TSM apparently wanting to ramp up their Arizona investment to $40 billion, which is almost triple the investment that they originally planned to do. So off of that catalyst over there, I originally had an order to get long in the pre-market bottoms. Never really came into play for that order. So I just took the breakout longs, added on 75, and then took most of my profits out. Now I'm completely out of the trade. Don't want to be sitting in it as we do see a little bit of a barrier coming in on both the NASDAQ and the S&P 500, both of them up a pretty good percentage or percentile, and I can't expect more from the market. So if I'm not expecting more from the market, I can't be doing that on TSM either. Let's go back to another position that we have been talking about, which is a regret. Honestly, Neil, you did not shake me out of the entry over here. I do appreciate the kind words that you're saying. I don't want to shake you out and all that. If anything, honestly, you might have saved me some money because the spread at that time on that stock was almost $1, guys. It was $1 spread on Netflix. It would have been insane for me to even take the lightest amount of size because immediately I would have to risk more on the stock for my daily shutdown than I would be able to. Right now, the spread is a little bit better than originally when we were first looking at it. So maybe we can find some trades over here. But I missed my trade. It was a 280 breakout, never came into play. I also had an idea to buy the dip buy the same as Neil did after having the conversation with him. That never came into play. So not going to complain about not being able to trade Netflix today. I'm very happy with the positions and trades that we do have on board. The trade that right now we have on board is XOM. XOM shorts, exact same idea, but a little bit of a different execution than Neil. I actually started in pre-market highs, and then once I heard Neil talk about his XOM trade, I figured, hey, I'll use the same stop that he's using, and I'll start working with my average a little bit better. So I started adding into the 109s over here, same as Neil did, kind of like copying this trade a little bit. But I had my own idea. I used his idea, used his thesis, and made it my own. And now we're about to start winning on this position as we are 46 cents in the money on XOM. Our only losing position, if you ignore the futures stock that we got stopped out on, our only losing position today is Southwest Jet Airlines. Using the yesterday's high around 34.50, I figured, hey, we'll try a short at 33.30 because 33.30 already gave us a quick 10-cent flush to the downside. I figured I'll be able to get another 10-cent flush to scalp out of, but we never really got that. Got stopped out on this trade. My only loser on board. XOM is a loser, but we will turn that into a positive if this stock keeps on going to the downside for us.
Yeah, guys, I'm like watching Tesla right now. It just broke that 123 level, and I'm kind of shorting into this, pretty light on the position. I was, scaling into the short from before and covering. I held some of it, and then I was like, maybe I'll get out pre-market high, but I just feel like I am scaled accordingly. And you know what? It's an update. It's an update. It's up 10%. This is absolutely crazy to be short right now. The up moves are strong, but I think as long as I continue to size accordingly, I could probably hold this for the wider stop that's needed. And I was like really excited to see the daily level come into play. So I told myself, when we do get to 122, 123 area, I'm gonna try the short there. So it's coming into play now. It just so happens that it's up 10%. Yeah, I know people saying careful, Luca. You know what? It's as long as you're sized accordingly, you're good. And the thing is there is a lot of people that have offers here. Like offers are just like kind of piling up like consistently throughout the day. 122, 123. So. I don't really know, like, do we go back to 130? Do we go back to maybe 130, 230? Not really too sure, but it didn't really feel good to do this, to kind of like, look, this is high a day, it's up, I'm kind of building into the short, it didn't feel good, but I'm like, at some point, this is probably gonna give me the flush that I want, and then I covered, below 121. I just thought, okay, break the 121, stops are gonna be triggered. I tried to hold some for VWAP, and then 119. My target on the short for this thing, even though we are up on the day, is VWAP for the majority of the position, and then anything 119, 118 would be a gift, right? So yeah, we're kind of in this range of, look, we're at the highs, volume is picking up, things are going crazy. Putting my money where my mouth is on this one, and we're gonna see if it wants to work for me. If it doesn't, I don't necessarily have a hard out on this one. It'll be discretionary, but yeah, for sure, not afraid to punch out of that one. Well, Tesla to 170. I hope not right now, because that'll be extra bad for myself. Also in a Google short, which pretty light on the position. You know, again, everything is up on the day. You know, hopefully you guys are long. I'm just kind of thinking, yeah, maybe we get a little bit of a pullback. So my target on this one, if we get below, you know, 88s, I'll take that. I think my average is 14, but yeah, pretty light. And yeah, Cala long here. I don't know how I feel about this one, but it is holding that kind of high from yesterday. So I figure, or sorry, not the high, but kind of holding that, you know, that area, that 14 area. So if we curl up, man, anything's possible, right? Anything's possible. My target on this one is the moon. If we can get to the moon, then I will cover the rest of this one. But we'll see what happens with that. I mean, we need a first clear 17. We had a pop before. You know, I'm expecting a little bit of sideways action, pretty lackluster. So yeah, because my expectations are managed, pretty light on the position, not really too worried. So we'll see what happens. And then somebody was also asking any thoughts on Apple. Every time I pull up Apple today, it's just below that 130 level, and I kind of do like the short at 130. It did break the level, and you know what? Now that we actually broke, I'm gonna try short on this one as well. This is pretty light because I'm away from the 130 level, so if we get back, I'll try to scale into it. But my thoughts on this is, you know, we rejected close to 130 initially. We're getting back there, so let me try to get this short and go back to VWAP, and we'll see.
You see those 423 lots on Apple pop up?
Yeah.
Apple just had a random bid pop up with 400 lots, so, and we're around the same level. I'm not sure if you saw it got filled. Did you see it get filled?
No, I think it's still there. It's just sitting there.
Oh, I see it. I see it on your book a little bit clearer than my book. Oh, there we go. Now we see it. It keeps popping up and disappearing, so not sure what exactly is going on. Maybe my book is freaking out, and Luca's book's a little bit more clear. I do see the 430 lots at 129.63, and we're not able to go below that as the S&P 500 is curling back to the downside right now. So a little bit of a front-running action coming in. Look, 400 lots is a decent chunk of size. 400 times, no, you got to add 2 more zeros to that, Pratty. So 400, add 2 more zeros, that's 40,000 shares, 129.63. That's about $5 million sitting on the bid for Apple, not allowing the stock to go too much further to the downside. The reason why I was a little upset and going damn it and banging the desk is because I actually wanted to get short 130 Apple, but the reason why I didn't get into it is because I was mainly long-minded on Apple today. My first trade on Apple was a 128.50 breakout long, and instead of only taking out a partial of my exit, I took out all of my share size by mistake, so I got upset off the open. Then I added to the 129 breakout. Sorry, not added. I had a new trade, 129 breakout long. I took some profits at 129.30. Then I had to add to a loser all the way right back to my original entry, which was 128.50, and then ended up turning that winner trade into a nice $1 per share winner. Got out of the stock because clearly 130 is having issue on Apple, a nice even significant number that everyone's probably looking at, a number that previously was used to go long off of, and then recently now is being used to go short off of. The market already at a pretty decent high point off the day, you know, clearing the 10,900 area, clearing even 11,000 area for the NASDAQ market, up 2.23%. Everything looks like it's getting ready to curl back down, not maybe to VWAP, but at least curl back down a little bit. So maybe I should have punched into that 130 short because the risk to reward was just insane. I was risking about 10 pennies at best by getting filled at 129.95 and giving a stop of 130.05. So giving it that 10 cents of risk, I would have already been in a 5:1, 4:1 winner. So missing out on that trade, but I'm not gonna let that upset me. Not gonna let that make me FOMO into a random trade somewhere else. Going to be looking for perfect opportunities that set up the A+ trades that can add to our P&L and not take away from it. And talking about adding to our P&L and not taking away from it, thankfully I punched out of my XOM short at the 100 period EMA. XOM, even though it has a negative catalyst, the whole sector having a negative catalyst, I've been watching XLE very closely, and XLE has been positive on the day for the most part. XOM was negative in pre-market, but now positive, and its counterpart, Oxy, has been positive all the way from pre-market going into the live market, and part of me just wants to not gamble with that position anymore. We were a little scared for our shorts on XOM earlier on, but I'm happy about closing this position because now it's not going to put that fear of losing money on this trade. Now we can keep looking for the right opportunities, the right trades where we can put some damage in. I see a lot of you guys are talking about Tesla in there. I had to stay away from Tesla today also because honestly, that stock is a little scary, man. it was stuck at 120, 121 while the market was ripping. And then when the market kind of cooled off at the higher ranges, then it actually started going off to the north side. I didn't like that. So at the end of the day, I figured, hey, I'm going to stay away from Tesla today the same way as I did yesterday. Probably the smartest decision I could have made. Yeah, there's a lot of money to be made on this position. This is what, the third or fourth day the stock is about to do 100 million shares before 12 o'clock. But sometimes you just got to know, or you just need to know what areas pay you and what areas take money away from you. And I think gambling on Tesla today would have obviously been a bad call for me.
Yeah, guys, this Tesla short is now working, and I'm just kind of, talking to myself here. I'm like, oh, this is going to be a banger. So we actually faded back down, popped back up, added to it a little bit more. I didn't think that we had the opportunity to break that pre-market high again. Volume spike, volume kind of dying. Now we're getting that big flush down. I don't want to say death candle because to large caps, that doesn't make any sense in my opinion. But covering a little bit, in the money, right? So it's kind of scale, 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 scale. Now covering some in the money, so kind of locking in a little bit more. Like we're fading, we're breaking this 122, I think. And, as we just continue to go lower, like I will continue to paint arrows on this chart and cover my position. I think 120, I almost want to say that this high here of, 122, like to 122, 121.80, maybe it gets a little bit of a bounce. But this is the thing. We exploded to the upside. Now we reversed the whole move. If we stay in this range, we're going back to VWAP. So I would love 121 cover on that. So I'm going to, I covered the portion that I'm comfortable to cover with. Now I'm going to wait. I'm going to have my orders scaled down here to get myself out of the rest. I do expect it to get a little bit of a bounce, go sideways, and then kind of fade back down. So yeah, we'll see if this thing wants to just fade. I am going to try to hold a piece for the move to 119 if that comes to fruition. If it doesn't, I'll be light on the position. If we get to VWAP, that's like for me, that is the best cover area for the majority of the size, So we're gonna see what happens there, and then yeah, we'll try to hold a piece for the 119. But yeah, man, this is what a move, man. You know what? Actually, let me just cover a little bit more over here because this just feels like 122. I was like, yeah, if we get there, I'll try to continue to cover. Yeah, okay, all good there. And let's see, Apple, I am in the short. We didn't get back, so I didn't get the fills up there. Now we're going back down. The overall market is kind of rolling over here. Yeah, flat on the day. I guess, 38.70. I want to say 38.80 is like the cleaner level to play off, so we didn't even get there. But this move kind of, we went up, a little bit of consolidation. We really went up to the north side. And I think we could easily get below 38.60. Which would be good for the shorts that I have on board right now. So, Apple, if it wants to continue to act right, at this point, if we do get back to 130, I'm going to reevaluate. So I am light on the position because it's kind of away from the 130. So I'll let it get back there if it wants to. Reevaluate, consider if I want to add to the short. But yeah, that 130 level does feel like a really interesting level. And we got that little volume spike through 130 and then just reject right away, right? So we didn't even come back and test 130. It was like 121.92-ish. So, yeah, maybe this one wants to be a little bit slow. Again, up almost 3% on the day, so I'm just aware of this for the short side. But, yeah, we're going to see if we can hold on to that one. Added a little bit more to Cali here. Again, volume is light, so my position is light, so I'm not worried. I'm giving this a super wide stop. If we break 14 to the downside, I'll be out of that position. And my target for this is, I will go for high a day. I'll go for like 18, 19, and then try to hold some for a break of 20, and then kind of goes parabolic. But yeah, I was looking at the daily levels, and if I'm not mistaken, 20 to 25 potential next overhead resistance. So I'm not going to be too greedy with that one. Google still have a little bit of the position covered a little bit, so covered below 88, and now sort of holding. Do we get back to VWAP on Google? That's a great question. I'm not too sure. But yeah, if we can actually break that low again and get to 87.90, 87.80, I'm going to try to hold for next cover spot there. But again, it'll be discretionary. We'll see what happens with that one. And I quickly glancing at NEO, thinking, the 10 level, is this in play? It kind of bounced once, twice, maybe third time's a charm. So yeah, I'm going to convince myself into a position on this one as well. I'm going to be very light on this position if I can get the fill here. Oh no, I'm not punching. And there we go. Okay, so I'm going to go for, this is mainly playing off 10. We already dipped through it. We went back. It's kind of in this channel. And sometimes I just see NEO in this channel. I think, yeah, I could probably make, 5 cents, 10 cents on this name. So yeah, if for whatever reason we get closer to 10, maybe I'll add a little bit more, and then we could pop back to VWAP. Scalp Demon, I will continue to scalp over and over and over again. and see how that one goes. Somebody also saying NVIDIA, so let me pull this up before I pass it back to Prad. I was watching NVIDIA briefly in the morning, didn't really have a trade on it, and I think range day, like even though we're up, I don't really think we like continue to explode to the north side. Maybe I'm wrong to say that. Maybe I'm like extra wrong to say that. But this is kind of, you know, showing you that 145.60 doesn't want to break. Obviously 150 is the bigger level at play, and I want to even, you know, let's see where this was yesterday, because do we have like a level here to play off? Yeah, no, it's like way above that. This is, I kind of feel like this is the right thing to do, so I'm going to take a short here as well. And this is very specific. If we break 145.60, then I'm out of this trade. So I think I'm risking like 30 cents, 60 cents on this one. If I lose, no problem. Pretty light on the position. I'm going for just below 145 on this. We'll see if we get those fills down there and continue to make that money.
Right on, Luca. Hopefully that they do work out for you. Currently, I'm actually working with, trying to enter Apple short, which might happen right now if we take, you know what? I'm just going to cross down and take the order because I was sitting at 130, but we're at 129.98, 129.95. So I figured, hey, I'm not going to haggle over a couple pennies over here. I'm just going to cross down, take that fill. The overall idea is the market to reject the high a day and come back to the downside a little bit. Maybe test VWAP for the S&P 500 and even for the NASDAQ. That would be a good little retest. Part of that idea made me also jump into a Netflix short. I got stopped out of the original entry on the short, so I'm now getting back in slowly with less size, and I'm going to lean all the way up to $292. The reason for that is because this this yellow line on the daily chart, according to the Trade Ideas calculator, the 200 period EMA is around $292.36. So I'm going to try and lean up to 292, try and take some more fills at the high a day right now, which is coming into play for NFLX. And if this trade ends up being sour, ends up being not the right trade, then we'll just take the loss and move on from it. But our fill on Apple right now, we just got that fill, we had to aggressively get into that trade. Seems to be already working out for us. We're getting a nice little move down on Apple. Some selling pressure still there in front of 130. 130 holding as a barrier, not allowing Apple to really push too far to the north side past it, even though the markets are trying to continue going up. Something that I learned today, and thank you, Arun, for being on the show today. He mentioned that the NASDAQ weightage actually transferred a little bit. Now the number one weighted stock is no longer Apple, it's actually Microsoft. So if you head over to ETF.com, if you ever have questions like this as to what is the number one weighted stock in whatever ETF that you're wondering about, you can go to ETF.com, type in the ETF that you're looking for, and right here you'll see Microsoft is now 12.54% and Apple at 11.86% at the number 2 spot, which is the opposite of what we have, which we're used to seeing for the most part. You can also go quickly take a look at, as we were trading energy ETFs today, XLE. What is inside XLE? You can scroll down over here and see that right here, Exxon is the number 1 for XLE. And then we got Chevron, then we got Schlumberg. I always have issues with pronouncing that one. But hey, Netflix is actually getting ready to go back to the downside a little bit. 13 pennies in the money on Netflix, and Apple getting ready to test the high a day, the previous high a day, $13.06. Let's see if we're able to burst through that 13.06 and keep trading above 130, hold 130 on the bids, or does the market crumble back to the downside, taking Apple along with it, and we go down? Are you talking about my Apple short or something
I'm
else?
in that same Apple short, and I said, guys, if we get to that 130 level, I'm going to be discretionary. I'm going to watch it first, see how it reacts, and we can't get through 130. I think the short's a banger, so I did continue to add to that position. My average is now, 94s on that. So yeah, looking pretty good and already working to the downside. I'm a scalper, so for myself, if I can make 30 cents, 20 cents from this, I'm pretty happy. This is just instantly working for me. So let me just kind of take some off over here and continue to hold that. I got a pretty nice position on it. So yeah, we'll see if we can get back down to below 60s and test 50s. I kind of use 50-cent increments on Apple. for the move, but then I gauge it with 30 cents. So it's like, for myself, I like this kind of 130 level. It's going to be a battle, right? People are going to be thinking, oh, maybe long. People are going to be covering. People are going to be taking shorts. And so in my mind, I'm just like, okay, add, cover, cover, cover. If we get back, I'll continue to add and just recycle over and over in these key levels and then hold some for the 30-cent move and then hold maybe a piece for the bigger move. But, again, I will hold the lightest piece for the bigger move. Here we go. Tesla's now moving actually to the downside, looking pretty good. I got a nice position on this one as well, so I will continue to cover this as it works for me. And usually, I'm thinking, is it the better idea to have just orders out that I can get filled on, or do I just like pull it up quickly and punch? It's a work in progress with my trading, as you guys know. Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe not so good, but enjoying myself, having a time. You're still short Apple, I assume?
Yeah. I have an
Hopefully-
order right now sent out at 129.51, but I think I have a solution for what you're looking to solve over there. We actually have our software is called P-Pro 8 from Day Trade the World. For anyone wanting to learn more, you can head over to daytradetheworld.com and learn more about how you can open up your own floor or office, a prop firm basically. But on our software, we have a functionality which is like you can flatten about 25% of your position, 35 or 50%, 75% or hold. If you don't want to have order just sitting out, I think you can just pull up to that stock and have a programmed key ready for you, so you can just punch out of 25 or just punch out of 50, or you can just cross and do the two. I know you're a gamer. You're quick with your keys. You can just do that. Yeah. But those are options out there for anyone who is thinking about programming those keys. Currently, our Apple position is 16 cents in the money. We're working with that. Netflix was about 20 pennies in the money, but Netflix trying to go back to the north side. So I'm taking a little bit more size on Netflix. I want to lean on that short up to 292. If it fails, that's fine. I'm fine with giving back some money on the day. We can't win 100% of those trades, but I don't want to keep that mentality into going into bad trades. If I recognize myself being in a bad trade, I'll try to minimize the loss really quick, getting away from the loser quicker and holding my winners longer. That's something that we did with TSM today, but for some reason, I don't think TSM really has any more move left in it to the north side. I could be wrong about it. This is just my gut feeling. No real indication out there except for my gut feeling saying that TSM is exhausted. So I'm out of that trade. But technically, I could have still been in this trade with my stop out at break even, which was $75 even. At that point, I would be about 60 to 61 cents in the money on the TSM long.
I just noticed Neil, guys. Neil did flush through. I was not really paying attention because I'm pretty light on the position, and I'm just kind of watching. Tesla, Apple is my main priority right now, and Neil's back burner. So this looks really ugly, but I'm not really too worried. I'm so tempted to fix my average on it, but that's not really part of the plan. I'm going to see if I can get out just in front of 10. It'll probably give a little bit of a bounce back, and I'll probably take the loser on that one. But yeah, we'll reevaluate as that goes there. And yeah, man, Google, I kind of added to it, covered a little bit more. I do think we just kind of balance off over here. What worries me is that, the market is pushing up again. So the thing is we could easily kind of stay in this targeted range over here for a little bit. And so maybe it's better to have shorts as we're at the highs because you then have room to the lows. I did think that there was potential that we could go through 38.60, but now we're kind of bouncing there. So yeah, Apple is now kind of pushing back up. Man, I'm glad that's the thing, man. That's why I cover. I cover, I kind of take the trade, I cover a little bit, try to hold, reevaluate 130. Not really looking good as we kind of come back. You really want to see it fail as when you're in that kind of trade right there. Somebody in the chat was actually saying, Luca, it's a pleasure to watch your trading. I didn't think somebody scalped as much as I did, but it's nice to hear you kind of talking about it live. Yeah, man, just sitting here doing it live. Yeah, just kind of pressing buttons as fast as I can. Things are going okay right now. I think the 130 is a banger, man. I'm gonna add more. Yeah, I'm gonna add more at this 130. It just every time we get there, we reject. So even though we're not failing, it's like we get there and we just reject that. So I feel like I do have a defined out. If we explode to the north side, then I'll reevaluate and see what happens. But yeah, it feels like I can just recycle this level just over and over and over again. And even if I can get 10 cents, 20 cents on that, just Apple unlimitedly scalable, if that's if I pronounce that correctly. Yeah, just a heads up, stopped out of the Nvidia trade on that one. So yeah, I did take the L there, but no problem. Pretty light on that side of things. Tesla is still working, but now kind of going back up. Glad that I covered a little bit more over here. I am still going to hold this position. I think if we do get back to 123, it's going to make my life so much more difficult. So I'm going to have to, have a plan for that if we do get there. But I'm not necessarily going to put a hard stop. My average is not bad. It's above 123. So even if we do rip back there, I just basically lose what I'm up. But yeah, I think let the trade work. That's kind of the mantra for today. So we'll see if that can keep going. And Kala, yeah, not really doing much. So I'm just watching this. The stop's in place. It's below 14. So not really too worried. And I know people were talking about Netflix. I don't really know what to think. All I know is every time I trade Netflix, I lose. So I'm like reluctant to get into a trade on this thing. It is up on the day. I don't really want to, fade it back down. I mean, maybe if we get to 295, I want to say. Now 300. If we get to 300, which would be an outsized move, then I'll consider a trade on it. If not, then no worries. Gonna pull up Neo again. Is this thing? Yeah, no, this thing's done. Okay, I'm just punching out of this. That's a loser. Good thing I was light on that, man. Good thing, some of these back burner plays, like this looks absolutely terrible, but like a little bit of a paper cut, not too worried. And yeah, as long as Tesla works for me here, life is good, man. Life is good.
Yeah, the Netflix trade did stop me out, and now I'm trying one more time. We got those three tries, and if we lose all 3 tries, we're out. 3 and done type of a setup over here, and might just have to take the loss on Netflix completely, walk away from it. Thankfully, we're still green on the day. Hopefully, we stay green on the day going into the rest of the show over here. Looking for opportunities using scanners such as Trade Ideas. You can use code TraderTV30 to sign up for Trade Ideas using 30% off. You get 30% off using that code is what I'm trying to say. And if you're not using that code, trust me, you're missing out on one of the best tools out there to help you find the stocks that are moving around. At the moment on that scanner, clearly we see Netflix, as Netflix is making a new high a day every second as we're talking about it. Along with Netflix, we see Micron popping up. Okay, Micron, let's go check out what Micron's doing at the moment. Micron probably making the new high? No, but it's actually bouncing off of VWAP, going back to the north side. That probably means that TSM is making a new high indeed. So TSM getting ready for another leg up to the north side and taking the rest of the chip sector with it. So AMD 65 just breaking now not too long ago. We can also go take a look at NVIDIA 145. Ooh, that was a long that I was thinking about getting into, but I chickened out of that long. I guess it would have been a good one, as we are now 60 cents away from 145, getting ready to also make a new high a day. If you are trading chip stocks, it's usually a good idea to take a look at the chip sector, chip ETF, and you can go take a look at SOXX on the NASDAQ market, or as most of you in the chat, I know you guys look at SOXL, which is a 3 times leverage ETF. Always a good idea to look at the ETF of the stocks that you're trading. So if you're trading energy stocks, XLE. If you're trading financial stocks, banks and so on, XLF. If you're trading chip stocks, then SOXL. Currently, I just have to go manage my Netflix trade. So, Luca?
Yeah, sure, no problem. So just a quick update here, and thank you for whoever was saying, nice Tesla short. Yeah, man, it is a banger. It is the top of my list right now. Things are good. That was nice, man. I'm not going to lie. I was short. I covered. I held. It looked very stressful. I short a little bit more. It was just like sometimes you have high conviction at these levels, and you just got to kind of go with what feels right. So, yeah, that's working. Kala is now actually pushing north. So my cover spots are 17, 18, and then piece for the moon. If we get to 20, the moon for me is like 21, 22, 24. And then maybe there'll be another trade to be had there. But yeah, for now I'm not gonna add. I sort of added because it, dipped down and then ripped. I'm thinking dip down and then rip again. Now we did rip to 17. If the short is gonna be good here, we're gonna probably only rip to 16 and then reverse. At which point, I'm not going to cover at 16. I'm just going to keep the stop that I have. I have the conviction on the trade. I'm going to hold it. If we rip through 17, that's where I think fireworks and then potential high a day clear out. A little bit of a situation there. So, yeah, again, that's my plan on that one. I'm sticking to my guns. Apple, just kind of recycling this area over and over again. As soon as the area is done, it'll show you that it's done. And that's it, right? And that's it. And then it's done and So the thing is hopefully you're, like as a trader, as a scalper, you kind of look at these levels, you hit it, you cover, you hit it, you cover, you hit it, you cover. As soon as it's done, that's it. The trade is done. Keep it stress-free. Google is now pretty much going to the north side here. I have a bad feeling about this one, so I'm going to just cover the full position. I was pretty light. I'm taking the L on that, but I had the win. and now I'm pretty much flat on the name from the looks of it. That's okay with me though, because it just doesn't feel that I want to be in that trade. So I'm okay to walk away from that. And yeah, now Tesla's pushing up that. Well, yeah, the market's kind of pushing to the north side here. So I think I need to. I don't want to I should have just covered the lower over there. You know what? This might be the wrong call, but I'm just going to cover a little bit more over here, just in case. If we do continue to push higher, I'm in the money now. I'll just take the win. I'm still going to try to hold, but again, it's Tesla has shown that every time it just continues to go and make a new high. So yeah, this is the thing. As it kind of goes higher, I'm just telling myself yeah, maybe cover this because we're just going to explode upwards, especially if this market wants to now make a run to that 3880 level. And I could always reshort. So, these covers probably, I should have covered more over here. Nah, but that was good. That was a good trade. Things are going well. Apple's going up too. Let me just quickly look at Apple. It's, yeah, everything is going up, but Apple is not going up as much as you would think that it could be going up. So with that in mind, I'm gonna take more short here. Same plan, short above 130, cover below 130. I'm just gonna recycle this level over and over and over again. And yeah, man, things are good. I think somebody in the chat had a question. I'm just gonna glance back to see if I'm missing anything. Kala, ladder, pull, OPK. Yeah, I know. Oh, somebody was saying TGXT, which was the one from yesterday. Sorry, TGTX. GTX, yeah, TGTX on the NASDAQ. This one is strong, man. This one is strong. And is that wick even real to 1134 there? Yeah, this one, don't fight the trend on this one. Obviously, they had the positive news. It halted for the majority of the afternoon, and it's just straight uptrend to the north side. I don't think I want to short this thing at all. It's just so strong. I'm a dip buyer on this name, but we do have to really, if we can get back closer to 10, then I will try a sort of VWAP, 10 bounce, go for 30-cent scalp. I'm going to put a reminder order for myself just so that, because I feel like I might miss that. And while I'm on kind of small caps here, I feel like the other one, HOTH from today, this one was a halter. Let's see if it wants to load. This one was a halter to the north side, and one of the traders in the back had an absolute banger on this one. I think it was the long through 9, holding all the way up. But guys, keep in mind, when you see these setups, and it's very, very strong, and then you get this. It opens into a down halt. This is the destruction that I was talking about yesterday. It's it looks very strong, and then, at the flip of a switch, it's in a down halt. And, luckily, if you have your keys programmed, I think it opened, it closed at 87 or whatever, or 85, and opened at 85. So, you could always just get out on the open if you have those kind of things programmed. But how many times do you see down halt, halt, and then the thing opens down here, right? The thing opens down here. So you got to be extra careful on these names. This thing is probably, I'm looking at it, and I just feel okay, it's up 140%. But this is the move that you want to capture from the long perspective. This is the move that you want from the short perspective. Look, it almost retraced almost 50% of the move, gave you the VWAP out. Now it's kind of range bound, so I'm gonna stay away from this. I'm gonna stick with my Kala position for the long, and yeah, I'm just gonna continue to recycle Apple and Tesla. When they're doing volume like this, things are good, man. Things are good. Maybe this was a premature cover, but it's just kind of lock it in, just do the right thing over and over again, and see where we go from there. But yeah, I think we are now, oh, here we go. We're going to go to Big C at the big desk for European update, European close.
Thanks for that, Luca. Yeah, European markets all closing positive, riding on the coattail of North American markets as we bounce up off the jobless claims today. England being the flattest of the bunch here, 0.12 to the high side. Germany up 0.96, likewise by France, 0.94. Italy, the Borsa Italia, up 1.07%. Followed by Spain at 0.69. But the biggest winner, guys, again, either the biggest loser or winner, it looks like, the most volatility happens to go to Turkey. So interesting close on that. I just want to mention TJTX because you heard Luca talk about that quickly here. It looks like yesterday's high of day that we really need to take note of is that 1150 area. That is the most recent high of day. There is more resistance to the upside. This one is a former runner, and you saw Arun trade this one, guys. What do you think about it?
Yeah, that TGTX, man, it is something special. When you get that kind of positive news that comes out and it halts and then it's just up and just very, very strong on the day. It's do yourself a favor and just buy the dips, right? Buy the dips. Don't chase the highs. And sometimes it pays. But for the most part, look, you buy the dip, upside. You buy the dip, upside. You buy the dip, upside. I'm like telling myself this because I'm the one who chases the highs. You know, they say buy low, sell high. No. Luca is buy high, sell higher, and play this dangerous game. But yeah, so, you know, at this point in the day, I just think that, you know, 11:30, we're approaching 12 o'clock. Maybe we do get that little bit of a bigger dip. You know, this is a very strong move just based on the visualization of the chart. And not to say that we can't keep going, but it just does feel like we could pull back. You know, 10:30, 10:20. I really do like the 10:20, 10 area long there. So yeah, if we get there, that's my area. That's where I'm going long. I think I covered, yeah, I did cover the majority of Apple there. I think that was a mistake because I don't want to, hopefully I can get back into this somehow. You know what, let me just get back in small size here. This is I'll continue. This was, I didn't want to cover it all, but I guess I forgot about that order. So yeah, back into, you know, again, same plan. I will scale into this above 130. Those are the money fills for myself right now. And this kind of short is like, okay, if we actually go, like whatever, I'll just hold what I have here. But yeah, not too worried about that punch there. I just want to have a little piece in case we do go down. But every time I do glance at the market here, it is just going, right? It is kind of going to the upside here. Let me just remove this arrow and stop doing this. Yeah, so, you know, 2 shorts, 1 long, Kala. I love to see it, man. I love when these things, when they get going, you know, things are good. So again, it's light on the position, not too worried. But yeah, Netflix to the north side. I know, man. I know Netflix is.
Netflix is absolutely destroying me right now. I've pretty much given back my day, and now a little bit in the red. So struggling with that position. Probably just need to stop trading that, honestly, and just worry about the positions that are paying me. Apple continues to work for that recycle off that 130 wonderful level, constantly giving you gifts. So I think that's what I'm going to focus on. I'm going to keep focusing on rinsing and repeating that level until it stops working. Also going to look for an opportunity on TSM. You know, TSM now getting close to what would have been what would have been a nice target to use for my long exit, but sadly we're no longer in that trade. So looking for a possible exhaustion, some sort of a signal to tell me to get into a short on TSM and fade that move that we had to the north side. AMD over here struggling around 65, Nvidia also struggling around 146, but all of these chip stocks very, very strong on the day today. Positive catalyst behind them, so it makes sense why they're strong. This market also very strong on the day like today. So as we're going into the closing of the last few days of 2022, and you guys heard about the whole T+2 settlement dates and the booking year loss before taxes and so on. So that might have also come into play a little bit. I think actually we have to send it to Sharif right now. So we'll send it to Sharif and then we'll bring it back to me.
Yeah, guys, Pally making a move here. This was up earlier in the morning, made about almost a $3 high, retraced, but now it's testing high days again, up 70%. No real news on this one. More of a technical breakout, breaking out of that $1 area, guys.
Pally breaking out of $1. Yeah, usually don't really trade $1 stocks, but we can take a look at Pally over here. Well, $2. Yeah, broke out of 1, I'm guessing, in pre-market you meant. And now we're heading to $3 over here. 67% up on the day. Pretty monster move, to say the least, on PALI. We'll keep this on track. A little bit of a volume spike over there. But, man, it's just insane how this market does not want to stop going to the north side. I guess me expecting the market to cool off its jets. Maybe the Rolls-Royce engines to the strap to the side of this market over here overheating a little bit, but boy was I wrong. They pulled out the de-icer on me. They de-iced and froze that engine right back up and made it ready to go because this market is still making new higher days. The UVXY ETF, which is something that we take a look at a lot when making decisions, is pretty much near the low of day, down 3.5%. And if this UVXY ETF wants to keep on going to the lower side, the only other thing to keep in mind is the markets might just keep on going to the north side. So we need UVXY to pop up, so we need the market to go down. That's basically because we have 2 shorts on the board, which are both would be nice to win on. Apple is a winner right now, but Netflix, sadly, I got to put the L on my forehead a little bit. Losing a lot more on Netflix than I would like to lose on a single stock. So giving back my day, but that's fine. We still got a lot of the day left over here. Lots of opportunities to show up, and we got scanners on board. We got people behind us shouting out stocks, what they're looking at. We got the wonderful chat who's looking at stocks and calling out positions too. So make sure you're throwing that in there for us, so we can look at any positions that you want the attention garnered on.
Yeah, guys, just keep in mind the market's pushing higher now, so I do have a lot of shorts on board that I need to be very cautious of this. Apple's back at 130, so I'm gonna, same plan here, continue to add to the short. I really do like it. I feel like my gut tells me the short is gonna be a banger. I really like it. I also short Amazon because it's giving you this feel of that 83, 85 area, maybe as a potential top for short term. It's very clean, right? It's like stopping right at 83.60, and now even though it's breaking to the north side and breaking through that 85, that 83, 85 area, I just feel like, there's not follow through. Like if it shows you that this is the shelf, when it breaks the shelf, it should go, right? It should go. If it doesn't, maybe there's just no follow through. So I'm gonna continue to kind of average into these trades that I take. I feel like that's just the easier way. So, we go higher, I'm gonna add, and then hopefully we get that rollover and then cover, same kind of plan there. Yeah, Apple is a banger, man. This is like, I should just be loading up the short.
Yeah.
What I should be doing is loading up max size on the short right now and then holding everything for the move, because if we roll over, this is going to be the first leg to drop. That's kind of, when does it give you a 130 level like this? And keep in mind, 130 held for so long, then we broke, and we just been going down, down, down. So yeah, this is relief bounce, but look at this, man. All the way up, all the way down, now we're going up, but it's just kind of stalling at that very, very clean level. So I want to now I'm in the money, and I want to, you know what, let me just cover nothing, so that I just satisfy the urge to do the right thing here. And yeah, somebody before was like, oh yeah, Netflix, I got smoked on it this morning. It has a bad personality. Yeah, man, I feel you on that one. I feel you on that one. I absolutely, personally hate Netflix. If it was a personality, it'd be the worst personality ever. I am not trading Netflix. I'll pull it up and I'll be like, yeah, guys, look at this. It's up, it's down. But I'm not punching into this one. Every time I do, I lose. So no thank you on that. Yeah, if we break trend on Amazon to the downside, I think best cover targets would be 61. So not 60, 60. It's just kind of based on this area. It's kind of it broke, then it reclaimed, then it bounced once, twice, then it kind of held there. So I don't want to hold for the VWAP test, even though that's kind of the ideology on my trade back to VWAP. But yeah, I'll try to get out at 60s or 70s, scalp it out. So yeah, that's kind of that. And I added a little bit to Tesla short. We had the move up. I covered some to satisfy my urge, in case we did run 123. This could have not stopped and been at 123.50. Then I would have got smoked on the rest of my position. No, thank you. So just covered a little bit more there, adding it back. And this is the thing, right? Sometimes you need to recycle. And what does that actually mean? It means, get out of the shares and then get back into the shares. Because, it's kind of like you're playing an over-under, right? So you're like, okay, I'm short, it works for you, it goes back, you get out, you're flat. It goes up, it does its thing, boom, you get back in, now it goes back down, right? So that was the logic with this. I didn't add the second portion because we didn't get high enough, right? But it's okay, I'm okay with that. Now we're going back down, and this is a trade, Tesla is a trade right now that you want to have that order at VWAP if that's your cover target, because this could flush to VWAP and bounce very sharply. So for myself, usually, again, you guys know I'm always missing stuff. But yeah, I'm gonna make sure that I that I have the order around VWAP to cover, and then I'll try to hold for I think for myself it's cover 120, 121, cover 120, cover 119. Hold a piece for 118 this. Yeah, this could easily reverse the whole move. It showed us that it could do that over and over again. Yeah, so Apple is now back up again. So I'm gonna add back those shares again. Just continue to scalp this over and over again. Yeah, man, I'm on one today. I just feel it. We're doing well. Adding a little bit more to the Amazon short here as well. And where are we on NEO? I think I just said I want to just short NEO because this was bad, man. This was a long. And then I punch out at the bottom, light size, so no big deal. But now I'm heavier on the short. And I think we dipped. I thought it was going to do that channel. It didn't. Now maybe this is going to be overhead resistance. So I am short the name. I want to see this go back through 10. And then if we can get back down, 990. So I'll take the scalp 15-cent win if I can. We should not be going through 1010 to the upside. We should, if the short is going to be good And you know what? Let me just add a little bit more because I feel like the short could be good here. We should not be going through 10-10, 10-12 area. Like if we do that, it'll have to be, I'll have to reevaluate that position. Kind of glad that I covered NVIDIA. The short looked good. I covered it. It was a paper cut. But look where we are. We're back up. So that was a solid cover on that one. And Apple is going higher here as well. So I'm going to add a little bit more to that one. And yeah, so for, it's kind of funny. Somebody's like, yeah, Luca, coming into today with that bearish feel, not good. You know, it's kind of funny because the longs are good, obviously. But here I am just kind of scalping the levels, right? I'm scalping, I'm taking it off. So not really, I mean, take my positions, on the short side or the long side with a grain of salt. Like I'm a scalper, I will jump in and out. That's kind of what I'm doing, recycling over and over again. It's not really fighting the trend when you're scalping, when you're going for like 10 cents, 20 cents. You're just kind of playing the level and you're taking fills, you're adding liquidity to other traders. So it's not like I don't really have a bias. I just know the 130 level is overhead. So I will recycle this level as much as I can over and over again. And as much as I want to hold the size for the move down because that's my conviction, I probably won't. I probably won't because, if this thing gets to 29.70, I'm going to be like dying to cover this. I'm going to be dying to cover the majority. So yeah, that's just a little heads up for you guys. And Trader Gorno, what's up? Hopefully you're doing well, enjoying the day, making that money. I'm shorting Nike. Nike's back at 118. Get out of here. Oh, really? Okay, I'm going to try this again, and maybe I could do this a little bit better than I did last time. If at first you don't succeed, stick with it, because good things are to come. So I'm going to try, let me just get into a little bit of a position right now on this name. And so remember last time? Last time it went up, and it went like sideways, right, for a long time. Then it finally failed. So my target on this, like just kind of quickly looking at it, is right here.
3,900 today?
Like 117.25. Like if we actually fail, like that will be my target. I'm going to try to scale into it if it gives me the opportunity. But yeah, that 118 level, good luck, man. Good luck. That's a solid level. And Luca is right for short Apple 130. It has high call volume 130. Yeah, it's the tail wags the dog. I mean, there's a lot of things happening. Just keep that in mind. For myself, it's just like 130 feels like that institutional level where, people are trading. Are people really buying it through 130 because do they think this thing is going to 135, 140? Like, I think we're going to 125, 120, right? So maybe a lot of other people think that as well. So yeah, man, just keep in mind as the market pushes higher, the shorts are like, it's kind of like, okay, you got to be careful, right? Because, you're short, the market's pushing higher. But yeah, for now, things are working. And you know what? Let me just cover a little bit more of this Tesla here because why is it stopping? That's basically the question that I'm asking myself. Yeah, that's fine. I want the majority of the cover at 120 and go. See, this is the thing, man. I cover and then it gives me the flush. I can't even wait 1 second. Oh, that's trading, man. Trading is just... trading is funny, right? Trading is funny. But yeah, as we get this flush, I'll just try to cover just a little bit more there. And yeah, watching these positions. Amazon now back up again, so I'm going to just add a little bit more there. This is a part of the plan. Like I'm giving myself room for this to break 184. So my stop is not 184. I've done that before, and I keep losing when I do that. So, 184, it is probably going to print the level. But the real question is, this is the shelf. Maybe we run the 184s. Maybe we get to 184.20. Then we turn back down, then we go down. So I'm giving myself the opportunity for that to happen. If it goes down and I don't have the full size, whatever, no problem. You talk to a lot of mean reversion traders, and what they will tell you is they don't want full size. Because if they have full size, that means they're close to getting stopped out. And if they're stopped out, it's not a good look, right?
Game over.
Yeah, keep that in mind. Michael Lloyd saying, Luca, the trend is your friend. Wrong way, bro. Yeah, no, I was explaining this. Like, like as a scalper, it's yes, but no. At the same time, just I'm recycling levels that I think are gonna be good. And then as soon as they, like for example, if Apple now breaks up to the north side and just explodes with velocity, like whatever, I punch out of the rest of my trade, I lose on the rest of my trade, but I already captured so much of the win. I mean, look at this. It's like win, 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 win. And if I lose, it's like okay, whatever. I already locked in so many wins. So again, scalper, right? Scalper. I'm showing you a different style of trading. This is my style of trading. This is kind of what I like doing. It works for me, so that's what I do there.
Yeah, this is insane. The market just keeps on going higher and higher. 3,900 might just come into play today. I might just get stopped out of both of my shorts here on Apple and Netflix. And not going to have fun getting stopped out on those ones because now we give back a little bit more on the day. So having a little bit of a red day here today, but that's fine. We're not going to cry about it. We had 2 good days in this week already. Having this red day will take away a little bit from those wins, but we still got tomorrow to worry about. We got the wonderful Free Fall Friday opportunity maybe setting up, especially with this move that the market's presenting us with today. Maybe tomorrow we set up for a nice bearish move, a rejection of 3,900, and maybe we do dip back under 11K over here on the S&P, on the NASDAQ, sorry, not S&P 500. So lots of things to gear up for, nothing really to be too sad about, and the day is not done yet either. So still lots of opportunities out there in the market for us to be hunting for. So let's take a second to breathe, take a second to calm down, and really hone in on the right opportunities. I'm looking over at my trade idea scanner right now to see if I can find a said trade for myself to be involved in. I see Palantir popping up on that scanner, so let's quickly head over to Palantir, see what this stock is doing. A new high a day coming into Palantir, but look at this resistance around $6.50, showing from last week, from December, 20th, all the way up to December 22nd. So 3 days worth of resistance apparently around $6.55. That could be something to look forward to. And if there is any size on that, I can do the Luca method. If there's any size on 655, maybe we can lean on that, but I'm not really seeing any size there. There's a little bit of a size at 650, but for a stock that's traded 18 million shares, that might not be too much. Getting ready to actually punch out of Apple here completely, because this is getting ready to actually hold above 130. Let me pull up Apple on this screen for you guys. It wants to stay above 130. So it wants to stay above 130. It wants to continue going higher. I guess if you had longs off the open like I did, and you got out of it, this is what happens when you make poor exits on your trades. You start FOMOing into bad entries later on, and now we're paying the piper on Apple over here. So watching the tape, looking at the time of sales for Apple, also looking at the overall market to see if I can understand what the market wants to do. Clearly, look, 11,050 breaking out, now going for a new high a day on NASDAQ, 3870 breaking out, going for a new high a day on the S&P 500, UVXY breaking down, going for a new low a day on UVXY. Everything screaming, shorts are not it, Chief.
Shorts are not it. I'm still in the shorts, and I'm kind of holding this. I'm just adding like a part of the plan here. I think I'm going to give Apple just a little bit more room. I think, there's potential. Like, yeah, we're breaking to the upside. We could easily get back. It's painful now, but it's not a problem. I'm just kind of adding to it, and then if we get back to 130.10, I'm going to try to cover the rest of that. If we, continue to just march to the north side, yeah, man, this is going to be something else, So, yeah, it's looking bad now. I think Tesla's the only short that's not really popping as much as, I guess, the rest of them. So I'm pretty happy with this one. I mean, I'm like doing very, very well on Tesla, so I'm up on this right now. Things are good, and just got to manage that Apple, Amazon, a part of the plan here. So yeah, if we keep going higher, I'm going to keep adding to this one and then come back. I mean, eventually, I think we fade back down, right? I think that's kind of the general idea there. So yeah, as long as just make sure, like this is the thing. When you guys are like scaling in and have this plan where like things are kind of go against you, like for myself, it's like discretionary. I look at my position, I go, okay, can I handle this right now? Sometimes I'm like all in, very aggressive, and then I got to watch, maybe have a tighter stop. And then other times I'm like, okay, like let me average in, let me manage this. So not really too worried right now, not gonna lie. Lucas should stop cost averaging against the trend. Yeah, man, it's you crazy shorting Apple. Nah, man, it's fine, it's fine. We'll see what happens. I mean, don't like trade your own book, guys. Like trade your own book. Just I'm showing you kind of different style, my style of trading. Sometimes I do well, sometimes I do terrible, right? So it's a work in progress, but I really do like the positions that I have on board. It just feels like the right thing to do. And I scaled accordingly, so I'm pretty happy with this. Yeah, now Apple's like flushing down. So we probably, this is the thing, we break to the upside, right? And there's just no follow through. It's like there's no follow through on some of these names. Like this, if it was a real nice trend, it would go up, it would consolidate, you would see the explosiveness to the upside. This is just like explosiveness to the upside and then quickly reverse, right? So that's kind of my logic on that. And now that we're back down, still I think my average is closer to 130, but I think with this one, I'm going to Yeah, let's see if we get, I told myself cover some damage control here. That's fine. So yeah, I'm going to cover some over here. And pure damage control, man, because this is the thing. I'm up on the name. I'm still up on the name. And recycling, right? It's like we go up. I'm like, fix the average because I think it's a really good kind of part of the plan. Come back down, damage control. Now reevaluate. Let's see how it goes. If we now break back below that 130.10 and flush to 130, I'll probably try to have an order out closer to 130 to cover some of that. You know, you're welcome for letting you know what I'm doing in advance here, guys. And then yeah, if we actually break 130 to the downside, I'm going to consider slamming the short back for the move back down, because I've just seen it time and time again where we pop, we drop, and then we're back in the range, and then we go back down. So, you know, yeah, trading's not easy. You got to go through pain. Thanks for that RCL idea through 50. And I hope I have a stop out on this one. Yeah, I think I have a stop out on this one. So I should be good with this. If we go through 50.10, then I'm going to be out of that trade as well. So for now, yeah, the shorts are kind of at flat, you know, not really doing too much. Tesla looking really good. Kala now back down, unfortunately. But yeah, still sticking to the game plan there. And there was no valid reason to short the market. Come on. You know, like scalper's going to scalp, right? Scalper's going to scalp. Luca, these aren't small caps, mega caps, hold highs and just keep going. Yeah, you know, you got to just don't fight.
I don't accept that answer.
Don't fight the trend. I'm going to say this. Don't fight the trend like after like 11, after 12, right? Especially if you're going for the swing. If you're just adding liquidity and recycling shares over and over again, then you know, do the do's, right? It's like just keep providing liquidity. This is something that a lot of new traders don't really understand. And I know Trader Gorno in the chat is like, Luca, just keep doing the do's, like don't listen. And I'm trying to like add value and kind of, you know, let people know there's multiple ways that you could kind of recycle shares at these levels, right? It's like, for example, the 10 level. Some people are like, hey, I'm going to long and then play off 10, whereas I'm just like short above 10 and then covered below 10. I'll just keep recycling, right? Because, you know, got to imagine there's people that have stops, you know, below 10 that are long. It's just kind of, this is human emotion. Oh, I'm going to risk off 10. So let those stops trigger, and those are my covers. So I kind of play the opposite. So yeah, no, things are going well. I want to check back. Did I get stopped out RCL? Yeah, I think I lost on the RCL one. Just a heads up on that. This is on New York. Yeah, so this one is whatever. I lost 15 cents. Wasn't really too big. I was like, I saw the 50 level. I saw what you were saying. I'm like, oh yeah, 50 level. I got to try this at least one time. So tried it. Didn't work there, but yeah, man, no problem on that one. Just get out and reevaluate and see where that one goes. Amazon, I unfortunately didn't get to 84.20, which is what I wanted to see for the continuation on the ads there. Now we're probably gonna, you know, go back lower. Basically, where am I on this one? I'm down like what, 5 cents? Yeah, so that's basically flat on that. And yeah, same idea, man. 70s. If we can get to 70s there, you know, cover that. And Apple is. Let me see if I should be adding to this one. 130. 130 probably holds for a little bit. But I just feel like these are the money fills, man. You know what? I'm gonna go with my gut on this one. I'm gonna just add a little bit more to the short. It just feels like I just feel like once we break that 130 to the downside, like we're going down. Like look at this move. The market move was so strong to the upside, and just like Apple is like pulling back. Like no, that just tells me that we're gonna easily go back down there. So
I love this guy.
That's
I love you, bro.
Just talking.
It's like the market's like talking to you. Apple's like, no. I love it.
Just having a time, man.
I love the explanations. I love the way your brain processes things sometimes. I might just have the short on Netflix after struggling for for eons on that trade. Where am I typing? I'm not typing in the right box. Here we go. After struggling for quite a bit on this trade, I might just have to short. I'm holding on to the short right now from 294.47. We're exactly around those prices on Netflix. If this market can please pull back down to VWAP, then maybe our Apple shorts and Netflix can also pull back down, and we can diminish some of the losses we incurred on Netflix and then hopefully turn back into positive. My goal on this week is just to have every single day of this week positive, because it's a short week. It's a 4-day week, Friday, tomorrow being the last day. If today's the red day, then sadly I'll end up with 1 red day, 2 green days, and then we have 1 more day to still test out the market in. So I'm not going to complain too much about it, but part of me, even if it's by 1 penny, just being completely blatantly honest, even if I can turn green by 1 cent, I'll take it. I just want to end the day green. That's my goal. That allows me to build my confidence. That allows me to work on my emotional capital and build off of that going into the next day. The reason why I'm talking about this is because I see a lot of comments in the chat talking about how Netflix wiped me out today, Tesla wiped me out today, or LUV wiped me out today. That's fine, guys. If you guys got wiped out a little bit or got hurt a little bit, you don't have to be too upset from that. Just focus on how to work on it, how to fix it, get better, and come back tomorrow and slap the market and you know, just look for those A-plus opportunities, look for those better trades. If you can protect your capital, which is obviously your buying power that you're buying positions with, and your emotional capital, your confidence, that's way more worth it for you in the long run. So just protect your confidence. Don't let your confidence get diminished just because of a couple positions that you took that didn't work out for you today. We'll come back harder, stronger, faster, all those adjectives, I think those are adjectives, that the song Daft Punk talks about. We're gonna go to your main man Big C at the big desk for social sentiment.
Come to social sentiment, guys. Same old usual suspects showing up here. You got Tesla, AMC, and APE. I actually haven't seen AMC and APE both move together, but both are up today. AMC up 6.77%, making a top there about $4.20. It's about a $4.11 now, so near high of days, up 7% now. APE also up 5.5%, but more sideways motion here, more trading like a buyout sort of. You'll have to get in and out of these tight ranges, guys.
Luca pointed out something that Apple has some size sitting on the ask at, what'd you say again, 130?
130.11.
And it's about 1,400 lots. So if this short plays out now, it's got to be right meow. So right meow, this banger short needs to play out. Since Lucas, he kept saying banger, you know what? We'll just take some more size just for Lucas' sake, the Italian trader's sake. And it actually helped me out when I was playing basketball in India by myself. You know, I was shooting some hoops just for practice. Yeah. I said, this is for TraderTV Live. Shot didn't go in. I said this is one's for somebody else. I forget who. The shot didn't go in. I said this one's for Trader Luca, the Italian stallion, and the shot went right in, baby. So this one's for the Italian stallion one more time. Let's see if we can help me over here make some of the money back that I've been struggling with on the markets today. But hey, I want to take a second over here to go into some of the super chats that you guys have blessed us over here on the show. Where is it? Thursday super chats. We addressed that one. We got one over here. HOTH, we going to Echo Base, says Farmer Trader. That was a $2 super chat around 9:43. Thank you for that. HOTH, obviously, your main man Neil and even Arun. We're taking a look at those positions today. Hopefully they covered it for you in that moment. If anyone can help me, I'll already answer that question. Big penny stock alerts with the TraderTV Live membership renewal. Thank you for that. We appreciate it. Welcome to the family one more time. I'm a small cap day trader, but I listen to this show every day. Great show, great hosts, great people, and great community who come back every single day, smashing those like buttons, smashing that subscribe, showering us with donations and super chats, and renewing the memberships out of the kindness of their own heart. So thank you to each and every single one of you who do that for us, TraderTV Live over here. We got the Bamba coming in with damn Prad looking fine AF. Thank you, my friend. $5 super chat over there. I appreciate it. That kind of boosted my ego. So now if you see me acting up, you know why. Prad, this is Louis from Barcelona, Spain in chat. Sent this for Luca. Academia, A-Day Trading Barcelona. So cool, Luca. We trade very similar as far as I can see. Come to Barcelona, day trade the world. Hey
man, anytime. I love, if you're watching this right now, I've been to Spain. I've been to Barcelona. I love it there. I love it. I love tapas. I love the life.
Hey, Louis, no poaching, hey? No poaching other traders.
It's so much better than the cold weather over here that sucks. And, huh? Oh, man, yeah, that sounds amazing. That's actually something I would consider, you know, as obviously markets are crazy, so I'm locked in right now. But no, for sure, that's something thank you for the offer. That's something I would consider in the future. Come by, live the life, man. Barcelona is so nice. You know, Europe is the best. Europe is the best. The life here is a little different. It's got pros and cons, but yeah, man. So quickly, just an update here. Apple is now working. I did add the size there, so it's looking like once we fade back down, we're going to get that flush. So same plan, man, you know, short above 130, went with my gut, kind of feels right, things are looking good. Now I'm just gonna, you know, take some off, like kind of scalp, continue to scalp. And this is the thing, people in the chat like, oh, why are you doing this? You know, I don't see this as a battle between me and you guys. I see this as a great opportunity to kind of provide, you know, a different style, right? So for me, I come on the show. Why am I on the show, you ask? Well, I love to provide value. I love to say, you know, I went through so much pain. What can I teach people that watch this?
Now I'm here to give the gains.
I'm here to just show like a different style, man. That's basically what it's all about. You know, everybody has a different style. There's I could learn from you guys, and you guys can learn from me. And that's kind of the mantra that I have here, right? So yeah, and I know Lone in the chat was like, Luca, don't worry, these people don't know. It's like, well, me as a person, I'm gonna try my best to just kind of keep showing that. So yeah, now the only thing that I'm out of the money on is Kala. The shorts are all working. Tesla is okay. Yeah, no. Let me cover more of this. This probably goes, but this is I thought 21 was okay. That was great. So I covered here, covered VWAP. I guess I removed my order. That was not a good thing, but thank God I covered that. Okay, Tesla banger short, like banger short. Like it doesn't get any better than this. Like that was super clean. Glad I added some back, covered a little bit more, covered the majority at VWAP. Majority is now covered. I'm riding the rest.
Majority is now covered.
Yeah, majority is covered. That was the plan. And as much we get here and now, it's like, oh, like, you know, even if we fade, I'm gonna feel terrible, obviously. But I said cover at VWAP. That was a part of the plan. That's kind of what I did. And now if we can get to 120, I'm gonna cover some at 120. That'd be great. Just go to 120. Let me cover some down there. And 119, 118.50 would be pretty sick. I don't think we're gonna get break the lows and go. I just don't think that's gonna happen. So that's why I'm covering the majority here. And if I can get 120, 119, you know, that'll be a gift. So we'll see where that one goes. I'm gonna quickly look. So Nike. Oh, I missed that. Damn it. Oh, man, that 119. This is the thing. I have a lot of positions on board, and usually I don't do this. So I'm not that I'm uncomfortable, but I'm trying to quickly look at everything and be like, okay, so Neil's now back here. So, yeah, let me lighten up on some of these. Where are we on Neil? Okay, yeah, so let me just, I'm just going to get fully out of Neil. That's that's a good win there. Apple covered some. Great. We're kind of inching back up. The size is probably still there at the 11s. It didn't fill. But the thing is at this time of day, you know, they want to fill as much size as possible to reap those commissions. So kind of the way that I look at it is as we stay closer to the size, you know, whoever is doing the dues is trying to figure out how can we fill this size, right? So I'm kind of wary of that, but we didn't fill it and we did fade back down, covered below 130. Let's see how this kind of reacts over here. Still in a decent position. I think I can get 81, so I'm just going to make sure I have an order out over there. 81, 70s, I'm just using 10-cent increments. 80s, 70s, and then 60s would be great.
Oh my God. Punch out?
Kind of glad that I held on to this, man. This was a battle. Meta, I had the initial short. I added to it. We go back down. Let me just, I think I added, yeah, I'm going to cover some here. So that's a win, and I'm going to hold the last piece. The 120's holding, right? 120's holding. I said my stop was 120.20. We didn't break above that. We easily could. So I'm taking some off over there, locking in the essentially break even, little bit of a win. And now if we do go back down, my target is 1950. That would be great if we can get there. If we go back up, Meta's the one that I'm not going to scale into anymore. I'm going to hold what I have. And then if we fade back down, I'll cover the 1950. Give me the win. I'll be happy with that one. Amazon, it's sort of just hanging out at 84s here. So it just feels like maybe I should add more there. And yeah, if we can break below 85s, I feel like the covers, you know, the initial plan was this was the kind of overhead, discretionary add. I wanted it to 120. We come back down, maybe it hangs out a little bit more. If the market rolls over even a little bit, it just feels like these names could easily, it feels like the bid is soft. So that's kind of my thesis. So I'm adding a little bit more, yeah. And if we just have to break 85s, and then I'm going to get some of those fills down below. So we'll see if we get those. But yeah, Amazon now is my biggest out of the money position at 10 cents, which I mean, it's 10 cents, but as a scalper, guys, it's, 10 cents. I'm like, hey, 10 cents, this goes another 20. I got to get out of this, eh? But yeah, no, we're going to see what happens there. So yeah, Meta on board still, lots of shorts. The only long Kala, it's, mean reversion trade. Things are okay. Apple is something that I'm watching as well. I think, we pop here. I'm gonna add again. I'm gonna add again to Apple. Just kind of playing off that size. If we do break the size, I think my plan is to maybe cover. I'll be discretionary. I'm not gonna have a stop above the size, But if we like break the size and then go to the north side, I'm just going to get out of everything and then I'm going to reevaluate because, you know, I locked in the win. It was good. And yeah, now it's kind of, I guess maybe I'm going to watch this one here. Yeah, no stop there. I'll be discretionary. If we break and hold and go back to the north side, then yeah, we could easily go back to 40s. I don't want to hold it again. I liked it the first time. I don't like it the second time. I locked in a lot of wins on it. I have a good average, 06, 07-ish. So yeah, if we break this, we'll see what happens and then go from there.
Right on, let's go. Why do Canadians say A? Yeah, I'm not sure. I actually wondered that too when I first immigrated to Canada, but now it's in my vocabulary too, so I can't help it. It's just something. It's just the way of the land, I guess, right? But hey, market did pull back a little bit. Netflix is in the money, but not doing a whole lot for me. Would love for it to flush a little bit more. The market popped right back up. I keystroked completely out of my Apple short, so. You know, I could get back in, but I'd much rather get back in closer to 130.50s at this point than getting back in right here at 130. We also do have that size at 130.11. Not sure if he's still there. I can't see it on Luca's book. I can't see it on my book, so not sure if that order is taken out or we just can't see it right now. We're exactly pretty much around that, so I should be seeing it on my book. Luca, do you see it on yours? Yeah, he's still there. They're on the ARCA book. I'm going to have to complain to Greg. For some reason, I'm not seeing these books. Or Luca is paying for some secret hidden information like Citadel over here. What do you got? Direct connection to Citadel, my friend? So clearly, Luca's seeing the info. I'm not seeing the info. This is the problem right there, guys. That's a good talking point. You want to make sure that you have all the gateways, especially at least the main gateways that the markets are using, like ARCA, BATS, NASDAQ, New York, EdgeX, and so on. These gateways will show up randomly with some size, and if you don't have information or if you're not paying for the book, which I think I am, I'm just not seeing it for some reason, you will miss out on those key trading decisions or key trading points that the market's whispering to your ears. So thank you, Luca, for sitting next to me and having that up still. We're seeing that the stock is rejecting 130.11 at the moment and still struggling around this 130 area, but I am out of my shorts. I'm not going to try and work with it, but a new position alert, as you guys can see right under right next to my name, which is somewhere in that corner over there. It's going to be a Microsoft short. Microsoft short in front of 241. The high of day 240.90. My short is exactly at 240.73 at the moment. We are getting a nice little 17-cent flush on MSFT, and we're 30 cents in the money on NFLX. So some of the money that we gave back, we're fighting for it back at the moment. We're getting that money back. Maybe we turn into positive today. If that happens, I will be very happy because we did LFT a lot more than we have in the last few days. A part of me did, you know, I want to keep it transparent with you guys, right? I want to be 100% honest about this, which is part of me went off the rails with Netflix today. I went off the rails. I started revenge trading it. I started taking bad fills, and I knew I was doing that at that moment, but I still kept doing it. Thankfully, I caught myself. I waited for a little bit of a better level, 295, and if 295 failed, I was going to wait for 300. 295 ended up being, looks like the right level for me at the moment. It is paying me. We're 50 cents in the money on Netflix. I have an order out there to take profit somewhere lower, and the markets are also pulling back. NASDAQ is pulling back, S&P 500 pulling back. I'm still waiting for 3,900 as a possible move to the long side from the market today. Not sure if that's something that Arun's looking at. Any chance you're looking at 3,900 today? He says he doesn't know about that. So even better for the shorts then, because if Arun's not expecting 3,900 to come into the picture anytime soon. Sir?
Wow, look at Tesla, man. Look at Tesla.
Right, right. He's saying he has zero expectation. Just because he doesn't expect that doesn't mean it won't happen. That's a good point. But hey, for someone who thinks 3,900 might be a little bit too far-fetched today, far-fetched like the Pokemon, then, you know, hopefully the shorts over here that we're involved in do end up paying us some of that kashish. People in chat, Sharif, man, look what you got the chat going. Now everyone's saying Tesla and Elon. Like, where did you come up with these stuff from? So people in chat talking about Tesla and Elon. Elon at the moment, let's go see what he is doing. Probably crying and consoling his co-workers and well, not co-workers, his employees. You know, just petting his employees and saying, don't worry about the stock moves. But trust me, everyone's worried about the stock move because a lot of them do get paid in stock incentive, as a lot of these companies do. Meta platforms, Google, Tesla, a lot of these stocks pay in stock incentive. Part of me wants to go long 120. Part of me just wants to go long 120. So that is a trade that maybe we could work with over here. The risk to reward is there. You know, maybe don't give it too much of risk below 120. And if the trade ends up working, you might just get a nice little long, giving you $1 per share profit. So let's work with that.
Yeah, guys, a little bit of updates on my position. So I covered Meta. It was, I said I was going to wait for, I don't know if this wick is real, but I said I was going to wait for 50s. But sometimes you just feel bad. So I'm like, no, I don't like this. So I covered a little bit. And then as soon as I covered, I was like, no, I'm getting out of all of this. I don't like this at all. So yeah, Meta covered that where I mean, it's a winner, but like it's not what I expect it to be. But that's fine, man. You know, sometimes things change and you change your mind, and you know, you're allowed to change your mind, right? Nike is slowly going down. I don't even, what did I say the target was? 30. I might as well just have an order out here. This is going to be a super slow one, man. This one is going to be like watching paint dry, so I'm not even going to watch it.
Let's go, Elon.
Yeah, man. Apple now back up. The size is still there just for reference. Amazon, I got the fill to the downside, so now I'm pretty light on the position. Up on the name, things are good. So yeah, Tesla short, Nike short, Amazon short, Apple short, Cal long. Apple, as long as it stays below this 130.10, I probably should add. I think I missed that ad. No, yeah, I'm not gonna add now. You know, I'm just gonna keep recycling over and over. Guys, Tesla was the banger of the day. Like, I'm sorry, like this one, like look at this, man. This is like, I am painting this. This is absolutely insane. You know, something to be said about scale appropriately and just cover the flushes. Sell the strength, cover the flushes, cover a little bit more, add it back, cover the majority at VWAP, cover it on the way down, still in the position, now extra light on this one. And this is where I just think, like, when you see a move like this is a crazy move. We could easily be back at like 120, 140. So even if we get back there, I don't even care anymore because now I'm light on the position. I said I'm going to hold for 119. That's kind of the plan there. I'll pull it up again just to kind of revisit it. If you guys have questions and whatever, you can ask kind of my opinion on technicals and stuff like that. But that was good, man. That was a banger. Hopefully you guys were in on that one. I even said it. I was like, why is Tesla so weak when the market is going up? Why is Apple so weak when the market is going up? So I think I was in the right names. And then Meta was like, whatever, not going. Okay, no problem. I'll cover that very quickly. So yeah, Apple does feel like we are going to break this level here. So just be kind of cautious at the 130.11. It's probably going to fill that order, and then there's probably stops above that. We do get the pop there. But for the time being, we are going to pass it over to Big C for a quick update.
How many times have we talked about this one, guys? HTGM now finally making a move. It had been up a tiny bit earlier, getting off that 350, breaking through that 4, but now it's up decidedly 30%, making a top here at 482, I want to say. So this one, and it's been showing up a lot on our social sentiment board, so still being talked about online, and that's reflecting in the price action, guys.
HTGM. Let me quickly see what that stock is. Go for it, Luca.
Yeah, just a quick update. So Apple did break that. I said to myself, I'm not going to put a stop, but I do think stops are there. So I quickly punched under the rest. I probably could have saved myself 10 cents with a stop order. Sometimes it doesn't feel like that's the right move, but it would have been the right move in this case looking back. But that's no problem, man. I'm up on the name. I scalped it like an absolute legend. Pretty happy with my results over there. And yeah, we'll see if we, you know, at this point, what it did over here and what it did over here was great. And it was like, you know, these are all wins. These are all wins, like adding the size, covering it all, adding it back, covering it, trying to hold a piece for the move. And then, you know, we go back. And now let's see how it actually reacts, right? Because, you know, a big order, it gets the fill. Now kind of the tape is a ghost town. People are waiting. And, you know, that size is, when is size wrong? This is what I try to ask myself. Size knows what it's doing. So I want to be on the side of size. And if that's an order on the offer, that means that's a seller. Like, is it really a long? Like, it doesn't feel like a long. What?
Where'd you see the size?
No, 130.11, like it got
Apple,
filled.
okay.
Right?
I thought you were talking about Tesla, sorry.
So I'm like, I will punch back into this position. I will. But I have to see it show me what I want to see, right? So I'm going to let it resolve. I'm going to wait. I'm okay to take the L. I'll just add it back. You guys know the deal. Yeah, Tesla, it's, no, there's no way this is real. These wicks are kind of like, I'm just like, there's no way, man, because my order was there. I should have gotten the fill. I think 119.60 and then 119 is what I'm targeting. So yeah, I'm okay to tell you guys that. Amazon is slow right now. It's not really breaking 85. We are, what time is it right now? It's we're approaching 12:30. So yeah, guys, make sure you understand that, you know, approaching the middle of the day, the size that you were taking perhaps from 11 to 12 or in the morning is probably not the size that you should be taking in the middle of the day. You want to really, really scale back.
You want to be taking 100x more.
Yeah, that sounds like a little bit of a tilt there. Yeah, so exactly, Justin. Size matters. Size does matter. So just keep that in mind. Keep in mind the time. You know, you want to put all these things together. Size matters. And yeah, you know, middle of the day.
No.
Take a
Size
chill pill.
doesn't matter. It's consistency. You got to make sure you're consistent, and then you can scale your size accordingly, guys. Come on, let's put the right mentality out there. Obviously, you don't want to be taking 100x the size. Just make sure that you're scaling according to your setup and your trades and so on. And for us over here on the floor, we have to scale according to our shutdown, which is basically how much money we're allowed to lose in a day. Some of those trades do show up randomly, which is A++ trades, and those are the ones where you want to, you know, blow your scaling a little bit. You want to go really out there with your scale, maybe take 100x times the size that you normally take if that's A+ trade really sets up for you. Today, that A+ trade would have been Netflix at 280 if it didn't happen in pre-market. It would have been Tesla 120 if it didn't happen in pre-market. A lot of these A+ setups were there for me to take advantage on. They just happened in pre-market, so I missed out on the moves. I'm not going to complain about it. I'll wait for the day where those moves don't happen in pre-market. They do show up in opening hours, regular trading hours for myself, at which point I will smack those trades with some size and make that money, that capital, that bank, baby. But, you know, just not lucky today, sadly. But hey, here we go. The markets are trying to go back to the north side over here. S&P 500 trying to see if it wants to break the high day and keep going higher than that, and hopefully takes my Tesla along with it. We're long Tesla 120.04, basically 120.05. It'll say 120.05 up there. Amazon's flushing down, says Luca.
Yeah,
not good news for my Apple long, but hopefully good news for him because he is short Amazon at the moment. You guys can see that on your blotter. Netflix, thank you, Netflix. Finally, after hours of crying about this position, I'm able to take some profits on this stock, and now if the stock keeps on going lower, I'll be able to turn my day back around. So come on, Netflix, pay me for all that stress you made me go through. We're also in a short on Microsoft. Microsoft high at day 241.07. We're average priced around 240.81. So I'm okay with this trade at the moment. I'm actually going to quickly do this, have Microsoft on my second screen, and then try to take a little bit more size because I'm getting a little greedy, obviously, mainly because the stop is so close to where we are. Our stop is so close to the high a day. Our average size price is also close to the high a day. If this market pulls back, as Apple already showed you the weakness in itself not too long ago. Ooh, Apple actually took out that 130.11 we were talking about, Luca. But if market pulls back, then maybe Microsoft pulls back with it. If it doesn't, I'll take my loss at the high a day breakout and I walk away from it. I'm not going to do what I did with this one on Netflix.
Yeah, guys, hopefully you guys are enjoying the show. I see 2.1 thousand people like the show. If you like the show, hit the like button. That's all we ask. Free show for anybody that's watching for the first time. You know, hey, my name's Luca. I'm a scalper, scalp demon, self-proclaimed. Hopefully getting trying to get Prad proclaimed. Yeah, he was the first one that said it. And yeah, now I just kind of go with it because it sounds cool, man. It sounds pretty bad. You know what? Luca, how long have you been trading? Forever, man, forever. Here for now 2 years, and I think I've been doing the show for maybe 6 months, 5 months,
something like that, a little bit more than 6.
It's a work in progress, man. I'm not gonna lie. Trading and multitasking and entertaining and, you know, watching my positions, very, very stressful, man. Very, very stressful. So you'll see I stress out from time to time, but yeah, some days are good, some days are bad. But yeah, man, you know, hit that like button. We got almost 5,000 people watching. You know, I'm trying my best to add value, show you kind of my style of trading, what works for me. So for example, you know, punching out of the short on Apple that I had, because I'm like, well, I'm not going to let this go all the way against me. And then we come back down, no problem. I'll add it back. And you know what? I added even more size. So things are good. I'm looking for a 130 cover, a 129.91 cover. Like the below 130 covers are kind of like the play for me. I know there's stops below 130. I know people, I know what they think. It goes up, it goes down. They try to get the long. They go, okay, stop 99s. Perfect, no problem. I will be the offsetting liquidity on that. Every single time, man, every single time. You want to trade opposite of the masses, obviously, because the masses are Can I say that on here? Probably not.
Sheep?
Yeah, man, no. So it's it rhymes. It
Are
rhymes.
you trying to say sheep?
No, the masses are. It rhymes with masses. You guys can figure it out. I'll say that much. But yeah, you know, it's no, man. Life is good. Things are going well. Yeah, hit that like button. Luca is the star of the show, no matter what anyone says. I'm just here to show you like different styles, man. Everybody has a different style. You know, I'm not the best trader around. I'm not the best trader around. Not the worst trader around.
You're second.
Yeah, I'm just. I will be the best trader. Just give me time, you know,
Yes,
just give me time.
sir.
If I can live to like 600 years old, I promise I will be the best trader on the planet. But yeah, I don't know if I have that much time there. So yeah, man, things are looking good. The
Tesla
Apple short's
120,
good.
about 1,000 lots on there.
Yeah, I guess that reloaded, eh?
Yeah.
I like the, I mean, I have a good position, so I'm still going to target what I target. Let's look at Kala again. This thing is not doing anything. It's, I would have expected this run to have more juice in it. Now that it doesn't, I'm kind of, you know, I kind of want to get out of the trade, but at the same time, that 1450 is like holding, right? So I think it makes probably more sense to risk off 1450. So before I was giving it a wider stop, 1450 could be a drop and pop, but I'm gonna, you know what? I'm gonna switch my trade there on that one. Actually, this one, you know what? I'm just done with this trade altogether. Get me out of this trade if possible, and yeah, I'm just gonna get myself out of that one. It's just like it should have went. I think it should have went. Now that it didn't, I'm just gonna save myself money. So I'm taking the L on that. That's probably, you know, what was my average? 80s, punching out. So losing 30 cents, no big deal though. I just get me out of that trade and move forward with that one. Tesla working. I'm so far in the money on this. How can it go wrong? $2.50. When does that ever happen, man? When does that ever happen?
Let's go. So I reloaded on that Tesla trade. I actually was thinking about stopping myself out before my stop even triggers because I thought the size on 120 would be taken out. But I said, hey, why even do that? Just punch in a little bit more size and then just throw your stop out at the break of 120. So I threw my stop out at the break of 120, quickly scalped 20-cent profit on that trade. And now we're still holding a good chunk of our size to see if that will help us to add to our P&L over here. We're so close to breaking even on the day and then even maybe turning green as Netflix is now $1.40 in the money, baby. Let's go. After struggling on Netflix for my worst stock of the day, hands down, Netflix. And then LUV barely lost any money on it, but it's also in the negative. And then I have about 4 stocks that are in the positive today, so thankfully for that. But Netflix, I you know, threw my rules, threw my setups and everything in the garbage and started revenge trading it. Gave back a lot more money than I wanted to. But hey, now we're able to finally catch that short, work with it a little bit. Let's see if that 293 order comes into play. And Tesla, 40 cents in the money on this one, baby. Let's take some more size out on this one as the money is being offered. So I'm not gonna complain about how I'm not getting 121 or a move to VWAP or a move above VWAP. If I'm getting a quick 40-cent scalp for risking 5 pennies, that's a win in my book. That's a big win in my book. Obviously, it depends on how much size you take, on how much money you're making in that 40-cent range. But hey, money is money, profits are profits, and they're currently rolling into my account, and I'm very happy, very grateful for that. Come on, Netflix, keep on paying me. Microsoft is the only other trade that I'm kind of worried about right now. You know, it looks like the market wants to pull back down. If it does, hopefully Microsoft pulls back down with it, and we're able to add another stock to our winning side. Yeah, to the winning side. I thought Microsoft, I didn't have any size on it, but I do have the right amount of size that I want to hold on to. So come on, Microsoft's the only other trade that we need for us to work.
Yeah, man, I am covering this Apple as we continue to flush through 130s. It is paying me, man, over and over and over again. Life is good here. Amazon pretty light on the position right now. It's yeah, we're down here, so I'm just, I know I said 60s, but like, you know, I can't hold. It's just my own problem. Just take the money when it's there. That's the plan. Is my Tesla short distracting me from a Tesla long? Like, that's kind of what I'm thinking right now. I kind of feel like, you know, maybe if I wasn't in the short, maybe I would be starting to be thinking long off the 120 level for a push back up. The longer that it holds that 120 level, like you called it, you said the fact, like now there's like 1,000 lots at 120. We already cleared 120, and there was, I think we cleared 120.
I think you had a dark pool over there, bud.
Yeah, no, we didn't clear 120.
Here, Tesla 120, right? Intraday right here.
No, we didn't clear it.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah,
no,
my
no, we
mistake.
did
I
not.
thought it would have been reloaded. So yeah, no, this is still the okay, I'm holding the short. What am I saying? Okay, I'm holding the short. I'm looking at the chat. Cue the Pokemon theme song. That's pretty funny, man. I got it here. Please believe. Cue the Pokemon theme song. That kind of made me laugh. Got to trade them all. Got to catch them all. Nah, man, you just got to catch 20% of the move every single day over and over again and make your day. Yeah, there's the flush on Tesla. What a banger, man. What a banger. Give me this fill. Give me this fill. I'll take that. And next stop, 119.
Wow,
I'm going to be sad when I cover the rest of this
instantly.
trade,
Wow.
man. I'm going to be sad. Did I cover it all? Oh, no, now I'm long. Uh-oh. That's not, that's a keystroke. Oh, damn. It's all good. So, yeah, whatever. I was pretty light on the position. So I would have went for 119 and not done that long there. I don't really know why that happened. But it's all good, man. Pretty light on the position. It is what it is. Scalp Legend, yeah, exactly. And thank you for the super chat, Luca.
Scalp Demon.
I know, Demon first, then Legend after, I guess comes. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how that goes, guys. I'll keep you posted on that one. And D Westermere, Luca PGY opinion swinging 7,500 shares at 125. PGY, what is this PGY? Let's have a look. I think you were asking before. And I was like, yeah, I got to get to that, but I did forget. So let me just see here.
PGY is Pagaya Technologies. It's an Israeli company with a float of 233 mil.
Yeah, so it's already at $1 billion valuation, and you're saying you're 125. The thing is I don't really care too much about like your average and stuff like that. Like I'll kind of pull up the technicals and sort of see where we're at on this one. I mean, you know, I'm just looking at it. The thing is when I take these kind of swing positions, I'm very kind of aware of, you know, where it is in terms of market cap. So, you know, a 200 mil market cap, where is the top? Probably 1 billion, right? Probably like 750 million to like 900 million. Then you get the resistance because then when it goes into 1 billion, it becomes different classification, right? So it's like, you know, you got 200 million, 1 billion, 2.5 billion, 5 to 7 billion, and then 10 billion. These are kind of my numbers that I'm making up off the top of my head, but I feel like it's right. I feel like they're very, very accurate. So I'm looking at the daily on this thing, and the first thing I see is, I don't know if this is the same thing or if it kind of reverse split or whatever happened there, but just kind of looking at it here, a little bit of a dip and rip action back to the north side. Not really too sure about the fundamentals on this one, so can't really comment. But, you know, when I look at these names that really go, I tend to like map, like, for example, let me just draw like a line here. You know, 170, call it. I feel like 170, and then it's easy to just say 2 because, you know, psychological level, and then 3, I would say, and then where's the top on that? You know, 350. So, you know, just quickly looking at this thing, I guess I would say, like, these are sort of the levels that I see on this. So, you know, probably runs into resistance at that 2 level. Can it get through that? And then, you know, next stop 3. You know, volume sort of popped and then dropped. You know, if there's a news catalyst around the corner, not too sure. But again, you know, how many times do we see a little bit of a pop? Then things go crazy. Don't know what to think with that one. But yeah, I guess you could argue support is at 1. So like, you know, $1, it kind of dipped below that. It came back above. You know, $1 probably access support there. So yeah, let me just do it for argument's sake. Yeah, here we are at $1, right? So $1 kind of support level. These are the levels that if I was quickly glancing at this is kind of what I'd be looking at. So now it's sort of in limbo. You know, hopefully it keeps going for you and you make that money. I would just be cautious of 170 to 2. Maybe you get some overhead resistance and then go from there. I'm not going to trade this thing. I'm not going to take a position on this thing. All I'm going to say is best of luck. Best of luck.
So I'm out of my Netflix trade completely, but right before I show you my Netflix trade, I want to talk about TSM. Look how strong TSM is, man. Insane. And I just wish that I didn't close my last few shares. You know, I feel like an absolute liar tweeting it out to you guys saying that I'm going to hold my last few shares for that dream move on TMS. Here's the tweet. Let the rest ride to see where it goes. Longs only. And yeah, I completely lied about that. I got out of the trade. And look at that. I missed out on another 40-cent move to the north side on TSM. Boo-hoo. It's okay. We'll learn from that, hopefully, and get better going forward. But hey, good trade on TSM. TSM now actually holding off in that range and not looking to go too far to the downside. Here's the Netflix trade that I was talking about. NFLX on NASDAQ. Come on, open up. Looks like it did not want to go too much further than 293, 292 areas. So I punched out of that trade completely. Probably a wrong decision, but hey, I want to make make sure that I cut my losses on Netflix by half, and I've done that successfully. So thankfully, we are now getting ready to turn positive on the day with the help of Microsoft. Microsoft short originally did stop me out, but we got right back in with the exact same size that we had to start the trade with. So now that the second entry or third entry, if you're basically getting technical about how many triangles I have over here, getting in once, getting in twice, getting stopped out, getting back in. Now our entry is 40 cents in the money. So let's take some profits over here and turn our negative day. Oh, not yet. Let's take some more profits then. Turn our negative day, come on, fill me, there we go, into a positive day again. So positive to negative, right back to positive. It was a struggle. We showed you how to do it over here. Be calm, be positive, look for your right areas to trade in, look for the right areas to put the damage in, and anything is possible, ladies and gentlemen. Anything and everything is possible. Let's go.
Anything is possible.
Anything is possible.
Yeah, man. Life. I'm pretty light now. I look back at my board. I think what was my last fill? Amazon. Yeah. So I'm basically now light on all the positions. You know, they worked for me. It was great. I'm pretty satisfied with my results. You know, that was a battle, man. That was a battle. Short, 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 short. Cover, 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 cover. Amazon. It's now it's going back down. Next target 60s. Yeah, I'm gonna try to get 60, maybe 50, maybe 50. I'll try to go for 50, see if we get that 50 fill. Somebody in the chat's like, fill me, come on, fill me over here. I'm like, yeah, thinking the same thing. Come on, fill my order, fill my order. I added to Nike closer to 118, so pretty happy with that add. Average now 85, it's working, basically 16 cents in the money. I said 30s cover, but I don't, now that I pull this up, I'm gonna cover some over here. Let me cover some over here, take the win, and then hold the last piece for the move down. My worry is that it's up on the day, and it's sort of like the bottom of the channel held. Now maybe it holds again. I don't want this to go back up. I don't want to add back to it. I'll reevaluate if we do get back to 118, see how I feel about it. But yeah, hopefully now the rest goes back down. Let's get to that 117.30. That'll be a banger, man. That's where I'm covering the rest of this position. Thank you so much, Trader Gorno, for that one. Hats off to you, man. You called it. I punched in. I butchered it last time. I'm doing well this time. Growth mindset, baby. Growth mindset. And yeah, man, Apple now actually giving that flush. So give me these fills here. I will take this every single day. What a banger, man. What a banger. That was, you know, I was sweating for a little bit. I was sweating, but I held it together, added back the size, kind of recycled over and over again. And this is not, you know, me saying I was right, you were wrong. That's not what I'm saying. You know, it doesn't matter, right? Right and wrong have no business in the market. You know, just do what makes you money. You know, kind of, yeah, recycle those ideas over and over again. But this is the thing, man. This is the level 130. That was my logic, and it was a battle. And people were battling. People are long. You know, in the chat, I'm sure there's people who wanted the long. There's people who wanted the short. And you know, you could have had the longs and then been covering up here, right? You could have had the longs and cover up here. I had the shorts. I was covering down here. And, you know, we were both maybe exchanging and both making money, right? So I just feel like for myself, the 130 level was good. So that's what I was kind of looking for. And as much as I initially said over here, yeah, the short is going to be a banger, I want to hold the full size for the move because then I could really get paid. It's like it's easier said than done, man. It's easier said than done. So, yeah, man, it's kind of like a work in progress. I'm just going to try to get better every single day. That's all I could really do. Apple flushing is so nice, man. Now that it's actually failing, I feel like I want to hold the last piece. So my target is VWAP. My target is 129.30. You know, not for the full position, but yeah, yeah, maybe 50% of that position. I'm gonna try not to cover at 50s. But I'm dying, man. I want to cover it so bad, but no. I'm going to try to hold, because the thing is this, once it actually fails, then you're right. And now it's like it's easy. Just hold, trade management. So, yeah, I'm going to try to hold on there, see what happens. And let me look back at the chat quick. Luca watched Starbucks 100. Oh, man, you know I love these levels. Okay, let me pull that up here. Starbucks 100. I don't know if this is, if it's been through 100 today. Oh, this is like right away long. Right away, I'm long. Remember yesterday we were like
the NIO trade?
Yeah. Me and Prad, we pulled up Neil. We pulled up Neil yesterday, and we both at the same time were like, "That's a long," and we punched in at the same time, and then it just like we had the same price. That was fun, man.
Yeah.
That was fun. Yeah. So I'm long here. I'm light on the position because I would rather be closer to 100. But you know, I'm long here. Maybe we can get back to yeah, the 40s. The 40s would be great, man. I'll take 40s all day. So if we can get back there, I'll take that scalp win. Thanks for the heads up on that one. I'm sure. Oh, you're short. Oh, damn. Okay. Yeah, no, well, best of luck. May the best man win, because I'm long here. We see where this one goes. Yeah, thanks for the heads up. Sometimes I just look at these levels and think, yeah, that's going to be a banger. Like, sometimes gut instinct. So, yeah, we'll see where it goes. Mo Bread, pretty cool name there. Please talk about BA. Man, you know how I feel about these higher price stocks. I'll leave them to Arun and Neil. Me, myself, and I don't trade them well. No Netflix, no BA for me, but I'll have a look and let you know my thoughts. I like the swing trades better on these names, and I liked it going into the 200 level, and then you kind of get that resistance there. And now it's kind of like sideways in a range. So yeah, I guess the swing off the table. It's more so like the range is set. We're at VWAP. I don't see anything. I don't see anything right now on this.
Huh?
I'm just looking back. Yeah, it's just kind of like I don't see anything on Boeing. I don't know. Like I have no thoughts. No thoughts on Boeing.
No thoughts on Boeing. That's what's happening in Luca's head, but we're more interested.
Well, Microsoft, sorry, I'm just talking to Neil.
But we're interested as to what's happening now. So let's send it to Big C at the big desk.
You know what it is? Boeing is on New York.
Hey guys, in case you're just joining us, here's what's happening now. The NASDAQ now above 2.5% on the day. S&P 500 1.75%, and the Dow up 1.1%. Very strong day for all North American markets. Toronto also up 1%. Here are the movers, guys. Netflix making a nice move, up over 5.5% on a really concerted tech market bounce. Likewise with Apple up over 3% at high of days today, and Microsoft at its highest point in 3 days. You heard Luca just talk about Apple. Now let's have a look at Netflix. So it looks like it's retracing into that VWAP area after topping out at that 296 level. So a nice little almost $5 move down there, up 5.5%. Obviously up a lot higher earlier on. Apple as well, retracing close to that VWAP 129.5 area, up over 2.75%. And Microsoft relatively strong today, I would say, getting off a 235 bottom, finding a 241 and a quarter top, guys. So the three biggest movers definitely all from the same field, tech leading the way.
Is your brother gonna live there? Yeah. Thank you so much for that, Big C. And we're just having a quick kind of back and forth here. You know, Prad, anything special happen on your vacation? Or?
Yeah, no, nothing special, nothing special at all. But right now, man, Arun is just asking me if I'm married or if I got married, or if I got introduced to any arranged marriages and so on. I was just saying no. Thankfully, none of that happened.
Hold on, you got introduced.
I got not to arrange marriages, but I did have people pull up and be like, oh, this is my daughter, or this is my cousin, or people try to introduce their family members to me. People do that knowing that I'm the only available bachelor in my family now. Everyone's married off, so it's just a normal thing. If you're Indian, you understand that. But hey, they know that I'm not ready for another 2 years or $1 million, whatever comes first. So if $1 million comes first, I'm ready. But if 2 years comes first, then I got no option. We'll talk about that in 2 years, so stay tuned for that one. Coming back to Netflix, though. Netflix, man, what a crazy short. We had to work for it. Sadly, I'm no longer in that trade, but Netflix is still paying you if you are in that short yourself. So here's Netflix at $292. That would have been about a $5 per share short that we got to hold if we held it, but we're not in it. Sorry? Look at the super chat. Let's go take a look. Gotta say this again, but Prad looking fine AF. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. What's that? That's another proposal. Send it over to the next guy. Send it over to the next guy.
Oh man. Okay, guys. Let's relax. Guys, look at this. Look, Tesla just
get it off me. Get it off me.
I gotta say that's a first, man. That's a first. What a day, man. I'm having a great time here, guys. Tesla is like just falling. I'm just so sad that I covered the rest. I said 119. That was a fat finger. My fingers are like soprasatas over here. And now here we are, 118.60. I did not think that, man. I did not think that. Hopefully you guys are still nursing this short. Absolute banger. Starbucks is kind of going up, sort of consolidating. Yeah, if we get, I'm trying to do 40s, but maybe I should be doing 30s. So I'm going to try to get 28s or 27s, 29s, something like that. I'll just take the 10 cents. It just feels like we could get that pop. And I just noticed that's where it popped before it faded. Then we had like the up move, the down move. Maybe we get back. A little bit of a head and shoulders being created. And then, yeah, maybe that short actually comes to fruition. The 100 level is a level because it's 100, but it is protected by VWAP. I guess if we do get below 100, then it's like overhead. You know, all these kind of longs are bagged. I don't even know if that makes sense on a large cap, but yeah, room to the downside for sure. So I am kind of cognizant of that. I think we could get a pop. I'm willing to sort of reevaluate this one and you know, move from there. And do I want to? No, I'm not going to add. I'm not going to add to this. Definitely not going to add to this. Nike is kind of going back up, so I'm glad that I covered a portion of that one. Amazon is now sort of in that sideways kind of action here. I don't think, see, this is the thing. Look at the market, right? And again, this is 5 minutes, so you know, this is 1 minute, this is 5 minute, but, and you guys can see this, perfect. It's like it went up and these things didn't really have violent up moves. Then it like slowly went down, and look at the down moves on like Amazon. Look at the down move on Apple. Like the up move was not as sharp and it was slower from what it felt like. And the down move is like boom, like big flush to the downside. And I said I was going to wait for 120, but why is it doing this? You know what? No. Change of plans. Change of plans. Let me just cover some more over here if I could get that fill. Perfect. Okay, now I'm comfortable with that. And yeah, but look at the down moves, man. The down moves are sharp, even though the market is like slow, right? And again, I do understand that, you know, it's NASDAQ's names that I'm trading, so I should be looking at the NASDAQ, but it's the same, man. They all move in tandem. It's the same thing. Look at the down move. It's not super sharp, but these moves are just boom, sharp to the downside. So I feel like I did a good job at being in the right names, like Tesla being the kind of best name, you know, stuck to the plan. A little bit of a fat finger soprasata, no big deal. Life is good, man. We move forward, flat or forward. I'm having a great day today. Somebody was asking, Luca, how you doing today? I'm doing great, man. A lot better than yesterday. And somebody's saying, nah, we want Prad. Yeah, no, I think that was from before when you're like,
Fahad saying, bro, stop donating from your burner account. So basically, indicating that I'm hyping myself up over here. You might be right, you might be wrong, you never know.
No, I said don't listen to him. Fahad.
Yeah, you called me Fahad.
Don't listen to him, Fahad. That Fahad.
But wouldn't you say don't listen to him, Parad? Isn't that the right way to say the sentence? Hey, I'm just asking a question. But hey, look, the market. Someone mentioned Ford is having an absolute banger of a day. You're not wrong. Look at Ford, 5% up, about to take out $11.50. Pretty insane move going on over here for. I almost said EV stock. It's not really EV. What was that, Liz? To Sharif, yeah, real quick. So over here, I was gonna say EV sector for Ford, but you know they're not 100% EV yet. Maybe sometime in the future. But this stock has been absolutely on a flight to the north side. Not sure when it wants to cool off its engines, but hey, 1150 coming into play, new high day for Ford. Let's send it to Sharif at the big desk for, I believe, and it's an update.
Yes, sir, proudly. We have HLTH moving here up 22%, just breaking that key level of $2. It had consolidated a little bit below that level. It was about to create a double top, but it gets a decided break up to 215. So all my small cappers out there, we got another one moving.
Cappers, small crappers. Yeah, we do miss talking about that. You know, Sharif's a little bit of a small cap trader. I can't even say it properly. Small cap trader, and does a pretty damn good job at it, if I can say so. So obviously, Sharif might be back. I think sometime next week on this seat again. So you'll see a lot more of those moves coming in. I myself, not really a small cap trader. I learn from watching, you know, the people that you watch, your Neils and your Shawns, who trade a lot of the blue chip stocks, and that's what I've been, you know, messing with. I have decent success with it, so I'm gonna continue with that. The small cappers usually take away my money, which is sad, and don't like losing, you know, being the competitive type of person I am, so I stay away from them. But we are more than happy to take a look at said position. So if you are looking at any of these pump and dump Zach Morris type of stocks, make sure you put them up in the chat. We'll pull them up. Let's quickly talk about the YouTube like count. We haven't done that today. I think Luca did it at one point, but I haven't done it today. We still got about 4,600 viewers watching, but only 2.2K likes. That's about a good 50% ratio, but keep in mind in the morning, we have like 5,000, 8,000 of you watching. So there's a little bit of a discrepancy in that like count. So for those of you who are still watching and still hanging out to watch the midday show, I'd like to start off by saying thank you you for still being here. Thank you for still watching. And if you haven't hit that like button yet, please hit that like button. It helps with the YouTube algorithm. It pushes the channel more out there to people who are just learning about trading and want to learn more about trading, and helps them join this wonderful community that you guys have helped us grow. Hit that like, hit that subscribe. For everyone who has already, once again, thank you. In the chat, you might notice that there's some green names in the chat, and you're wondering how you yourself could get that green name also. If you click on that join button right next to the subscribe button, a little pop-up box will show up with Brendo explaining what it entails to be a TraderTV Live member. No added perks right now, but in the future there might be added perks like a members only Q&A and so on. So if you're interested in that and want to be early to the party, you can do so by hitting the join button. All of that money goes right back into with the production and the production value, and hopefully training Fahad too a little bit, because Fahad needs that training.
It's kind of funny. Somebody before was like, Luca, now you sound like Fahad. When I was like, I'm a legend, I'm a scalp, I'm just going to make that money. And I just started laughing.
90% accuracy from free throw. Or sorry, 92% accuracy.
You know what?
93.5, sorry.
Luca, I will tell you this. The difference is that you can actually do it.
Yeah, I'm here pressing the buttons, Fahad. You know, it's not easy pressing these buttons, eh? That
was a hot diss right there. That was a hot diss.
I don't even know how long Fahad and I are going at each other in our chat.
Apparently Fahad and Arun have a thing with each other right now. It's cute. It's cute that you guys have a thing going on.
That's yeah, man. That's pretty funny. And I see you saying about love. I know. It's just like it's more of like a slower move, kind of whatever. I see that kind of overhead resistance. I'll try it once, man. I'll try it once. Let's see what happens. Maybe we get back down there, go for the scalp trade on that one. Pretty light on it though, so not too worried. So everything now is working. I was trying to get 29s on Starbucks, but it's kind of not going. So I'm gonna get out of this. It's a win, but I thought we could really go, and it looked like we were gonna go, but now we stopped. We're back up. We stop again. So I'll just take the small little win on that. I think it was like, whatever, it's nothing crazy, but it's like basically 5 cents. Like, I mean, Starbucks, you don't want to trade it for 5 cents, but it's not going. So yeah, get me out of that one, no problem. Amazon feels like we're gonna get that next leg down soon. So I think we break 183.60 finally, but well, the market's now going back up. Because I'm light, that's why I'm gonna hold this. I want to see that flush into like 55s, and then that's gonna be my cover. So yeah, if I can get like 55s or 56 over there, great. If we do go back up and break, like we shouldn't go back through 83.80s. If we do, then I'm just gonna cover the rest and then reevaluate how I can maybe think about another trade on that one. And Apple, I did cover 50s. Even though I said I wanted VWAP, my worry was this, that we like pop back up. So I covered here, Now I'm really light on the position, and we're going back to the upside. I mean, you know, it's still an update, man. It's still an update. It's still above VWAP. You're getting the dip. Somebody in the chat said it best, man. Buy the dips. You know, yesterday was short the pops. Today was buy the dips. I was shorting you, showing that there is other ways to scalp and make money. Now that we go back up, I'm light on the position. And yeah, to be honest, I'm just going to cover the rest of this Apple. I think that's the right thing to do. Amazon, yeah, what am I doing going for 55s? It's like, we're going to probably get the flush, but I'm going to cover this one too. So out of the Amazon one as well, I wanted 55s, but I just feel like we could easily go back up. I'll just take the money and then find another trade. So yeah, now short Nike, short Love. These two positions I'm light on. I don't really care about them too much. I just like the 118 level. We're not close enough for me to add yet. But if we do get back there, if I do see some size there, depending on the price action, I might add back to that one as well. So, yeah, man, Rage TV told you Apple dipping for another rip. That's the thing, man. Maybe I might even like go long. I think, wow. This is the thing. Sometimes when you're short,
I just want to say that this is not us, Arun. This is not us. You know who to talk to about this. You know who to talk to. You know who to talk to.
God, Jesus.
But let's go back to you, Luca.
Yeah. Okay. Let me just guys. A quick example here is like sometimes you're in a short here. I'm just dying, man. Sometimes you're in a short and it distracts you from a long. So you know when it gets to a level like and you're like, oh, I'm trying to get the last piece out over here. Like maybe just get it out because now I missed a banger long. Like I missed a banger long, right? So like even though I made money on the short and it's great, I could be getting into a long and then making even more money. It is a buy the dips kind of day, and I did actually say that to myself. So Yeah, Tesla now going back up, so let's pull back Tesla. Maybe there's a trade here. It's, yeah,
I was looking at Tesla too. I was
I don't
looking for a
know.
long on it, but I think I missed
I
the
don't want a
move,
long-
honestly, as it
Yeah.
bounces from the 100-period EMA, moves right back to 120. I was actually thinking about maybe taking the 120 breakout long, but then I look at the market. We're at the high of the range at the S&P 500, and the NASDAQ, yeah, it's moving back up, but it might find a little bit of a resistance at 11,050. So based off of that, I don't want to take the breakout of 120. Also, not the right time of day to be taking breakouts. Breakouts better during 9:30 to 10 o'clock, and then sometimes from 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock. At this time, you're looking for, buying the dip if there is a dip, or shorting the rip if there is a rip. But right now, look at Tesla. It's in the middle of the whole day's range, and not really too enticing. If I did notice that we were at the 100-period EMA, I would have tried to take a long, 100% I would have. I just didn't have the stock on my board at that moment. But looking at the market moving up, that gave me an indication to jump out of my Microsoft shorts completely. So Microsoft 50-cent scalp only, sadly, on that position. Did not get a bigger move out of it, but we're not going to complain. If Microsoft goes back to 241, we're going to jump right back into that trade, give it that risk of a day, and see if we can get back into that trade and put some more damage and make money. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 trades on board today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 7 trades on board today. 2 negative stocks, and the rest of them are positive. So having a pretty killer day. We're back into positive, and no, not just by a penny. We're back into positive in a decent spot. I was originally 50% off my shutdown in through the day. We turned that around, and we almost got shut down on Netflix, sadly. I was on the clock, and I almost got shut down because of Netflix. But thankfully, we turned that around. We made those losses back, and now we're back into the profit. So a little bit of a warrior chant from me, if you ask me. I'm happy with turning the day back around to positive, but a little bit of sadness still in there because we should not have been breaking our rules and fighting Netflix the way we did. We could have just waited for 295. Our buddy next to us, Luca, also mentioned, hey, I'm just going to wait for 295, or I'm just going to wait for 300 to come into play. Way better level. So things like that will help you protect the money that you made throughout the day, and then add to your P&L going throughout the rest of the day, instead of doing what I did, which is turn a green day into a red day and then battle your way back to the green day, right? So that's just a little note, I guess, for you guys. Hopefully you guys learned from my journey and my experience today. Still a lot of the time left over here on the day, obviously. We're going to keep looking for opportunities. We're going to keep looking for trades. And in that meantime, while I'm looking for trades and opportunities, let's send it to Big C at the big desk.
Yeah, Chinese ADR is definitely green with the overall market, but here's Billy up at high of days at the moment, 23.94, looks to test that 24 level. It's up over 5%. No real news catalyst. In fact, it's kind of ironic seeing that it's mostly negative news out of China, but Billy at high of day, guys.
Billy, B-I-L-I. Yeah, these Chinese ADRs have been absolutely a banger of a trade every single day. I heard, Arun talk about Pinduoduo off the open, how it was getting smacked to the downside. I was shocked by looking at that, and I figured I was actually looking for a long today on Pinduoduo, but thankfully I stayed away from it. Probably saved me a ton of money on that one. But look at the level that your man Neil has been mentioning all day, 83.60. Was that the one? 83.60, and a little bit of a sad nod on his head, probably because he missed a short.
No, I didn't miss the short. I had it and lost.
Oh, you had it and lost. Oh man. Yeah, those are not the best feelings. Obviously, when you know your level, you had the trade, and you still end up making a decision that makes you lose on that trade. But look at that level call out, man. 83.60, never really coming into play for Pinduoduo. 83.24, the high a day, giving you an opportunity to get short. Give it that 60 cents of risk, maybe up to 83.60, and hold the short all the way up till, look at it where it's now. It's at 81.80. So something that Sharif did mention, though, that Billy is going to the north side, you said, Sharif. I mean, look at it. It's up 5%, about to test the high of day. It is at the high of day, basically. And if that's the case, I'm expecting Pinduo Duo or other Chinese ADRs in general to start making a move to the north side also. But obviously, Billy is not the same weightage in the large cap ETF for the Chinese ADRs, such as your JDs or your Babas or your Pinduo Duo. So it doesn't mean that just because one ADR is moving, they all have to move, but it's a good thing to keep an eye out for.
Yeah, man. I pulled up XOM to whoever said thoughts XOM, and I instantly punched short because I'm like, oh, that's a short. I mean, look at this. It's kind of like,
Yeah.
huh?
Yeah.
Over.
Yeah, shorts.
Oh, yeah,
XOM.
sure. Yeah, sorry. No, shorts.
I've had the XOM short, same price today.
Yeah. Are you shorted?
I had it earlier today.
Oh, true.
Yeah.
Yeah, somebody's like, Brad, Luca, XOM. I pull it up. I go, well, that's a short. So, yeah, here I am now in the XOM short. It's something I'm in it, and I'm gonna actually add a little bit more here. This is kind of like, am I gonna get that fill? Yeah, give me that fill. Okay, beautiful. And yeah, then we are, LUV. I wanted to bring up. Sorry, excuse me. I'm lost for words over here. Yeah, Trader Gorno saying 33.20 area. Like, don't scalp for 8 cents. First you're like, come on, Luca, easy 8 cents. And now you're like, whoa, wait a sec, 20 cents. And yeah, I see that. Bottom of the range, I like that. So I'm short here. I'm going to go for 20s. I get it, man. These New York stocks, they move a little bit slower. They kind of are more trendy, less games than like an Apple or an Amazon. Less likely to rip your face off, I guess, is the kind of vibe that I get from this. So I'm going to let this one work. My bid is out closer to 20. Nike is, yeah, I didn't add, but I'm okay with that one. It's just like, this is what I don't like. I don't like when it just hangs out over here. So I'm kind of glad that I took it out. I'm in the money, so I'll chill with it. No problem. And yeah, here we are. XOM tried to add there. I think that's a part fill. Yeah, I guess we're rolling with a part fill here. Okay, no problem. And yeah, hopefully we get back down. My target on this is not going to be VWAP specifically, but it's just kind of like it's showing that this is the top. So I'm just kind of trying the short based on the fact that, I mean, look, just to kind of draw a line here, it's like it's showing that every time it goes above this line, it just wants to come back below. So pretty happy with how this short looks right now. I think we could get back down. And for me, it's a cover at 109. I'll take it out at 109 with the rest of the people that trade at 109. That'll be a 20-cent win. I'll be happy with that one. Yeah, I see you laughing. Yeah, that's pretty funny. Yeah. And yeah, guys, let us know what else you're watching. SATX Halt. We could look at that. SATX Halt. SATX. I just don't want to pull up any of these kind of small caps because like I don't want to. I'm like doing well at small caps. Sometimes I kill myself on them. And you know what? Actually, let me look back at Kala. Where is this? Okay, so I'm actually glad that I got out of this. And this was a gut feeling. I was like, let me get out here because I'm probably going to save myself money because if it was going to go, it should have already went. The fact that we didn't is like, okay, I took my shot. I lost. Great exit because I would have been stopped out anyways. And yeah, man, this probably could just go from here. So yeah, somebody's saying CVNA finally moving down. CVNA. I haven't looked at this in a while. Yeah, Carvana. This is that 580 level. I wonder if it's still into play. Yeah, is this going to load here? Yeah, 580 is like the level. This is kind of like, it's, yeah. I don't know, no trade here, but good look for anybody watching that. I want to pull up Amazon again. Let's see on this one.
We're going to actually take a second over here to send it to Big C at the big desk for a stock that's halted, so let's go for that.
Yes, sir. SATX up 63.5% now, halted to the upside at, I believe, 754-ish. You guys will know SATX as the, one second here, Satisfax Communication. Not really sure what the catalyst is on this one. There we go. Sorry, not sure what the catalyst is on this one. I will have a look at our blotter. Nothing coming through at the moment, but it is up 63.5% and now halted to the upside.
Yeah, it looks like an Israeli company, Statixfy Comms, with a relative volume of 2.36, float of 26.8 million, and a volume of only 500 grand today. Clearly halted around $7.54, and the theoretical auction price, which is the expected opening price of the stock, is exactly where it's halted at. So not sure if we do see a move in it. We'll keep our eyes peeled when it does open back up. The market's getting ready to go back down, and one of our viewers, Momo, pointed out that Ford is also curling back down, so a possible short, question mark on Ford, leaning on the $11.50. Yeah, I'll try it. I don't love the trade, but you know, the risk to reward is there, so I'll take the risk to reward. I'll risk 1 penny to see if I can make 10 pennies out of it. If I can, I'll gladly take it. If I can't, I'm not going to complain about it. I'm also going to go quickly to LUV and take a similar trade on LUV over here. I actually would love it to be closer to 33.50s. That way I can take better price. So we'll do this. We'll throw our order out there at 33.45. Let's see if they do give us the fill. If they don't, I'm not chasing the trade. I'm gonna let it move around and figure out then what we want to do with it. If they give it to me at 33.50, I'll gladly take it. QQQs have made a lower low and are now getting ready to make lower high, and are now getting ready to make a lower low. So market getting ready to go test that 1100 area. If 1100 breaks, the next possible location would be the 10,950 is what I'm expecting the market to go down to, slightly below VWAP. And we're also looking at the S&P 500 getting ready to break that 3870 bottom and maybe march towards the VWAP area, or even 3850 retest to the downside. A little bit of a patience to see what happens around these levels for the market to move around, obviously, is very much needed. People in the chat saying Microsoft red. We were short on Microsoft, but Microsoft's not red today. Microsoft's green, exactly like the rest of the market. But yeah, Microsoft shorts did pay us. We are out of the shorts. We are no longer in it. Probably a bad decision, but if you are in that short off the high of day 241 that I called out, hopefully you can smack that trade and make multiple dollars per share, unlike me who only made 50 cents.
Ha 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 ha. Yeah, guys, I'm pretty exhausted now, man. What a day. Like, I have how many fills? Like over 300 fills here. That was really, I did really well. I'm pretty happy with my performance. I am now, so I'm short XOM. I added to it again. I'm just gonna keep adding, man. I'll probably be right on that one. And Amazon, I added to the long, like very light. I just wanted to see how VWAP reacts. It kind of bounced off it and then went up. And the market is pulling back now, so it's not something that I'm gonna hold. I think I'm going to add one more piece to this right here, just kind of get my average right at VWAP. And then if we break down below 83.20, like if we keep going down, I'm going to get out of that trade. I was just trying to look for like a dip buy, and I'm like, I was like pulling up Apple, and I'm like, I don't know. Apple feels like it's not the right idea to be like dip buying this name. Then I pulled up Tesla, and I was like, yeah, no, this definitely not. Then I pulled up Amazon, and I looked at it. I was like, wow, this one looked good when I added to it. Now it's kind of dancing around. So I was really loving the shorts. So the size that I was taking here is not the size that I'm taking now. Now it's like, you know, super light, not really too worried about it. If it works, great. If it doesn't, I don't really care. I will try maybe a VWAP bounce there. And guys, by the way, TGXT, TGTX, I didn't get the fill. I was looking, I'm like, why do I still have this order out here? At 1021 is where I'm sitting. And we just didn't dip down there. This thing is just holding here. So maybe the long here is actually better. You know what? Yeah, okay. I convinced myself. Let me just get into a long right here. I mean, this is kind of support. So for myself now, it's like I wanted 21's VWAP, but I wanted that kind of pull back and then rip back up. But now it's showing that it's kind of like sideways, pop again, sideways. So for this, I'm okay to kind of ride with the size that I have here. And then if we break 40s, I'll just be discretionary. Maybe I'll punch out and then punch back in, try it a couple times. But we're gonna have to see. Yeah, Amazon, I'm gonna be maybe quick to cut that one. So yeah, long TGTX, long Amazon. These are fresh positions right now. Love short is working. I'm gonna wait for that 20 area to come to fruition. Nike is, yeah, every time it looks like it wants to fail, it doesn't go, but I'm still gonna hold that one. And XOM, baby, let's go to the south side. Give me those 109s, that's where I'm covering. You know what, I'll hold some. I'll hold some just in case we keep going down, but yeah, I'm covering like the majority of that at 109. I just feel like we get to 109, we print 109, it's in front of VWAP. You know, anything under 109 is a gift.
I'll jump in with you.
109, 109 just feels like, yeah, my average on that is 26, 27, so just keep that in mind.
My average is the exact same as throughout the day I was, which is basically 109.10s. I've had these shorts earlier on in the day, and I covered around the 100-period EMA at 108.50s. I'm not expecting that exact same number to come into play. I'll probably cover this at 108.80s and then 108.60s if it does come into play. We're slightly out of the money. We did get stopped out of our Ford short. As I said, I'm not giving it too much of risk. If it goes back through 1150, I'm taking the loss and I'm moving on from it, and that did end up playing out exactly that way. Part of me is wondering if I want to have an order to trigger me into short Microsoft on the break of 240 for another quick 50 cent or $1 scalp if that's possible. So I'm processing right now. I'm running that in my head to see if it make any sense. We'll see how the market behaves for me to actually pull the trigger on that trade or to just stay away from it. Since we are talking about Ford just a second ago, let's pull up Ford on the long-term chart and see what it looks like on the dailies. 1154 was the high of this day, I think. Yeah, 1154 was the high of this day. This day was the 22nd of December. We got the whatever SMA this is at 1163. I think that is the 10-period SMA on the daily chart. So this one's at 1163-ish or so. So if you are thinking about shorting Ford, you possibly want to wait for that 1155, 1160 areas instead to take the most size you want. So I'm going to stay away from Ford over here, but the 1154, 1155 to 1160 looks better. Just a penny loss though, so I'm not upset over it. I did not like the trade to begin with. That's why I only give it a penny risk. So because of that, the trade setup is a trade setup, right? It's fine. Nothing wrong with it.
Yeah, guys, I'm adding to this XOM. So there's like 10,000 shares on the bid right now. That's trying to follow it up, and I wanna pair that for this guy, man. I feel like the short is gonna be good here. I'm just kind of watching it and waiting to see how this reacts. So I did add prematurely because it kind of felt right. But let's see how this order fills. I feel like if it fills, I'm gonna just punch into it a little bit more. Yeah, sometimes size pops on the book, and then you kind of watch how it reacts. And if people fill it very quickly, I'm just like, I want to join. Oh, okay, there it is. Yeah, give me more size here. Give me more size.
I just added two. What?
Yeah, I like this. Okay, I like this. I like this. I like this. I like this a lot. Let's go. Let's go XOM to the sell side. If it goes up, man. I'm just gonna keep trading. I mean, I'm gonna keep scalping. Things are good, doing well. Short. If it goes higher, short a little bit more. And 109 exit. That is the target on that one. LUV, I covered some. I had to, man. I'm still holding some, but yeah, now that I covered, now for sure, guys, it's gonna flush because I covered. They're like, oh, Luca covered. Let's go down a little bit more there. Yeah, LUV.
No, I was gonna get that short too.
Well, I got it. Shout out to Trader Gorno for that one, guys. He's got bangers.
I forgot about that one.
Yeah, man. Hopefully this gets to 20, and I'll cover the rest of that. Then my average out will be like probably 25, which is like whatever. I'm cool with that. So Amazon long is now working. We're going to the north side here. It's looking pretty good, man. Pretty good. And I mean, top of the range here is what, 75? And where do we stop before? 85. So I feel like I'm not going to be too greedy. I'm going to get some out right over here if that wants to fill. Did that fill? No. Yeah, give me some. Okay, that's a nice win. I'll take that win. I'm still in the position, but I'm cognizant of the fact that this is where we were before. Like, this is the thing. This was the level before, so it might be the level again. And then at the same time, like, I feel like this is a level too. So like, I'll just get out the front of that level. If we can clear this, then I think the next one is like 84s. So I'm not going to be too greedy. I'm going to try to get the rest out at 84s. And yeah, man, everybody's having a good time. I can't even hear myself talk over here. Yeah, hopefully you guys are, did you see the RCL? Yeah, man.
These guys got a circus going on over here.
Dude, RCL, like, what a joke. What a joke, man.
We were saying that if Fahad put a hat on, he would be considered an Amish person.
If Fahad put a hat on, he would be considered, would he be considered an Amish person? No, I'm just repeating what you said for everyone.
The question was, if you see me on the street, would you say that's a white person or a Middle Eastern person?
Well, it depends on how you dress.
Bro, it's just my face. Forget the way I'm dressing.
Just his face.
My face. My face.
If you wear a hat, though, you look Amish.
How? Brother, the nose gives away.
You look like you come to work on a horse buggy. What do you mean? You look like you come to work on a horse buggy, buddy. Buddy's asking how does he look Amish. You look what you look like. But
Yeah, guys, this is
looks
a
like
lot-
a
this
sexy
is-
Amish though.
Guys, this is a live trading floor. There's going to be noise from time to time. We're having a good time. You know, we're putting on the show. Hit that like button. That's all we ask for. I'm enjoying my. Actually, I should be hitting the like button myself. How do I do this here?
You have to log in.
I
or you
never.
logged in?
Oh yeah,
Nice.
there we go. I never hit the like button. I'm always like, guys, hit
This
the like
guy.
button, and I never. Yeah, no, it's whatever. Yeah, XOM. Let's see here. Now it's starting to work just a little bit. I want so much size on this. I feel like this is a good trade. But I'm just going to roll with what I got here. TGXT is failing now, so I'm not too concerned with it. Maybe I'll add a little bit more here. Let me just add a little bit more long and then reevaluate that one. If it keeps going down, I'm gonna punch out of that. I'm not going to lie. Yeah, see, Nike, I wanted to cover. I didn't get it. Nike, just do something. Come on. And Amazon, yeah, my next target, as I mentioned, 84s. If I can get 84s or 85s, 83s, that'll be great. Yeah, here's the flush here on XOM. You know, sometimes you know a good trade when you see it, and you're just like, like I wanted more size, but it's like, what? I mean, how much size can you possibly take, man? How much size can you possibly take? I guess whatever. I'll just cover some over here, and then I'll cover like. I'm just worried that like maybe it doesn't go. That's fine. You know, I'll take the win. I'm just gonna keep scalping. I'm doing well, just recycling over and over again. So things are good. TraderTV Live about to get canceled by the Amish community. Yeah. No, because we're having the debate if Fahad put on.
They're not even watching. They gotta watch.
We're gonna solve this.
You're gonna solve the issue. We're gonna have it up on screens.
The chat will decide. The chat will decide.
We're gonna
so we
have
need
it
a
up on the
poll,
screen for
we
you
need
guys.
pictures. You know, make it happen in the back over there. Do something. Yeah, make it happen, and yeah, I'll handle the trades on this side of things. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the show, man. I just hit the like button for the first time in a while. I'm enjoying myself, so I guess why not? The chat will decide. The chat will decide. TGXT is going down, so I said to myself, I'm just gonna punch out. I'm gonna reevaluate closer to 10, so I'm taking the L on that one. It's no problem there. I was light on the position anyways. And XOM, yeah, a little bit of a cover. Now we're back up, no problem. Still gonna go for that 109 there. And let me just make sure that I have the order out, because last thing I need is to not have the order out. And yeah, Amazon, where are we on this one? Oh, still back down. Yeah, I do have the order out on Amazon. So yeah, everything now in the money. 18 cents, 11 cents, 4 cents. Pretty good, man. Yeah, let us know what you guys are looking at too, if you're looking at stuff. Luca, what rubber slipper company will be strained in the coming environment? Yeah, man, I just gotta, you know, like just duck here. I'm just glancing back at the chat. Now we're at like what? It's like 120. Things are like a little bit slower, right? So again, things are slower. I'm a little bit lighter on the positions. I'm a little bit more relaxed now. If you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. I'm more than happy to answer. And yeah, run up those likes, baby. Run up those likes.
Yeah, run the likes up. We would appreciate that. And also keep putting stocks in the chat that you want us to take a look at, or if you have any questions about the market or about my future wife, which apparently seems to be a topic of discussion for the past 3, 4, 5 weeks now. So if you have any questions, feel free to put them in the chat. We will address that without doubt. Taking a quick glance at the chat, I see people talking about Beto Gonzo wants us to take a look at Robinhood. So let's go take a look at Robinhood real quick. 4 million shares traded today. We got a nice pop like the rest of the market did off the open, but sadly it did pull back below VWAP and is under $8 right now. It's not really doing a whole lot at the moment. No volume in the stock either. Markets are moving back up, so maybe Robinhood moves back up with it for the intraday time period and get back above $8. Still lots of questions as to if it will play out or not. I see another question in chat saying, where is Valeria? Sadly, Valeria's work visa expired, and I'm not sure if she's still in Canada or not. Actually, I think she is back in Russia at the moment. I did get a chance to say hello to her for Christmas, wished her a Merry Christmas and so on, and I think she's back in Russia, but she's doing good. She misses you guys a lot. She did say that she misses the chat and working over here. So yeah, that's a love from Valeria over there. But you know, now you have Luca, Ian, Sharif coming on, filling in those shoes for Valeria. Hopefully they're doing a great job. Obviously we miss her, so we'll keep giving her all the what's the word I'm looking for? All the not praises, praise is not the word, but all the prayers in our hearts, so she is happy with wherever she is in life. Coming back to a couple of stocks that we're looking at, XOM, 10 cents in the money, not ready for me to take profits yet on that one. I'm thinking about getting back into Ford for some reason, mainly because I don't have anything else to trade, and I would like to have some positions on the board. So I don't really have anything going on. Part of me does want to dive back into the Ford trade, but I think I'll wait for that patiently. Let's go take a look at UVXY. This is your volatility ETF, the only ETF that we can pull up on our platform. We can't pull up the VIX ETF. I have to use other software for that. The UVXY ETF at the moment above VWAP, but still down 3% on the day, which reflects perfectly into what's happening in the overall market. NASDAQ up 2.3%, S&P 500 up 1.7%. I'm sure all of you are very happy with this relief longs coming in the market. Maybe tomorrow we get a little free fall for myself to be happy. Free fall Friday, obviously. But even if it's not a free fall Friday, we'll look for opportunities to smack the market with, and look at Ford right now. Ford's actually going back to the downside. So I guess I should have been in that trade. If I wanted to be in that trade so badly, I should have just taken it. I'll do it here. I'll get back into this trade one more time. If I lose again, I'm done with this trade. This time, instead of giving it a penny risk, we'll give it all the way up to $11.52. The right amount of risk, I think, that should be given to it, appropriate amount of risk at least. It is time to go to Big C for an energy update.
Thanks for that, Bradley. Yeah, both Brent and West Texas Intermediate both closing lower, both very close. 1.27 to the downside for Brent, 1.3 to the downside for WTI, mostly coming off weakness from China about reopening uncertainty, but those losses actually are being checked by U.S. demand as Americans travel for the holidays. Having a look here at the WTI chart, it looks like we've been hovering around the same level for a little bit. You know, you got a bit of a range, 78.5 to the high side, about 77 to the downside. But it's 3 days in a row now, guys, that we have seen losses on oil. Not really reflected too much in the chart on ZOM, still up 0.67 on the day. Actually, quite frankly, it's near day's highs, but definitely not as high as the overall market.
All right, so Ford's going back down at the moment. Hopefully, at least we are short. I see someone in the chat saying, Prad, you're the only one who wants a free fall Friday. Hey, maybe, maybe not. There might be other bears in the chat. You don't know. There might be other bears around the world. You don't know, so anything is possible. You know, maybe they want a free fall, maybe they don't. But hopefully everyone gets what they want from the market. I think there is a saying that the market will always give you what you want from it or what you put in it. So, hey, hopefully that ends up working for everybody. A free fall to the downside and a free climb to the north side also. So the longs are winning, the shorts are winning, and everybody gets kangarooed out the wazoo. Hopefully that doesn't happen, though. I'm not a big fan of the kangaroo markets. Today, not a kangaroo market at all. A beautiful market, straight to the upside, moonshotting to previous week levels. The 11,000 coming back into play, the 38.40, 38.50, and even 38.80 coming back into play. I think tomorrow we might just see the market go up to 3,900 and then reject 3,900 to the downside. This is just me making random guesses, obviously. I don't really have a crystal ball telling me what's going to happen tomorrow. I'm just making random educated guesses. Hopefully it does work out that way. Maybe not. Prad, start wearing green shirts. I don't have any green shirts, to be honest. I simply don't have green shirts.
That's your crystal ball.
This is apparently my crystal ball. So, hey, crystal ball, will tomorrow be a free fall Friday? What did I say?
Let me see.
I shook it too hard, I think. Don't count on it.
Don't count on it. Okay. Yeah, maybe after today, with the market pumping, you know, gotta go with what it tells you. Gotta go with what it tells you. Guys, just to update on the positions here. So I was worried with XOM, and this is, I don't want to say that it's a hard position to cover, but it is a position that is lighter on the volume side of things.
But Crystal Ball on Nightbot said yes, definitely.
So it's a 50-50.
50-50.
Yeah, we'll leave it up to, yeah, we'll see what happens there. I covered a little bit of XOM just ahead of the 109. Still in the position and have a decent size of the position. As long as we don't go back to the highs, the short is good, and I think I really like that. So yeah, rolling with that one. Did I get a fill? Oh yeah, I covered Amazon too. It's just, I mean, I said 84s, and then we're just like right here at 80s. I was like, I'll just take that too. So locking in the winner on that one. That was a really nice 30-cent scalp. Pretty happy with that one. Now three shorts. Love Nike and XOM on board. XOM, I am the biggest on that one because it just feels like that one is the best. Love pretty light on that position. I don't know if we get the flush, but I covered, so I'm pretty happy. Nike, again, same thing. Rejecting 18. I think the play is just short 18 and cover like 15 cents and just do it over and over again. I thought like we were going to go up and then all the way down. I mean, we didn't, so it's like, I don't really know. But yeah, if we can get those 109 fills on XOM, that would be great. I am going to still try to hold some, but I'm going to cover the majority of that at 109. Feels like the right thing to do. Meta top of the day. We'll quickly glance at this as well. I know I had the meta short, and then, yeah, 120 is like, I guess, a recyclable level, you could say. Like, I just want to draw this line here just to kind of see how this looks. I'd like the short at like 120.10. Like, if we get 120.10, 120.20, like make a high, then I'll consider a short. But at the same time, like I feel like this time of day, that's not the right idea. Like before it was the right idea. Now it's like I feel like I'm playing with fire if I do that. So yeah, maybe I'll just stay away from that one. Trader Gordon, I agree with your style. Work on those 10, 20 cents. Yeah, exactly. I just scalp over and over again. It's just so much easier to do that. Thank you for the super chat, Doug Walker. Lucas, can you quickly describe your hedging strategy? So no, I don't hedge. And somebody was asking from before, do you trade CFDs or stock? So we are trading stock over here. We're battling digital warfare every single day, battling those robots, potentially battling you guys if you're on the other side of these trades.
Modern Warfare 5?
This is future warfare. This is not modern. There's nothing modern about this. This is like into the future warfare here, and it's always a good time. You know, lots of learning to be had. But yeah, the hedging strategy is more so like a portfolio management thing. In terms of day trading, I'm not like buying, you know, buying like Apple and shorting Amazon because I'm trying to hedge, huh?
No, you're good.
I'm not like hedging like my day trading. My day trading is just like buy, sell, trade at these levels, whatever. Yeah, portfolio management is, you know, sometimes I hedge there, but yeah, there's no real science to it, and you know, I don't want to bore everybody to death with, yeah, portfolio management techniques, which can get, you know, very boring stuff. So, and every time I talk about that stuff, people are like, all right, perfect time to go make pizza or something. I was like, all right, I'm done. I'm not talking about this anymore. You know, all about the laughs here, man. All about the laughs. Yeah, guys, hopefully you're having a good time. I don't know, Prad, you got anything on board here?
All right, so we're going to show you a picture over here real quick, a nice little Photoshop of the main man, Fahad, obviously. We're going to show the picture. You guys can decide as to what's going on over there. That's it. That's pretty much it. And is this a what pipe? No, it's not, man. This is just this is one of those wooden toys that I bought back from India. I actually gave Arun a keychain with a cricket bat on top of it. He was happy. Hopefully, you were happy off of that. It's already on his keychain. I'm happy listening to that. So nice little cricket bat on that side. For Luca, I gave him this Inception fidget toy that's sitting in front of me. That's because, you know, Luca is in the Matrix at all times. Sometimes he needs a reminder that you are a real life person. So whenever this topper, exactly like the movie Inception, topples over, Luca realizes that he's a human and he needs to plug out sometimes from the Matrix and remember to protect those profits. So that was my understanding behind getting those gifts. Just a little, it's like one of those stores where they make handcrafted toys, like everything. Even those coasters that you saw that I gave to Shawn and Neil and so on, they're all handcrafted. So someone actually sat there, crafted with their hand, or at least they claim they are, and they're just lying to me and slapping a hefty price on there. Who knows, right? But hey, look at that. Ford's coming back down. Our viewer Momo called out Lattu. Yeah, hey, you know exactly what they're called. Wow, okay, yeah, Lattus. Lattu moving around on the floors. Lots of Lattus on the floor right now, actually.
Are we like allowed to share like YouTube videos and stuff?
As long as there's no music in it, yeah, probably.
All right, guys. Somebody said it best. They're like Amish paradise, and share my screen very quickly.
Hey, Fahad, I didn't know you had a music video out.
Pretty funny, man. Pretty funny. Yeah, great song for anybody that doesn't know. It's called Amish Paradise. You can Google it. Lots of fun there, yeah, guys. But
real quick here, coming back to Ford, looks like the Ford short that we originally had, I said I didn't like it. I gave it a penny risk. I took that penny loss. And then the stock never really did anything. It didn't go up to the 1156, 1155. Didn't go up to the 1160s that I was expecting it to. So I got back into that trade. And now we are getting that breakdown action on FORD. So here's a quick little trend line that I drew out for Ford based on how the stock moved today. And according to that, it should have basically held up at 1146, 1145 and traded sideways or gone back up according to that trend line. But now that the trend line's breaking, a possible change in characteristics coming into play for FORD, allowing us to now add to our P&L a little bit, make that original 1 penny loss that we had back, and maybe more profits from FORD to add into our own bank account. I'm still holding XOM. XOM's falling, not really falling down like how I wanted to, but we're still holding XOM, waiting for a nice little flush on that position. We'll probably add to this trade. Actually, I will add to this trade closer to my stop. So let me just quickly throw an order out there. Bang, 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 bang. Yeah, we'll throw an order right out there and see if we can catch that fill, ride it back to the downside, and make some nice, clean profits. Let me also take some size out over here on Ford just to capitalize on. Let's capture 20% of our profits on FORD and then see if we can get a bigger move so we can shimmy, shimmy, shimmy. That's a quick little shout out to Miss V, obviously, for those of you know, shimmy for the profits over here. Markets coming back down. NASDAQ continuing to make lower highs. And is it making lower lows? Not really. H23CM. There we go. NASDAQ continue to go lower and make lower highs, but hey, it is making a lower low too, which is good. So the trend is to the downside at the moment compared to the overall trend from the 830 number. So we're expecting a possible test of VWAP or even the 100-period EMA to the downside on both of these markets. That being said, there's nothing that's not 100%. It's not that the market has to go test VWAP. It is possible that the market for NASDAQ holds up at 11,000 and never really goes below 11,000, keeps on bouncing off of 11,000 and then trades higher than 11,000. That is very much a possibility. So if you are short, expecting that flush to VWAP, keep in mind, it might not happen, and you're just sitting there dreaming at that point. So don't be dreaming, don't be daydreaming. Look for opportunities, look for what the market's telling you, and trade off of those variables. I just realized I moved this chart to Ford. Let me move that back to UVXY, which is where I would like it to be. Lower highs is bearish. Yeah, lower highs and lower lows is basically a trend to the downside. Higher highs and higher lows is basically a trend to the upside. And when you see that trend breaking is when the characteristics of the trade are also morphing and changing along with it. For example, look at this. Higher... let's count this as the first high, the second high, the third high, the fourth high, and the fifth high. And now what we're noticing are the highs getting lower and the lows are also getting lower, indicating that the trend is breaking and the stock's ready to go down. The same thing can be shown for other positions too, like Tesla. Higher high, higher high, higher high, higher low, higher low, higher low, basically creating that channel to the upside and then reverse it. Lower high, lower high, lower high, lower low, lower low, lower low, creating a channel to the downside, basically showing a change in characteristics from what was happening previously in the day. It is time to take another 20% off on Ford over here as the profits keep rolling into our pockets. The market's going back down. Ford is paying us the dividends.
Yeah, man, Big Rob, you guys trade CFDs or stock? I don't know if you were around when I answered that. We are trading stock, man. We are trading stock. It's, you know, digital warfare is what I said, and I'm going to stick with that. But enough of that anyways. XOM is, man, I thought we would be flushing. We're not flushing. You know what? I'm going to stick to the position. Now we're going to stick there. Options ripping people off. Yeah, options are fooled gold, man. You gotta be very careful with that. You know, options are great if you have a strategy and like you know what you're doing, but just understand that there's a lot of things to know there, right? There's a lot of things to kind of just trade very small if you're trading. I know people who have swing trade option strategies, and what they do is they go for like 30 to 70%, right? So it's like you buy one, let's say your value at risk is 80%, 90%, so basically the whole thing, and you try to get like 30% to 70%. You know, if you think you're going to get 5x, 7x all the time, like, no, you're not. You're going to lose over and over and over again. So, yeah, man, just make sure you're very careful. You know, people buy deep out of the money calls or puts. They think, oh, it's very cheap, it's very lucrative. And then time decay just, it destroys you, right? It destroys you. Okay, guys, this XOM trade, I'm going to cover some of it over here. It's not like a loss, but I'm just kind of worried that like we're not going down. So I'm going to cover some, lighten up on the position. And, yeah, hopefully we go back to 109 on that one. Most people blow up because of options. Exactly, man. It's so easy to blow up in trading. You got to just make sure that you're sticking to the plan, right? Stick to the plan. What's up, Roberto? What's up, guys? Just got home from work. Yeah, man, not too much. Just chilling, having a great day. I had some banger trades, man. You missed them. Go back, watch the video. I can actually share some of my trades. For anybody tuning in right now, because I'm sort of light and I'm kind of watching, I don't really see anything else per se. You know, I was thinking long some. Let me just see where Kala is, this one. Yeah, this is the thing. These things, they stop you out. They go right back up. Pure games. I'm done with that one. I'm done with that one. Okay, let's go through some of the positions I had. Currently on board, XOM, short, 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 cover, cover, cover. Lighten up on the position, so that's a break even. Holding the rest for the move back down to 109. That's the plan. Nike short, courtesy of Trader Gorno. Shorting in front of 118. I think the recycling ideology there is good. Eventually, when we fail, we will fail, or we go up and we continue to go higher. But yeah, that 118 overhead is the level. That's a pretty good look there. LUV now finally actually giving that flush. Yeah, you know what? Give me that fill. I'll just take this one right here. I wanted 22s, but I'll just take 26s, whatever that is. No problem there. So great trade, courtesy of Trader Gorno as well. So shout out to you over there. And TGXT, I had the long. I tried it. It failed. Good thing I didn't look and then try it again. We blasted right through 1020. So I took the L on that, but that's whatever. It's part of the plan. No big deal. Starbucks was kind of meh. You know, I liked the long for the push, and then I covered it early. No big deal on that one. RCL, you know, you said it best, Trader Gorno, the market makers, those damn market makers. I didn't even have a stop, I don't think. Oh, no, I did have a stop. I did put a stop. I was going to say they ran my stop on that one, these guys. But, yeah, no, that's kind of the thing. And that's the thing. The 50 level was good. You just had to be more aware and be more on top of that. Didn't trade it well. Could have done better. But I had a few things on board. NVIDIA short, I was going for the down move, stopped out. What a good stop out, because we went up and we didn't even really fail until right now. No chance I'm holding that all the way up, all the way back down. 0% chance of that. NEO, I was super light on this position. I didn't even notice that it went against me, because that's how light I was. And I was like, wait, that doesn't make any sense. And then like, did I just lose 25 cents on NEO? Okay, then we go back up. Then I smash the short. So I take even like, you know, like way more size on that. We finally flush, I cover, so I'm up on the name. Like that was a sick trade. This just looks bad, but you know, no cause for concern on that one. Meta, the 120 level, definitely interesting. Definitely something that you can probably recycle over and over again. Neil saying check CCL, same idea off a. That's what I should have done, because like 50, you know, $50 stock price. It's like, it's so much easier to manage risk on like an $8 thing. And let me like pull this up just because why did I not think of that? Yeah, see, 8 would have been better. I would have short 8. I would have put a stop at like 11 or 16 or 21, one of those. And I wouldn't have got stopped out on that one, man. And you could have taken way more size. Yeah, you know, live and learn, try to get better every single day, man, every single day. Yeah, so Love covered that one. You guys just saw that one was a banger, pretty good. Kala, I lost on this one. I thought we were going to really go, but I saved myself, because I was going to put a stop at 14, and then I just said, just get me out of this position. So, yeah, I took the L there, like nothing too crazy on it, but yeah, no, I did take the L on that one. Google, basically flat. I was working into a short of what I thought could have been a VWAP test, and then as it went up, I just said, this feels wrong. I'm getting out of this right now. And I punched out right away, and that, what a move, man. That was the right move, because we are still above. Like, I would not be holding, and I would have put a stop high a day. So saved myself on that one. So, yeah, I'm pretty flat on it, because I had the wins, and then I had the size, and then I had to punch out for the loser. So it is what it is, but pretty happy with how I handled that one. Amazon, don't mind this dark pool wick, but essentially shorting off of this kind of what looked like a shelf, giving it to that 84.20. Didn't get there, so didn't get full size, no problem. Added a little bit more to the short, and then covered on the way back down. These two are longs, and then covering the long at that kind of 83.80. You know, it showed you that 83.80 was resistance before. We went above, we came back below. When we go back up, that's probably going to be resistance again. So that's why I covered. So pretty happy with that trade. Winning on the short, winning on the long, 100% win rate on Amazon. Not every day am I going to do that. And then Apple, same thing, man. Just kind of recycling that 130 level over and over again. Just kind of short above, covering below, short above, covering below, holding a little piece for the flush down, covering the rest, and now just kind of flat on the name. So yeah, Apple, Tesla, and yeah, let's just save the best for last here, guys. Tesla was a banger. This is atop my list. You know, this was the moneymaker for me today. Apple in second place, but Tesla, what a move, man. What a move. You know, shorting all the way up, covering, holding some, not punching out because I was light on the position, adding even more at the 123 level. I said to myself, you know, I said, if we get to 123, that is going to be resistance. I'm shorting that level. And I said this for like a week. We finally got there. I'm like, okay, I'm shorting this level now. And so slamming the short as much as I could, finally covering a little bit more, adding it back, covering the rest, covering the majority at VWAP, and then covering on the flush down, covering the last piece at 119.50, which essentially flipped me long. So that was like a fat finger, so that was not the plan. I didn't want to actually go long. This was supposed to be a cover, and then I just punched out. So it probably cost me like 10 cents to do that, but I mean, I'm just well up on the name, so I'm not even concerned. So yeah, man, here we are, short Nike. This thing is slow. I'm gonna put a stop in. If we break 118, I'm okay to just take the L on that one. And you know, trading, man, trading is exhausting. You get tired. You have to know yourself best, right? You have to know yourself. If you're getting tired, if it's the middle of the day, just like, you know, lighten up on your positions or just punch out of all of them and walk away, man, because you know, we only have so much brain power, like to trade all morning and then for me to talk all afternoon while trading in the afternoon. Now I'm gonna hit the gym after, you know, like drink a Spro. It's like this is exhausting, right? So know yourself, know when you should kind of back away and sort of reevaluate and you know, lock in what you made. If you lost, no big deal. You know, there's always tomorrow. We trade for tomorrow, flatter forward mentality. Just trying growth mindset, trying to get better every day. Hopefully my trades kind of help you guys, and you know, kind of talking about this in real time is a challenge, but I like to challenge myself every single day. XOM's now moving back to the north side, so I'm gonna just cover a little bit more here just in case. And yeah, man, light on the position now, not really too worried. Life is good. You know, sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe not so good. We got DH in the chat. He sure talks a lot. Well, guys, that's what I'm here for, man. I'm here to just talk over and over again, right? So, no, man, I'm having a great time. Hopefully you guys enjoying the show. Appreciate the likes that come through.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, you know, you like to make the same amount of money back, and when I have a big position on my board in terms of size, I kind of get scared. I start sweating based off of the amount of size, which is bad, but it's just, you know, I'm still in my infancy stage of my trading. I'm still learning to manage a big share size and hold on to it and so on. So the higher the price, the better for me, because then I can take less size, give it a little bit of a wiggle room. And then hopefully the risk to reward and everything else takes care of that trade for me. I saw that Neil actually said something in the chat similar to that. He said he likes RC Trade, a person that actually helps us find stocks and catalysts behind a stock is Big C. So we're gonna hand it over to Big C right now.
Yeah, guys, not market moving stuff, but interesting headline coming here. Gold buyers binge on biggest volumes for 55 years. This is interesting here. Looks as if central banks are picking up gold at the fastest pace since 1967, mostly attributed to Russia and China. Having a look here at the XAU chart, look at this bottom that we made here at that 1620 level. Since that time, it's been one big move up, topping out at that 1830. This is the daily chart. Let's have a look at the 5-minute chart. It's been a good time to hold gold for the last little bit going into yesterday, and nice strength today, guys. So just a heads up on gold.
It's the second day now that we got an update about gold. I believe yesterday Sharif updated us about Mark Cuban coming out and saying how he's going to buy more Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies and how gold's for fools or something along those words that he said. Hey man, everyone's got their own different ideas and what they think the market should be doing. And one of those persons actually sitting right next to me. His name's Trader Luca, the Italian stallion himself. What are your opinions on gold?
You know, I think I personally love gold. I do
I
love
like gold. Is it love? I love gold.
I love gold. I love gold, man. I love gold. It's, you know, if you were invested in gold for the past 10 years, you didn't really make anything. But at the same time, you didn't lose anything. And that's basically what gold's all about, in my opinion. It's a great way to protect your wealth against inflation. You know, diversification is key, obviously. But with the kind of gold idea, like, you got to imagine Russia, China, they're you know, working towards a deal to back their currency by gold. I think they're already working on that. There's a lot of, it's tough to find this information, but I read a couple headlines about that. And, you know, Russia, a huge exporter of oil. I imagine what Russia wants is they want to, you know, sell oil on the open market with a new currency that's backed by gold. Them and China have a deal. They have a lot of gold. China is a huge holder of gold, right? And yeah, man, that would compete with the petrodollar. So, you know, if I was Russia, that's probably what I would be doing. So I feel like that's what they are doing. And then, you know, they're going to be selling to kind of, the, you know, India and like all Asia, like Europe and everything else. So, yeah, man, gold is, the price shows you everything, right? The gold trade is on. It's a long-term trade, in my opinion. You know, you don't day trade gold per se. You can swing it, you can invest in it, whatever, like do your own due diligence. But it's looking good, man. It's looking good. I love the gold trade. You know, I own no gold. I own 0 gold. I have nothing to my name. I'm poor. But I love the gold trade, man. That's how you protect wealth. That's how you kind of, you know, diversify. It's been working this year, and I think it will continue to work. I do like it. You know, what did they say? They said they found 1 point something trillion tons of gold in Uganda or something. And the price didn't go down.
Uganda, be kidding me.
They basically said, they're like, we found more gold that's mined in the world, like 5 times more than what's in the world. And so what technically should have happened there is the price should have collapsed, but it didn't. It didn't. And I feel like that's a headline to make people sell their gold. And guess who's buying all that gold? So it's pure manipulation at its finest. I mean, you guys know the deal with the gold standard and how it kind of, you know, we're on the gold standard, then we switched, and then we're kind of like, you know, fractional reserve banking from there. If for whatever reason, you know, you get this kind of hyperinflation environment that comes to fruition, you know, governments are going to potentially look at gold to back their currency by gold again, right? So that is a possibility. You guys should look into that for sure. I mean, I don't want to bore you with all the details and everything, but just, you know, Google hyperinflate. There's a lot of good videos. Ray Dalio does a really good job at putting this into a nice video on YouTube, and you can watch it. Yeah, man, he's got a lot of he explains it very thoroughly, very well. It's a great place to start to learn. So yeah, man, gold is gold, man.
He's
gold
also the guy who said cash is trash, and now he's probably complaining about how he's not got any left in this market.
Well, this is the thing. They say cash is trash, and maybe they're like being subjective because they're not in cash. They want their positions to work, and at the same time, they're like, oh well, I know it's coming around the corner. You don't take what these guys say. When somebody's explaining an objective situation,
why are they saying it?
Yeah, exactly. But when somebody's explaining an objective situation, like when I'm saying, like when I'm sitting here and I'm just like, yeah, guys, like I think the XOM short is going to be a banger. Like, yeah, obviously I'm going to say that. I'm in the short, so I want it to work, right? But when I'm not in a position and I'm just like, yeah, like Google right now, I don't see a trade. Maybe it goes up, right? So when somebody's explaining a very generic situation, which, for example, the Ray Dalio videos that I'm talking about, like he has nothing to gain or lose. He's just kind of putting this information out there. But when he talks about like, oh, cash is trash, like, yeah, man, he's you know, he's feeling some type of way there. Even that guy Michael Saylor, you know, what do you say? Mortgage your house and buy Bitcoin. The man's a fool. The man's a fool for that because Bitcoin, you know, like people are listening to you and they think like, look at this guy.
Someone actually followed him, probably.
He sits atop this company. You know, he's, you know, I'm going to listen to him. He's a well-respected individual, whatever. And then gold crashes, and guess what? Everybody gets burned. If I bought it, I would have got burned. And where is he? He's sitting with other people's money, you know, like losing it and not, like, just kind of sitting pretty. He still gets paid. He still gets paid. So, yeah, just be very cautious when you think that people have a secondary agenda. You know, here at Trader TV, I'm just kind of sitting here calling it as it is. So you guys see I have good days, I have bad days, I win, I lose. I don't really care about you guys, to be honest. I care more about like my trading and then providing that kind of punch factor, that entertainment value. You know, but and we were talking about this yesterday with the whole what's his name?
Zach,
the whole Zach Moore situation. It's like, yeah, man, this guy, like what a I don't want to swear, but what a prick, man. What a prick.
He's a prick, absolute prick, and I
Trying to
can't
find, like,
wait.
the right words,
Yesterday, I called them. People in the chat were making fun of me for saying Jack Morris. That's because I was about to curse. Whenever I think about him, the first thing I can think of is curse words. So I was about to call him Jack something, but instead of cursing, I stopped myself and I just said Jack Morris. That's where that comes from. I know his name's not Jack, it's Zach. Zach Morris, the scum of the earth himself. Can't wait for him to be behind bars. All right, XOM trade working again. It is coming back down. We did add a lot more size to that trade because of Luca's conviction. No, I'm joking. I don't ever take size based on other people's conviction, but it's a trade that I have been part of earlier on in the day. And since Luca jumped into it, I figured, hey, I'll give it a shot. And I don't know what made me take more size now than I did earlier on in the day, but that's sadly how it is right now. I have the most size on this trade than I've ever had throughout the day. Let's see if it works out. It'll be amazing. And I am watching XLE on the second screen. Here, I'll actually pull it up on this screen. I'm watching XLE at the same time that I'm trading XOM. Energy stocks, both of them. If XLE goes down, I'm expecting XOM to go down and start cashing me out on some profits over there. So make sure you're doing that too if you're trading that position. Now, let's go to DWAC. I'm not sure why, what made me pull up DWAC, but since we're talking about a bunch of positions and whatnot, I figured, hey, let's go see what DWAC is doing. I'm very surprised watching this position at $15, Luca.
What, DWAC?
DWAC.
Jeez.
$15 for DWAC.
Days, eh?
Only $5 away from that. From what's that thing called?
The
SPAC price.
SPAC price. Yeah,
the SPAC price of $10. So only $5 away from the SPAC price. Now, obviously, I don't think the merger went through because the ticker is supposed to change, was it not? Yeah, and then it's going to get extended again and again and again and again. So apparently they got an extension for that ticker change up till next year, probably because, you know, obviously Trump 2023 is going to happen, and then they will work with it along those news catalysts, and then maybe we see DWAC going crazy again, you know, DWAC to that $400. No, it never really got there. What was that price? 175, 180 was the price that it got up to.
Yeah.
Hopefully, we have another opportunity to capitalize on that move, and that would be amazing to capture DWAC 2 years back to back on the move like that. That would be absolutely amazing.
Yeah, it's never gonna happen again. Gone are the days.
Once per stock? Yeah. Tilray never did that again either, eh? Yeah, Tilray, GME, they never did. I mean, sorry, GME did not squeeze yet. GME will squeeze. So GME might have to do it again and change history like that. But, you know, some other stocks did not.
Yeah, guys, just a quick update on my position. So I am now just short XOM and Nike. I added back the portion that I took out over here. I added it back for the flush back down. So same plan. Yeah, if we can get closer to 109, that's my target for the covers for the rest of the position. Love, I see Love. I know Love maybe back up right now. Riyadh. The thing is now that I'm like, I am really exhausted and I'm ready for a spro.
Oh my goodness.
So I'm chilling with the positions that I have. We got 8 minutes left, and then I'm heading out,
talk about
going
this?
for a spro, and yeah.
Netflix. Look at the Netflix short now. 289. I
Wow.
covered it at 292 and 50. So I struggle and I bend over for catching the short, but then when it comes to taking profits, I run to the door that says take profits so quicker than Usain Bolt completing his 100-meter race. This is absolutely nuts. Obviously, for anyone who's not paper-handed like me and actually has the diamond hand capabilities, you're loving the short. I see people in the chat saying, Pratt, that Netflix short was good, that Netflix short was whatever. I'm glad some of you were able to take out the profits way better than I was able to. Congratulations to all of you in there. But baby, hey, oh, look, watch out, your mic's about to fall.
Yeah.
But let's go, man. Our XOM short with
XOM's
Luca
a banger, baby.
is a banger.
Let's
hit that bang right now. That banger of a trade. Shout out from Luca. Call out from Luca. Shout out to Luca. 20 cents in the money. Already took out 40% of my size. I have orders to take out another 20% if it does flush a little bit more, and then I'll try to hold 40%. The green day just keeps getting greener, even though it did get red for a little bit.
Yeah, man, XOM, I'm kind of glad that I added it back. And this is the thing, man. I like this habit of myself where it's like it goes up, I get out. it goes back down, I get back in at the same price. I'm paying no fees anyways. At Day Trade the World, we have market making capabilities, which essentially means we can route to any gateway, any venue that we want, and the fees are relatively cheap, right? So we're not paying like $10 commissions or anything like that. It's a little bit different on the market making side of things. So yeah, as we flush down here, I mean, this is where I covered before. So I'm just gonna slowly continue to, you know, like cover like around this area. Yes, if we flush, great, okay. But the thing is, I'm like, I bid like 06s and then it turns around at 06s. I bid 08s, it turns around at 08s. So yeah, I'm just gonna see, I mean, now I covered a little bit, so let me see if I can get 109s flush. And then, yeah, man, things are going well. Luca just banged bros with these shorts. Yeah, man, life is good.
What?
I quickly look at the chat, I read my name, and then I follow up the sentence. Maybe I should put a filter on that just a little bit. Luca needs I was just literally saying to Greg, I just went outside for some air, right? And I was like, man, I wish I was a smoker because I would just go outside for some air, you know, get a little smoke break. But I'm like, I'm not just going to smoke just to have a break. I'll just go have a break.
Why not?
And then I was like, you know what? I could go for like a beer. Like I could go for a little break.
A beer break.
Drink a little bit of a beer, you know, nice little Peroni, maybe eat some lunch and then come back, relax. But I feel like that doesn't jive in Canada. Maybe if I do take Louis.
Fun fact, my nicotine addiction actually stems from that very same reason. In the kitchen when I used to be a line cook, you know, flipping burgers and so on.
It's tough to not smoke as a...
They don't really give you breaks. And if you're standing doing nothing because there's no orders coming in, they make you clean the walls and clean the surfaces and so on. So I picked up a smoking habit off of that because then you get a nice little break between your cooking periods. You know, you have like an hour of rush and then a little bit of a break. During those periods, I picked up a little bit of a smoking habit. Thankfully, it has been going down. So for those of you who are saying, Prad, stop, don't do it, I do appreciate it. It has been going down. We've transitioned over to vapors, and now it's all about popcorn lung instead of actual straight up nicotine cancer.
It's funny, I see John, he's like, this isn't Italy. That's exactly what I was going to say. I was like, you know what, if I take Luis Barbado up on his offer over there, then yeah, maybe I'll go there, you know, drink a Spro, have a beer middle of the day. You know, maybe I'll pick up smoking in Europe because it's kind of like a different vibe. It's, yeah, man, it is a different life. For any Europeans that are watching the show, I know, you know what I mean, right? You know what I mean. And for any kind of Americans or Canadians that are watching that have been to Europe, you know what I mean as well, right? And yeah, exactly. Don't forget the nap in the middle of the day. Man, it just sounds so good. You know, trade all morning, take a nap in the afternoon, come back, make a little more money. Man, what a life, man, what a life. But no, it's nice to travel, man. I love traveling. I've been to Europe a few times, been to many different places. Huh? Oh. And yeah, man, you know, that's just kind of, I will say if you have the money for it, you know, don't invest it in cigarettes, invest it in traveling. It goes way, I mean, it just, you know, it cultures you as a person. I don't know if that's the right way to say it.
I'll tell you something, it changed me for sure. My vacation that I just came back from, a brand new perspective on life, brand new perspective on a lot of things. Obviously, yeah. India being a little bit of a impoverished country, you get to see a lot of things. Not that I haven't seen that before, you know, I've lived there, I was born there, but with where I am right now in life and job and everything else around that, having that opportunity to go visit my homeland again and you know, face some of the things that I faced during my vacation, everything just changed. So Luca's not wrong about that. Go take a break, and more importantly, the break alone has given me such energy and has given me a whole new reason to, you know, do better things in my life. Like just waking up early at 5:30. I never did that until the last 3 days of my life. So things are changing. I'm making changes in my life to get better, and I don't need a new year for that to happen. No New Year's resolutions and all that. We're gonna start the resolution before. Is it resolution or revolution? Resolution.
We're starting a revolution January 1st.
For the resolution. But here's Apple at the moment, as we only have about 3 minutes left on the show. Apple right back to 130. I see people in the chat saying that it's time to go long again, guys. You're not wrong. I'm just being careful as to what stocks I pick to go long and what I do about it. I'm actually going to jump out of my XOM trade here, completely closing my XOM trade, profitable trade overall. My last few shares were taken out for only a 4-cent profit, but whatever, profits are profit. Goals are being met today. Green is on the side that I am on is green. So thank you, Marky, for allowing me. I see people in the chat saying rest in peace, Pele. Did you confirm that news was real? So obviously, you know, Pele, a great soccer player, struggling from from cancer and so on. So rest in peace to him. And prayers to his family, prayers to his friends, anyone who's gonna be having to face this ordeal at the moment. So obviously, rest in peace, Pele. Shout out to one of the most legendary soccer players of our generation.
Yeah, man, rest in peace there. He was great, man. He was great. Yeah, guys, I got out of XOM. It's going back up, and I'm like, I took the money, and then I tried to hold some, but now we're going back to the north side. So yeah, taking the kind of break even on the rest of the position, it's fine with me. Keep it low stress for the afternoon. And what was the other one that I just covered here? Oh yeah, Nike. So Nike out of that one as well. It's it didn't flush. Maybe it does. Maybe I get back to my desk in the afternoon and I see that we're down there and I go, damn, why didn't I just keep my stop there? But it's all good, man. Took the win. I think that was a win across the board. So pretty happy with my results today. Can't complain for sure. And hopefully you guys enjoyed the show and did well. We will be back tomorrow, same time, same place. Hopefully the weather's a little nicer though, and I think it is going to be nicer.
It's 6 degrees today. It's
but
actually
I think
pretty
tomorrow
nice.
might be 10.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Let's go. 10 degrees tomorrow. That's actually good news. And I didn't even know about that. Very, very exciting news. Obviously, for Canadians from Toronto, 10 degrees is like, oh, baby, let's go.
Don't quote me, obviously.
10 in December, 10 in January is awesome. So I'm excited for that. But I'm sure you guys are excited about what's coming on next. It's going to be the closing show. Make sure you hit that like on the closing show because it's a brand new show. The like counter starts all over again. And every single like count on the videos, on the live shows, help us with the YouTube algorithm. We're signing out, sending you to Big C. Have a great show, guys. Adios.
Hey guys, welcome to the closing show. It's been a great day on the markets. A lot of volatility, a lot of stuff to the upside. Let's get to it right now. Tesla's been moving. Apple, big tech's been up. Energy's been down. There's been a lot to talk about. Let's see how the markets are doing now. The S&P up 1.86%.